There was a school activity on the day before National Day. This activity was the school's tradition. All the students got to go to the farms to do the harvesting. This was to let the students experience the hardships of a farmer and remind them not to waste food. In every classroom, there were 2 poems about the hardship of farming written on the wall. Under the midday sun, the farmers were working in the fields. Their sweat drips into the soil. Who knows how much hardship was there in each grain of rice? Planting a seed in spring and collecting 10,000 grains in autumn. There were no fields that were not planted, but there were farmers that starved to death. This was a poem by a Tang Dynasty famous poet, Li Shun. But for Feng Yu, who liked history, knew that Li Shun wrote this poem was just to gain the attention of the emperor and get promotions. And after Li Shun was promoted, he just enjoyed his life and was never concerned about the hardship of the farmers. Although Feng Yu does not like Li Shun, these 2 poems were really well written. The students sat in the bus for 2 hours and finally reached a farm north of Bing City. This farm was only about 1 hour away from Feng Yu family farm. There was a cornfield here, and the students were to cut the stalk, peel off the husk, corn, and stack them together to wait for the tractor to transport them away. Now in Longjiang province, the main crops were wheat, followed by soybeans. There were very few cornfields around. That's why they had to travel so far. This was the closest corn farm which the school contacted. There were about 500 students from the school, and they were divided into their classes. The school also allocated areas to each class. There were about 40 students in a class, and they oversaw such a small area. If it were at a real farm, it would take 5 men to finish harvesting this area within a day. The students were all hyped up to experience the life of a farmer. However, there were also students who grumbled. They were from a farming family, and they had to harvest corns instead of helping with their families at their own farms. Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, and a few others who had come from farming families were more familiar with the farming work compared to the students from the cities. They were assigned to cut the stalks with a sickle, and the rest will follow behind to remove the husk and stack the corns into a pile. Wen Dongjun, like a raging bull, slices through the corn stalks at an alarming speed, and soon he was way ahead of the pack. Look at me. I am so fast, unlike the rest of you. You all are moving at snail speed. Wen Dongjun said proudly with his sickle resting on his shoulder. Feng Yu shook his head and thought, this idiot. Dongjun, didn't you notice you are the fastest among those who oversaw the cutting of corn stalks? You are even faster than those year 3 students. Don't you find it weird? Wen Dongjun scratched his head and asked, why? It was because the cornfield is only this big. If you had cut all the corn stalks now, what will you do in the afternoon? Watch the rest of the students remove the husk? This means that the faster you are, the more you got to work. You think the teachers will praise you, or the other students will be in awe of you? When Dongjun was speechless, he realized that it was not the rest of the students were slow, but they were taking their own sweet time. He looked around and saw that all the students were chatting while they work. In the end, he was the only silly one working so hard. Learn from us. Work for a while and rest for a while, or you can sit on those stalks to rest. If you carry on working so fast, you will make the rest of us look bad. You really want that? Feng Yu patiently taught Wen Dongjun the art of skiving. This Wen Dongjun should be good at skiving, but where did all his smartness go? Without a word, Wen Dongjun sat on the corn stalks and rested. But after a while, he got bored. He had nothing to do, and there was no one to talk to him. He saw the corn stalk and got an idea. Feng Yu saw 2 corn stalks which were still green, and he used his sickle to cut it. He then sliced the outer layer of the stem to reveal the tender and juicy part. One bite, and you can taste the sweet juice flowing out. There were sugar canes in the south, and in the north, there was something that looks like corn and sorghum. It was called sweet sorghum. It was about the thickness of a finger and tastes like sugar cane. If there were a lot of rain and not much sun, the lower portion of the corn stalk would also have some parts which were very sweet. Feng Yu used his sickle and cut away the part he bit, and then removed the outer layers of the rest of the corn stalk. He walked towards Li Na with the corn stalk. You must be thirsty. Have some sweet corn stalk. Feng Yu passed the one which he had tasted to Li Na, and Fat Chick snatched away the other. They were the only ones besides this small pile of corns. Now, the rest of the students dared not play with Li Na. This was all Fat Chick's fault. She had spread rumors about Feng Yu's family associating with the triads, and Li Na was dragged along as well. Li Na had hesitated before, but how can she be matched for the wisdom of Feng Yu's 40 years old experience? It only takes Feng Yu a few words, and they were back like before. Lina took a small bite and slowly chewed. She had a beautiful smile, and her eyes narrowed into a crescent. It's sweet. Ba ba ba. What sweet cornstalk? It smelled like the sewers and had an astringent taste. Fat Chick spat out the dregs and complained. Feng Yu calmly explained, maybe you are unlucky. After all, these are corn stalks and not sweet sorghum. It is normal if there are some which are not sweet. Lina broke her corn stalk into two and passed half of it to Fat Chick. Fat Chick cautiously took a bite, and it was indeed sweet. You break this half into two, and we share it. Lina passed the remaining half to Feng Yu. She saw Feng Yu's lips were dry. I can't break it. You eat it. I will be in front cutting those stalks. I can find more of it. Lina insisted Feng Yu to have at least a bite. Feng Yu leaned forward and was prepared to bite the part where Lina had eaten before. Who? Who hit me? Feng Yu turned around angrily, looking around. Just when he was about to bite into the corn stalk, he felt something hit him on the back of his head. Ha ha ha, how was it? This cornstalk bow I made was not bad. I can hit your head from this distance. A few meters away, when Dongjun was holding on to a bow made from cornstalk, looking proudly at Feng Yu. The thing that hit Feng Yu was a small piece of the cornstalk. FCK. This idiot kept interrupting me. Cornstalk bow? I would like to see if your bow is more accurate than the cornstalk I throw. Feng Yu picked up the piece of cornstalk which Fat Chick had thrown earlier, broke it into two, and threw at that idiot. He must teach this idiot a lesson today. Lina blushed when she saw Feng Yu breaking that piece of cornstalk into two. She remembered that Feng Yu had earlier claimed that he was unable to break her cornstalk and was about to bite the part where she had eaten. There were 2 rest days because of the National Day and the weekends. In that era, there was no golden week, and there was not even 5-day work week. The students finished their tasks in the afternoon, and the farmer collected the corns in a tractor. This activity was finally over after the corns were loaded. Those staying near the farm and the countryside went home for the holidays. They only need to be back in school on Fun Day night. Feng Yu had also informed his father, and Feng Xingtai's jeep was parked outside the cornfield. Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, Li Kuan, and Li Na got a ride in the jeep back to their farms. The 3 boys sat in the rear seats, and Li Na sat in the front passenger seat. Her face was red and kept her head lowered. She dared not look at Feng Xingtai, but Feng Xingtai kept talking to her. Wen Dongjun and Li Kuan kept laughing secretly. Feng Yu, on the other hand, tried to change the topic. If Feng Xingtai knew that Feng Yu and Li Na were dating, Feng Yu would be beaten up by his father with the feather duster. He had got into the best high school in the city, yet he was not studying hard and start dating at this age. Feng Xingtai sent Li Na and Lu Kuan to the village town and then proceed back to their farmland using a shortcut. At their door, Feng Yu saw a few bicycles parked outside. He felt that it was strange. There were visitors at his house. Feng Xingtai's face changed when he saw those bicycles and did not stop. Instead, he sent Feng Yu back to Wen Dongjuan's house. You play at Dongjuan's house first and come home half an hour later. Feng Yu was curious and asked, Dad, what's wrong? It's none of your business. Just come home after half an hour. When Feng Yu entered, Wen Dongjun was surprised. Didn't Feng Yu return home? After a day of working in the fields, he was not tired? Feng Yu, your parents went to the fields? Have some peanuts and help yourself to the drinks. Our family's land finished harvesting last week. I am also not sure what had happened, but I am supposed to stay here for half an hour before can return home. When Dongjuan's mother suddenly said, there must be someone here to borrow money again. Almost every day, there will be someone going to your father to borrow money. Your father is busier than Dongjuan's father, who is the village head. Borrow money? Borrow what money? When Dongjun asked, Feng Yu's family does not have any relatives staying in the village. Who will borrow money from them? Feng Yu understood. This was the sad thing about staying in the farmlands. It was too small, and news spread very fast. If something happened in one's family, everyone would know about it the next day. Everyone in the village said that the Feng family had become wealthy. The daughter had found a wealthy husband in the city. Feng Xingtai can even afford to drive a jeep. The village head can only ride a small jialing motorcycle. There were some who were close to Feng Xingtai and wanted to borrow 3,000 renminbi. Feng Xingtai just lent him the money without batting an eyelid. This made the rest believe that the Fengs really were rich. A few people also came to Feng Xingtai's house to borrow money. The excuses were either they need a few more thousand RMB to buy a tractor, did not have a good harvest, not enough money to feed their wife and kids. There were some who wanted to borrow over 10,000 RMB for a harvester and will pay back after a few years. At first, Feng Xingtai lent them a few thousand because he had more than 50,000 renminbi at home. But later, more and more people came to his house to borrow money. These shameless people did not even want to give interest and said that they will not be able to repay in the next 3 to 5 years. This money, they will return the money slowly over the years. There were even some who claims that they had helped Feng Xingtai with his farm before, and now he is rich, so he should at least give them a few thousand RMB. They were shameless enough to directly ask for money from him. Feng Xingtai was pissed. His son had earned these monies, and these monies did not drop from the sky. Why must he lend them money just because they needed it? Those few who borrowed earlier promised to return the following year and agreed to include interest at the same rate as the bank. But those that came later were shameless beyond words. The Feng family was not a bank that printed money. However, they were all living in the same village, and Feng Xingtai did not chase them away but politely rejected them by saying he had lent out all his money. But these people did not believe him and even questioned him. You had lent XXX money. Why are you not lending me money? Feng Xingtai was speechless and thought, these were my money, and I can choose to lend my money to whoever I like. Your tone and attitude doesn't sound like you are borrowing money from me, but sounds like you are asking me to repay you a debt. Feng Xingtai was very angry, and he rejected everyone who had came to him to borrow money. Half an hour later, Feng Yu returned home. Those bicycles were not there anymore, and Feng Yu thought that those people had left. But when he entered the house, he saw 2 people inside. They seemed to be waiting for dinner. Oh, Xiaoyu is back. Did you get used to your new school in the city? Oh yeah, your sister got a rich boyfriend, and he should not treat you too bad. Yes, brother Feng is so lucky. His daughter got a rich boyfriend, and his son can study so well. He definitely can get into university in future and return to the farm as a leader. Feng Yu suddenly asked curiously, Uncle Song, Uncle Zheng, why are you at my house? Shouldn't you be at home for dinner now? The smiles on their faces froze. This kid was chasing them out. Luckily for them, Feng Xingtai said, Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Smiles reappeared on these 2 faces. It seems like Feng Xingtai still wanted face and would ask them to stay for dinner. A few dishes and alcohol later, they will ask for a loan in front of Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai would not reject them. Feng Xingtai said, You think your Uncle Song and Uncle Zheng doesn't know when to leave home for dinner? They do not need you to remind them. The smiles on their faces froze again. They couldn't just say that they wanted to stay for dinner if they were not welcomed by Feng Xingtai. Yes, we are leaving. Brother Feng, we will come back tomorrow to discuss further. I am leaving too. Brother Feng, you don't need to see me out. After those 2 left, Feng Xingtai sighed. Zhang Muhua also came back from outside. When she saw Feng Yu, the worries on her face were all gone. Son, you must be hungry. What do you want to eat for dinner? Stir-fried shredded potatoes and salted duck eggs. While waiting for his mother to cook, Feng Yu asked his father, Dad, how much did we lend out and how many people borrowed from us? I had lent out about 40,000 renminbi to more than 1 people. They also signed an IOU. There were some that will return in 1 year and some 2 years. Side, having more money is also not a good thing. Feng Xingtai lit a cigarette and smoked. Dad, let's move to the town. There is a new building which was completed this year. We can buy an apartment and stay away from these shameless people. No, after we bought the apartment, they would think that we had become very rich and will have more excuses to borrow money from us. At least, we can't move this year. Dad, just forget about it since you had already lent the money out. We are really very rich now. It is only 40,000 renminbi. Anytime, we can take out 4 million renminbi. But we can't carry on lending out money. Especially people like Uncle Song and Uncle Zheng. They don't do any work, but play mahjong every day. Even if you lend them money, they are also unable to repay us. Why not I think of a way to help everyone in our village earn some money? Feng Yu thought of an idea and should be able to get rid of these irritating people. An idea to get rich? What can we farm people do? Other than our crops, we have nothing else. We are only good at farming and don't have other skills. Feng Xingtai shakes his head. This Feng Yu is not practical. Dad, you don't believe what I said? You mentioned that we only have crops here. Then we shall do food processing. Those soybean oil, flour, corn flour, beets, a type of vegetables that look like carrots. In the north, they use that to produce sugar, are easy to process. I can get the machinery for these. If one is not stupid, they will be able to operate these machines after training for 2 to 3 days. The Soviet Union's farming industry was on a decline these few years, and the food processing plants were not in a semi-shutdown state. If Kirilenko was able to get his hands on the agricultural machinery production facilities, then he should have no problems getting these food processing machines. There should be no problems with having a processing plant on the farm. Although they were unable to earn much at the start, in future, they should be doing well. As for the sales of the products, you can quickly think of ways to popularize those products. The most important thing for Yu was that he could solve the problem of people coming to borrow money every day and help everyone on the farm to get rich. You are serious? Those production facilities are not cheap. Besides, the grain depot and the agriculture department also produces these things. You are sure that we are able to sell these products? You don't worry about the sales channels. I can guarantee that once the processed foods are produced, it will be sold off at high prices. The money for the processing machines is not an issue too. We will not be the only one coming out with the funds. We will be raising funds. Raise funds. Yes, raise funds. Tomorrow, we will use the PA system to inform everyone that we are setting up a food processing factory. Those that are interested must pay for a stake in the factory, and the proportion of the shares will base on the amount they paid. At the end of the year, dividends will be paid out based on the number of shares they hold. 100 renminbi for a share and 1,000 renminbi for a stake in the factory. Everyone from the farm can participate. At least 1,000 renminbi? It's a bit too much. Although many can afford, there will not be many that are willing to come out with that sum. Feng Xingtai thinks that this idea will not work. Some families on the farm earned less than 1,000 renminbi after deducting their daily expenses. They were left with only about 100 renminbi. There were some that had some money but who would want to invest in a food processing factory. This son is good at a lot of things, but he still has a lot to learn when it comes to farming. Dad, you still believe me? I can bring in the most advanced food processing machines from the Soviet Union. The quantity of the soybean oil we produced will be much higher than the grain depot. The quality of the flour will be better, and we can produce more sugar from the beets. You still think that we will make a loss? Yu looked at his father's expression and knew that he does not believe what he said. So, he mentioned about the machines from the Soviet Union to persuade him. Machines from the Soviet Union? Feng Xingtai believed what Yu said when he heard this. His impression of the machines produced by the Soviet Union was more advanced and much better than the domestic machines. That's right. Dad, you just wait to be the boss of the factory. After dinner, we will go to Wen Dongjuan's house. This factory still need the village head's support. It was evening 8 p.m., and Yu spent another half an hour to convince Wen Dongjuan. Finally, he was confident that this factory will work and will help the village to prosper. Early next morning, everyone was woken up by an announcement from the village PA system. Many families had just finished harvesting their fields and were drying their crops under the sun. Only when they finally had a few days of rest, they were woken by the PA system so early in the morning. Attention everyone. Good news, good news. Feng Xingtai from our farm has decided to set up a food processing factory and is raising funds from everyone. Those who are interested, please come to the village office. This announcement kept repeating the whole morning. Everyone on the farm had heard it. There were so who did not understand the announcement also went to the village office out of curiosity. Brother Feng, you are wealthy now, and you are going to set up a factory. You still said that you don't have any money to lend us? Just help us since we are from the same village. I just want to borrow 3,000 renminbi. I will return you after a few years. Yes, Brother Feng, I want to borrow 3,000 renminbi too. We had known each other for so many years, and you should know me well. Feng Xingtai just kept quiet. He knows these people well, and that was the reason he did not lend them money. These people were shameless and sarcastic. If they were not from the same village, Feng Xingtai would have chased them away. Uncle Song, Uncle Zheng, why are you borrowing money? Yu suddenly asked. Why are you asking so much? You are just a kid and should not interrupt when grown-ups are talking. They must be planning to gamble with the money. You two still have not learned your lesson after getting arrested last time? Get lost, or you will not be getting your welfare benefits this year." When De Guang angrily shouted. These two grown-ups had yelled at a kid in public. They were tarnishing the village's image. When De Guang was the village head and had some authority. After he scolded those two, they kept quiet. But these two did not leave the office and wanted to stay on to watch the show. "Feng Xingtai is going to set up a factory? We will disrupt your plans. Almost everyone is here. Xingtai, you can tell everyone your plans." Feng Xingtai stood up and repeated what Feng Yu said last night. But he did not mention anything about the Soviet Union machines. He only said that he wanted to set up a food processing factory, and those who were interested can fork out some money to buy a stake in the factory. This was called shareholding system. There were a lot of private factories in China now, which operate this way. Everyone, don't listen to him. He wants to cheat our money. The money you pay for the shares will be going into his pocket, and he will be depositing the money in the bank to earn the interest. Song Deliang shouted. That's right. Feng Xingtai is so rich, and if he wants to set up a factory, why should he raise funds from us? Didn't you read the papers? There were many people got conned by this type of schemes. Feng Xingtai is a con man. Zheng Guangming also shouted. The two of you shut up. It is an offense to spreading rumors is against the law. You two were just lazing around and doesn't want to work, yet you still have the nerve to say others? You two are a disgrace to your families. Accountant Liu, drag those two out. When De Guang shouted angrily. He had called everyone here at these two called Feng Xingtai a liar and a conman? Doesn't that include him? Feng Yu was quite pleased with those two. From now onwards, who would dare to go to his house and borrow money? If one really goes and borrow money, Feng Xingtai can, in turn, ask them to invest in the factory, just like promoting Amway to insurance agents. Feng Yu felt that this was an opportunity for the fellow villagers, and this was voluntary. He can guarantee those who invest that this factory will be more profitable than farming. Those that did not invest can regret. Although those two troublemakers were chased out, many others also left. They had thought the village was giving out some goodies, but instead, they wanted to collect money from them. Food processing factory? It will be a miracle if it is profitable. In the end, only 7 villagers remained. They wanted to find out more. This included Li Jichuan's father. Feng Yu swore in his heart that if these people invest 1,000 renminbi in this factory, he will let them get back 10,000 renminbi within 3 years. There were 7 people left, but were not particularly resolute. 1,000 renminbi was not a small sum, and Feng Xingtai also told them that there was no maximum amount to invest. The more, the better. These 7 people that remained had privately cleared land at low-lying areas beside the river. They did not need to contribute part of their harvest to the government nor pay taxes. They kept whatever they harvested. That's why they had some spare cash. For example, if Liu Jichuan's family had not borrowed Feng Xingtai's tractor to clear a plot of land earlier this year, he might even have problems coming out with 100 renminbi. In the village, the income gap was widening. Xingtai, you need to tell us where will the factory be located and what will the factory be doing? Will we be managing the factory ourselves or hire someone to do it? Where will the finished products be sold to? If we were to invest 1,000 renminbi, how much dividends will we get next year? Feng Xingtai turned around and looked at his son for help. Feng Yu did not mention these details yesterday. Uncle Liang, we have 2 locations in mind for the factory. First, it is the location of the old chicken farm. The chicken farm had closed, and no one is using that plot of land. We can rent or buy the land. Second, is the plot of land behind the brick factory. But because it will be near to the brick factory, it will affect our factory's reputation, even though our factory will be located at the upwind. Right? We should not build the factory next to the brick factory. Who will buy our flour if it is mixed with dust from the brick factory? The factory will be processing food like soybean oil, wheat and corn flour, and sugar from beets. Soybean oil and sugar suit us best. If the quality of wheat and corn flour were not very good, it would not affect us much. But the soybean oil is different. The more oil we produce and the better the quality, our oil will taste better and can fetch a better price. We can sell to the city, and this will be the same for sugar. The more sugar we produce and the finer our sugar, the more we can earn. This private factory really can compete with the state-owned grain depot? This private factory really can compete with the state-owned grain depot? Absolutely no problem. Because we intend to import advanced machines from the Soviet Union, and these machines were more advanced than the grain depot by more than 10 years. Feng Yu once again brought up the Soviet Union. Everyone looked up and admired the Soviet Union in that era. How much will those Soviet Union machines cost? These machines belong to my brother-in-law, and he will use these machines to exchange for the shares of the factory. I guarantee you all that if you invest 1,000 renminbi today, you will get 10,000 renminbi in 3 years' time. The more you invest, the more you can get back. You all decide for yourself how much to invest. We will not force you. Xingtai, your son can really talk. 1,000 renminbi can turn into 10,000 renminbi in 3 years. Then if I invest 5,000 renminbi now, and 3 years later I can get back 50,000 renminbi. Feng Yu was frustrated. It was not good being so young. Even he was currently attending high school. To these adults, he will always be a kid. No one will treat whatever he said seriously. Feng Xingtai saw the determination in Feng Yu's eyes, and he nodded. Yes. Good. Xingtai, you are the one who said this. You dare to put it in a contract. Feng Xingtai pridefully said, Of course I dare. When all of you invest, I also need to prepare the contracts. If I am not able to honor my promise in 3 years, you all can take away the machines. Okay, then I will invest. 10,000 renminbi. Feng Yu looked over. These people were the first few from the village which had become wealthy, but it was normal for them to be rich as they had tractors and harvesters. Also, they were the earlier ones who had cleared the land. After one of them took the leap, the others followed. 3,000 renminbi, 2,000 RMB. They invested whatever spare cash they had on hand, as the returns were better than leaving the money in the bank. Uncle 1, Dad, let's go to the farm department to look for the officer. Those 7 had agreed to invest, but Feng Xingtai did not collect the money yet. He got to wait till he got the approval from the farm department, then he will collect the money. Wen Deguang followed along and entered the car excitedly. Feng Xingtai was puzzled and said, Village head, I can look for the farm department officer myself. Don't need to trouble you. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. His father really thought that when Deguang was following along to help him, he was going there to claim credit. China was focusing on its economy, and this applies to their district as well. This investment amounts up to over 1 million RMB, and Wen Deguang was the one who headed it. This count as a political achievement for him. Dad, later you will say this. Feng Yu started to teach his father what to say again. The officer looked at the 3 people in front of him. Other than Wen Deguang, he had never met the other 2 before. But Wen Deguang said that they were from his village, and because of his persuasion, they decided to invest 1 million renminbi in building a food processing factory at the district. The officer's eyes widened. An investment of 1 million renminbi. When did the farm have a millionaire, and he didn't know about it? Mr. Feng, why did you choose to invest in a food processing factory with 1 million renminbi? You can do other businesses. For example, you can set up an animal farm. Whether if it was poultry or livestock, we have experts from our office and even the city to assist you. The officer had always wanted to develop animal farming, but the scale was too small. In the north, there was this big boss who owns a pig farm, and then everyone from that farm benefited from it. Officer, although I am not doing farming, I can produce animal feed. I wanted to set up the factory somewhere near to Bing City, and if not for when Deguang kept persuading me, I would never consider our farm. When the officer heard what Feng Xingtai had said, he knew that he must be careful with what he said. If not, Feng Xingtai might go elsewhere to set up the factory. Anyway, this factory was producing processed food products and was still considered in the same direction as what the higher-ups wanted. Furthermore, he can also claim credit for this 1 million renminbi investment. Then you will need a lot of workers? I can introduce some skilled workers to you. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu. Why was this officer saying the same thing as what Feng Yu told him earlier? I had discussed with Village Head 1. We will hire people from our village first. Of course, if you have suitable workers to introduce to me, we can also hire 4 or 5 of them. The monthly salary will not be less than 80 renminbi. The officer laughed and looked at Wen Deguang. This old one was thoughtful. Not only he had secured the vacancies for workers, and even kept some for the officer. Deputy Gu is retiring soon and needed someone to succeed him. Wen Deguang seems to be a good choice. With this 1 million renminbi investment and the support of the ex-leader, it shouldn't be a problem. Also, Wen Deguang can oversee the factory as he is familiar with the people there. Your factory is also considered set up by the locals, and the farm department can provide some benefits. I can allow the first year to be tax-free and 50% taxes for the following 2 years. I can allow you all to use that piece of land you requested, but if you want to purchase the land, it will cost at least 100,000 to 200,000 renminbi. Feng Xingtai smiled. I had prepared 300,000 renminbi. If you can give us a bigger plot of land, I don't mind using all 300,000 renminbi. No problem. I can agree to this too. Then when do you intend to start construction? Tomorrow. Feng Yu called the school and requested for 1 week leave to help his father set up the factory. The reason he gave to the school was that his second uncle had a fall, and he needs to take care of him for the next few days. Of course, Feng Yu doesn't have any second uncle. Xiao Yu, why are we using machines to dig the ground? How much will these cost? We can get people to dig manually, and it will be cheap. Furthermore, it's only the foundation. Why are we digging so deep? 1 meter will do. Feng Xingtai's heart was bleeding. This loser son of his spends money like water. Dad, it's only a small sum. Also, foundations are the most important for all buildings, and we should not save on this. Then we also don't need to build a wall to fence up our factory. Now the brick factory on our farm is only supplying their bricks to us. Feng Xingtai felt that Feng Yu was wasting money to build a wall around the perimeter of the land. Even if they wanted to have a yard, they could just use some branches as fences. Was there a need to use bricks to build a 2 meters high wall around the perimeter? Dad, our machines are costly. You are not afraid that someone would come and create trouble? What about those children from the village? They will sneak into play in the factory. What if they are injured by the machines? You bear to see that happen? Above the walls, we still need to install barbed wires and rear at least 10 guard dogs. We can't use mongrels. Mongrels are not fierce enough to scare people away. Feng Yu started to talk about his plans for the factory, but when he turned around, Feng Xingtai had left. It's depressing. There were generation gaps in this era. To maintain the quality of the construction, Feng Yu had spent a lot to hire a head engineer from the provincial construction company to lead the construction team. At first, the head engineer was not interested. This was only a 1-story factory in the farm, and there was no need for an engineer like him to oversee the construction. This was an insult to him. But when Feng Yu offered him 50 renminbi a day, he immediately changed his mind. He was an engineer, and his monthly salary was only slightly more than 100 renminbi. 10 days, and his salary will be 500 renminbi. This was too attractive. All available construction workers were hired from the farm, town, and farm department. There were more than 100 workers, and there was also construction machinery. What Feng Yu wanted was speed. In another 2 weeks, the land will freeze, and the construction will come to a halt. In that era, there was still no thawing agents or de-icing agents available. That's why he needed to expedite the construction of the factory. Feng Yu wanted the walls of the factory to be 50 centimeters thick despite the engineer telling him that 37 centimeters would be enough. Feng Yu felt that 37 centimeters thickness was not sturdy enough. There were enough bricks, cement, and workers around. Just build a sturdy factory. If the bricks were those hollow bricks, Feng Yu even wanted to add steel reinforcement beams. The factory was divided into 4 sections: oil extraction, sugar production, raw materials and storage, and animal feed sections. Each section occupies more than 10,000 square meters. If it was in his past life, this factory was considered an enormous factory. Feng Yu decided to carry on expanding the factory in future. There might still be a lot of empty spaces left after the first batch of machines was installed. But in future, Feng Yu will slowly fill up the empty spaces. He wants to build a food processing base. Xiaofeng boss, the construction cost for this factory must be high. It is not considered high. It should be around 1 million renminbi. Feng Yu felt that it was very cheap. In less than 10 years, there will be a highway passing through their district, and it will be about 100 meters away from the factory. This factory itself can fetch at least tens of millions then. Although it had exceeded the initial investment amount, Feng Yu still felt that it was a good deal. He doesn't even mind if the factory doesn't make any profits. Nevertheless, Feng Yu is still confident that this factory can make money and it will be a considerable profit. The engineer was shocked. This kid can really talk big. Kids from wealthy families were different. He was talking about 1 million renminbi, just like it was 100 renminbi. In the farm, 1 million renminbi can build 2 high-rise buildings. These types of production line were available in almost every Soviet Union cities. But the newest and most advanced machines were not cheap. After some discussion, they decided to get 3 types of production lines. Oil extraction and sugar production lines will be using the 1985 machine models, and the animal feed production line will be using the 1983 machine models. These machines were considered the most advanced in the whole of China. As for the price, Kirilenko gave Fengyu a 70% discount. This was a private deal between him and Fengyu. It will not be recorded in their company's books. The technology of these machines was more advanced than the most sophisticated machines in China by at least 10 years, and Fengyu had bought them for about half the price of domestic-produced machines. These machines were really dirt cheap. Of course, Kirilenko had forcibly purchased the machines as scrap metals from those factories. In that era, there were corruptions everywhere in the Soviet Union. This includes the state-owned factories. A few factories' directors made money for themselves by secretly selling off those in used production lines machines. It was easy to get these types of machines, but it was hard to get the production line machines for agricultural machinery. Fengyu not only wanted the production lines, he even wanted the technology. The technology was not only just the documents. It still needs the experts' guidance. After World War II, the Soviet Union had progressed so rapidly was because they had gotten many skilled talents from Germany. As such, they knew that they should not allow their experts to move out of the Soviet Union. However, the Soviet Union did cooperate with some Eastern Europe countries. But after the fallout with China, the Soviet Union's engineers were reluctant to work in China. Mainly, it was because China's reputation was smeared by the rest of the countries. Kirilenko had got his hands on the machines wanted by Bing City's machinery factory, but there were no engineers who were willing to come to China. If there were no experts to calibrate and set up the machines for the production lines, it would be hard for the workers at machinery factory to figure it out themselves. But Kirilenko promised Fengyu that he will solve this problem soon, and he will find those engineers that were willing to go over to China. Fengyu thought for a while, and said that he wants to offer high salaries for a few mechanical engineering experts. The Soviet Union's economy was going downhill, and their people's income remained stagnant since 1980. This year, they even had a drop in their income. A skilled mechanical engineer's salary was about 500 to 800 rubles a month, and Fengyu was offering 1,000 rubles a month for them if they come over to China to work. Engineers also need to feed their families. Many families in the Soviet Union were the same. The men would go out and work while the women stayed at home. Fengyu knew that if he offered a high salary, there would be engineers who were willing to work for him. Since Fengyu was willing to pay, then it will be easier for Kirilenko to look for engineers. However, Kirilenko told Fengyu that it was impossible for him to recruit too many engineers, but there shouldn't be any problem to get 3 to 5 engineers. Within a week, the construction was completed. There was a lot of firecrackers, and everyone was all smiles. However, only Feng Xingtai had a forced smile. The day before, Fengyu had calculated the total amount spent for the construction of the factory, and Feng Xingtai's heart almost stopped. Didn't Fengyu say that it will not be expensive to build the factory? This amount doesn't even include the machinery cost. If adding in the cost of the machines, the total amount should reach 2 million? When can they get back their investments just by selling some soybean oil and sugar? This good-for-nothing son must be taught a lesson with a beating. After the food processing factory was built, Feng Xingtai went to collect money. Many people in the village realized that he was not a cheat and wanted to invest. However, Feng Xingtai followed what Fengyu had said. Other than those 7 people and Wen Dongjuan's family, the rest can only invest 1,000 renminbi and nothing more. Also, they will have to undertake the risk themselves. If they are unhappy, they can choose not to invest. This was a private company, and the major shareholder called the shots. The 3 production lines were on its way to Bing City. There were also 3 engineers who had agreed to accept Fengyu's offer coming along. They will be working for Fengyu for 1 year. These engineers had worked in China 30 years ago, and that time, they were not experts yet. Brother Qi had told Fengyu that there were more than 10 people who were interested but were worried. These 3 engineers that came was because they were poor. If these 3 engineers were willing to stay on after 1 year, then next year there might be more people who are eager to come over and work. These 3 engineers were experts in mechanical engineering. They were skilled in setting up machines for production lines, calibrate machines, and even able to modify old machines from old factories. The machines ordered by the machinery factory was very cheap and more advanced than the present machines by 10 years. Li Mingda was anxious when he heard that the machines had been ordered but will only arrive in Bing City next month. The earlier the machines arrive, the earlier the machinery factory can replace the existing machines. The old machines can then be sold to smaller factories, and he will be able to reap some benefits from these sales. He had reported to his higher-ups in the city government, and the budget was approved. Why were these Soviets so slow? Of course, it was because of Feng Yu. He had asked Kirilenko to send the machines and the 3 engineers to his factory first. Also, the 3 engineers had to set up and calibrate the machines for his factory. The food processing factory had started to raise fund and stock up soybeans and beets. They had also bought the formula for making animal feeds with the residues from the soybeans and beets from the provincial government agricultural department, and the formula was compatible with their Soviet machines. Many trucks entered the factory, and the 3 experts supervised the unloading of the machines. Each expert was accompanied by a professional translator who was paid 10 renminbi a day. Feng Yu also came back to the factory from Bing City. He was afraid that the villagers would mistreat those engineers. These engineers were precious to Feng Yu as he needed them. Also, he needed these engineers to bring in more experts from the Soviet Union. They cannot be offended. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start. Growl. The machine started to move. Clean soybeans were dropped into a round cylinder, and after a while, yellow soybean oil began to flow out from the oil outlet. Success. Everyone cheered. The installation of the machines took a long time, and the first test was successful. But the Soviet engineers looked at the soybean oil and frowned. There was something wrong with the filters as there were some impurities in the oil. Other than this problem, the machine was operating well. The director of the district's good oil factory was present as well. He said he was there to watch and learn from them. He was there to find out what these Soviet Union machines were capable of. He stood there and waited for a while. Then he discussed something with the man beside him and sneeringly laughed before leaving Tai Hua Food Processing Factory. If their good oil factory were still using the same oil extraction method as last year, their production would not be as effective as these Soviet machines. But now, they were using the leaching process, and the amount of oil production was not lesser than these machines. In fact, they might even produce more oil compared to these machines in future. Also, the good oil factory had the support of the grain depot, and they had access to the raw ingredients. This Taihua factory was not a threat to them. The director wondered what the farm department officer was thinking. The officer was helping Taihua factory with all the application paperwork, and even gave priority for them to use electricity. Electricity was suggested by Feng Yu. The total investment for the factory amounted to 2 million renminbi, and hired a lot more workers. When Feng Yu indicated about the electricity supply, the officer agreed immediately. Even if there were a blackout at his office, the electricity supply to Taihua factory would not stop. There was a widespread shortage of electricity in China at that time. It was the same for their district. A few factories in the cities had only limited electricity supply. Power was supplied to them for a few hours every day and night. This would be fine at the farmlands if they were only doing farming works. But this was critical for a factory. If there were no stable electricity supply, the production would be intermittent, and how can they make money? The oil press and the sugar production machines were tested, and the calibration was completed. The efficiency of these machines was much higher than domestic machines and was using lesser electricity. Feng Yu intent to return to Bing City after the testing of the animal feed machines the next day. At night, Feng Xingtai suddenly told Feng Yu that this factory might not make any profits. Dad, how can this be? The soybeans and beet residues from the oil extraction and sugar production machines can be mixed with corn and wheat to produce animal feeds. This will greatly reduce our cost. The oil extraction and sugar production rate is very high. Especially we are producing fine sugar. The taste is sweeter. I will be taking care of the sales. What else are you worried about? I heard that Good Oil Factory is using a new method of extracting oil. They are using something called the leaching process, and the quantity they produce is not lesser than our machines. How can we make money? Feng Yu laughed and shook his head. Dad, you just wait. Brother Li will bring 2 people here in the next 2 days. You just follow what they tell you. I guarantee that we will be making a lot of money. Really? Of course. 2 days later, Li Shiqiang came to Taihua factory with a big truck. Clear plastic bottles were unloaded from the truck. Xiao Li, these are containers for the oil? We're not using big bottles. Now, Everyone who bought oil from the shops or factories would bring their own bottles, and the oil would be poured into those bottles from a big container. They have never seen oil sold in small plastic bottles. Those people in the cities were much worse than them. If they want to purchase cooking oil, they need to produce a commodity ticket to enjoy a discount. If not, they would need to pay a higher price. Uncle Fong, these are the bottles for our soybean oil. This bottle can hold about 1.6 liters. Isn't this quantity too little? How long can one bottle last? These plastic bottles are also not cheap. One look and Feng Xingtai knew that this was his good-for-nothing son's idea. Sell oil and even give out a plastic bottle for free. Xiao Yu said that he wanted the bottles to be small, but there will be 5 liters bottles. I will send them over when those bottles are produced in the next 2 days. The sales of this soybean oil will be handled by our Tai Hua Trading Company. We will be selling these oil at a high price of 15 cents for 0.5 liters. What? 15 cents for 0.5 liters of oil? That's too expensive. Who will buy this oil? Feng Xingtai shouted. The Good Oil Factory was selling 0.5 liters at 11 cents. Uncle Feng, you did not hear wrongly. 15 cents is what we will be paying to Tai Hua Food Processing Factory. Tai Hua Trading will be selling these oil for at least 20 cents per 0.5 liters. 20 cents per 0.5 liters? How can it be so expensive? You know how much does 0.5 kilograms of pork cost? Uncle Feng, you just trust Feng Yu. He calls this the premium, high-end strategy. He is targeting those staying in the city. Temporarily, we will supply to Bing City and then the province. By next year, our oil will be sold in Lin Province. What? Premium oil? Ours are only normal soybean oil. Feng Xingtai was confused. Uncle Feng, our soybeans were carefully selected, right? Our machines were also more advanced, and the extracted oil had to undergo a few rounds of filtering. The quality is much better than the oil sold by the Good Oil Factory. This is called premium. You also notice that there were more and more rich people in the cities. They will be buying our oil even if our oil is more expensive. Don't worry. We are not cheating people. Xiao Yu had said that we can surely make a fortune. Feng Yu obediently stayed in school for a few days. It was the midterm exams, and the students were not allowed to apply for leave. This period, Feng Yu had missed a few days of lessons. Luckily for him, Lina could give him tuition, and he soon caught up with the others. Year 1 was not too difficult. It was Year 2 that was hard. All it takes was to memorize stuff, and Feng Yu had a good memory in his present life. He was still about to get the 10th place in this midterm exams. Those that scored lower than Feng Yu wanted to kill themselves. Except for Wen Dongjun. To Wen Dongjun, as long he was not the last, it's okay. There were still a few who had scored lower than him. When he entered high school, he was in the last position, and now there were a few behind him. This was a vast improvement. Improving a few positions in an exam, then when it was the graduation examinations, he would be in the top 3 places. When Feng Yu heard Wen Dongjuan's theory, he was shocked. Where did he get the confidence to say that he will improve a few positions every exam? These that were behind him were those that had direct entry into the school, and their results were never good. If not considering those few, Wen Dongjun was still in the last position. Forget it. Just let him be. Anyway, Feng Yu had ways to get him into university. Editor Zhang, we are also considered old friends. Your advertising fees are too high. During summer, a full-page advertisement only cost 10,000 renminbi. Last week, it was 14,000 renminbi. Now Editor Zhang wanted 20,000 renminbi for a 1-week ad. No choice. I was scolded by my higher-ups because of your last advertisements. Now, it's 20,000 renminbi if not. You can forget about advertising. Editor Zhang was jealous of Feng Yu's success with the wind and rain electric fans last summer. Just by selling some electric fans, and Feng Yu could earn so much. The last time, he raised the advertising fees, and Feng Yu agreed without any bargaining. So, this time Feng Yu will also accept the new prices. FCK. Which officer will scold you? I had agreed to 15,000 renminbi for 7 days of advertisements, and it was only a full-page advertisement. Now you are asking for 20,000 renminbi? If not for this provincial newspaper, were circulating throughout the whole province, and even sold to Lin Province, Feng Yu would have turned and left. There were still other newspaper agencies. The daily newspaper had increased 4 more pages in their newspapers, and their advertising revenue had grown a lot. They even raised their advertising fees with reference to the wind and rain advertisements. But till now, no one could repeat wind and rain fans' advertising miracle. Editor Zhang can't wait for Feng Yu to perform another miracle so he can prove to the other advertisers. Look, it's not about our newspaper. It was because of your products. You look at others, every time he advertises his products, he was able to profit from it. Now everywhere is charging this price. If you don't believe, you can go and ask around. Furthermore, Mr. Feng's family business is so successful and can't be short of these tens of thousands. Such arrogance. At Editor Zhang's level, his salary was at most 1,000 renminbi a year, and he was talking about 10 to 20,000 of RMB like it was 10 cents or 20 cents. Editor Zhang, it's fine if you want to earn more money, but you should at least increase the days. How about this? From tomorrow onwards, till New Year Eve, I will give you 50,000 renminbi. One day would be more than 1,000 renminbi. No way. One full-page advertisement, 40 over days for only 50,000 renminbi? 100,000 renminbi. I can let you advertise for 2 months. Although the advertisement fees had increased, there were not many that were willing to advertise. Also, no one advertised more than a week. The pressure on Editor Zhang was immense. 2 months for 100,000 renminbi? How about this? 4 months for 200,000 renminbi, but on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Lunar New Year's Eve, and Lunar New Year, you must give me 2 full-page advertisement space. If you still don't agree to this, then I will look for another newspaper to advertise. Deal? Mr. Feng is so straightforward, and I shall not bargain further. It's only another full-page advertisement on holidays. Absolutely no problems. Mr. Feng, shall we sign the contract now? Editor Zhang was overjoyed. He did not expect Feng Yu to be so generous. 200,000 renminbi. This year, the newspaper agency will be able to have a good bonus. No problem. It will be the same as our previous deals. If the advertising message is not against the law, I can do whatever I want, and you all cannot make any changes. We are also allowed to change the products to any products sold by my company, as and when we like. If you break the contract, you will have to compensate me 2 times my advertising fees, which is 400,000 renminbi. To prevent Editor Zhang making things difficult for him later due to jealousy, it would be better to make things clear now. Feng Yu does not trust these government officials. These people do not abide by the contracts and just do whatever they want. No problem. We had worked together so many times before. Did I object when you changed the advertisements and pictures every day? Come, Mr. Feng, taste this pu'er tea. This tea was given to me by my leaders. It was mid-October. People of Longjiang province were going to work as usual. These people would buy a copy of the newspaper out of habit to find out what was happening in Longjiang province. This article is quite interesting. It's about lifestyle tips. It listed some food that can't be mixed as it might be poisonous. The second part of the article was even more interesting. It explains how soybean cooking oil was made, the traditional way and the latest leaching process of extracting oil from soybean. Oh no, this is too much. The soybean oil produced using the leaching process is considered chemical products. It uses gasoline to extract the oil from the soybeans. Isn't gasoline made from crude oil? Is that still edible? No wonder the prices of meat had been increasing, but the prices of soybean oil remained the same. This leaching process oil extraction method is just producing poisonous oil. This soft sell advertising used by Feng Yu was quite famous in the later years. It was used on the internet, newspapers, everywhere, and it was quite effective too. Feng Yu did not write that this type of soybean oil was inedible, or it was harmful to people. That would be spreading rumors. Anyway, he had also eaten these types of oil for several years in his previous life, and nothing had happened to him. His immune system even got better. He was not even afraid of gutter oil. The next day, Editor Zhang was called up by his leaders for a scolding. How can he publish this type of articles? This leaching process was the most advanced method of extracting oil internationally. Everyone at the good oil factory also eats this oil. If there are problems with this method, will they still eat it? This got to be clarified as soon as possible. Before Editor Zhang called for Feng Yu, Feng Yu came looking for him with the article for the next day. This article states that the leaching process method was using the latest technology to extract the oil, and there should not be any harmful substances left. If not, the government would not approve this method. This was considered clarifying the rumors about the leaching process. However, at the back of the people's mind, they were still suspicious. The article states that there should not be any harmful substances remain. That means there could also be the possibility that there are still toxic substances remaining. The third day, the article in the newspaper was about the benefits of pressing extraction method. Authentic flavors, more aromatic, full of vitamin E, more extended expiry date, no additives, and absolutely no solvent residues. As for the leaching method, you can check with Good Oil Factory. This era, there were only a few grades of cooking oil. First grade, second grade, third grade, etc. This was also just introduced in that year. Feng Yu remembered that in his past life, the labels of the cooking oil were regulated and must state the method of production, whether the oil was made from genetically modified soybeans, for the consumers to choose on their own. For the next few days, there were lots of articles for soybean oil made from these two methods. Feng Yu even cited from books written by experts and professors in his articles to increase the credibility of the article. From Bing City to the whole province, everyone was suspicious of soybean oil made from the leaching method. Was it safe to eat that oil? Just when everyone was discussing, Feng Yu asked his men to drive a truck loaded with those 5-liter bottles of soybean oil to the Office of Foreign Trade. Today he will be giving gifts openly. Chief Zhang, are you busy? Not so. What are you here for? Nothing much. It's just that my company had some excellent quality soybean oil. I just wanted to give the Office of Foreign Trade some samples. This is not bribery. This is just to let the leaders help us sample the taste and give us some suggestions. Oh, the excuse this time is quite innovative. Free sampling and want feedback from us. Okay, then send those samples to our canteen. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head and laughed. He will not reject these types of gifts if it benefits everyone in the department. Anyway, these were only soybean oil, and how much can it cost? A while later, Chef Li from the staff canteen came and said that there was too much oil. The canteen only prepares lunch, and he estimates these oils will last them until New Year. This was not a small amount. After Feng Yu finished supervising the unloading, he came back to Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Zhang Ruiqiang asked Feng Yu, what was the meaning of this? Why did he give so much oil? It's really for everyone to sample and give feedback. Our oil was pressed from the Soviet Union imported machines. There are no additives and is healthy. If Chief Zhang asks me if I have any request, then I shall speak my mind. I wish to add the words specially catered for on the packaging. Specially catered for the Office of Foreign Trade? No. Zhang Ruiqiang's face changed. If this matter spread to his leaders, what would they think of the whole department? No. Chief Zhang misunderstood me. It's not specially catered for the Office of Foreign Trade. It's just the words specially catered for. We had not only gave samples to your department. We had also given samples to internal hotel, the city government's guest house, the police stations, motor factory, etc. Feng Yu had a sly smile. Zhang Ruiqiang pointed at Feng Yu, but could not say a word. He did not expect Feng Yu to have connections with so many departments. These departments were trusted by the people, and this is not advertising. They allow you to state that your oil is specially catered for them. No, but they are all using our Tai Hua premium cooking oil now. Chief Zhang, don't worry. I will not make use of your department's name. You better make things clear. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that something was off, but he was still not sure what was Feng Yu going to do. Feng Yu took out a photograph and placed it in front of Zhang Ruiqiang. It was a photograph of a truckload full of Tai Hua premium cooking oil unloading its goods in front of the motor factory. You also took pictures just now. Zhang Ruiqiang was not happy. Chief Zhang, the words that will be written besides this photograph will be, the motor factory is sampling Tai Hua premium cooking oil. What I did was just reporting facts and not making up things. What you wrote was the truth, but others may not understand that. Forget it. I will not dispute with you on this matter. You got all the approval for this oil. Is it really using the Soviet Union's technologies and machines? Absolutely. Our machines were state-of-the-art and the most advanced in China. I got all the approvals and paperwork done. If not, I would not dare to send my oil to your canteen. Zhang Ruiqiang hesitated for a while and asked, was gasoline really used in the leaching method of extracting oil? Why can't we taste it? It's true. You can ask the agricultural department or the Good Oil Factory. They are all using this process. This process was effective. Our country started to promote this process 2 years ago, and this year, this method was introduced to the whole country. This year, my district's factory also started to use this process to extract oil. No, it should be called refining the oil. These are all chemically produced oil. It's normal for people to not taste the difference. Refining oil. This term scared Zhang Ruiqiang. He suddenly felt a little queasy. Is that oil edible? But if it is not, why would the country promote them? But no matter what, he was still feeling uncomfortable. In future, his family should also eat soybean oil made by the pressing method. He dared not to eat those oil produced from the leaching process. After leaving the Office of Foreign Trade, Feng Yu went to the departments he mentioned to Zhang Ruiqiang. Actually, other than the motor factory, he had not sent the oil to other departments. Feng Yu used the photograph taken at the motor factory to bluff Zhang Ruiqiang. Later, he will use 2 pictures on other departments. If he could get 1 or 2 specially catered for signages or banners and hang it outside his company, it would be better than any advertisement. The following few days, there was a few photographs with the advertising articles in the newspapers. These photographs were pictures of Taihua premium cooking oil trucks unloading at XX department or XX canteens. On the truck, there was a slogan sprayed: Taihua premium cooking oil, pressing out conscience oil, specially catered for. This way, everyone was sure. Look, all these big factories and government departments were using this brand of cooking oil. There must be something wrong with the oil produced by the leaching process. But they also noticed that after the words specially catered for, it was blocked. They can't tell which department the oil was specially catered for. Everyone was guessing, but in the end, they reached a conclusion. Everyone said that the oil was specially catered for the leaders. Nothing was written after specially catered for. That was to let the people guess what was written after that. They can imagine whatever they want. Sigh. Only the leaders get to enjoy this type of oil. We, ordinary folks, can just stick to leaching processed oil. But later, there was a piece of good news on the papers. Taihua premium cooking oil, now available in Bing City's cooperatives. This was because the leaders were under pressure, and that's why they allowed the sales of the oil they were eating to the public. Some couldn't wait and went straight to the cooperatives after work. When they reached, they still must queue up. Look, everyone is buying this oil. We must also get this oil. It's not good for elderly and children to eat chemically processed food. What? This oil is so expensive? 1 renminbi for a 1.5 liters bottle. Humph, the oil used by the leaders were so expensive. But we can still afford it. There is also a 5 liters bottle. 3 renminbi. Then give me that 5 liters bottle. Oh, the plastic container is free, and we don't need to return? Not bad. Buy oil and comes along with a free bottle. At that juncture, Wu Jigang and the rest were giving out money to the teenagers from the motor factory hostel. These teenagers were not attending schools or working. Keep this money, everyone. These oils are also for you all. Bring them back. These oils taste better than those at your home. These teenagers were instructed to queue up at various cooperatives since the early afternoon in batches. Every one of them bought a big bottle of Taihua premium cooking oil with the money given by Wu Jigang. Not only that, every one of them got 5 renminbi. There were more than 30 of them. With these lads queuing up, those that were still sitting on the fences made up their minds. Now, everyone is buying this brand of oil, so it must be good and must be specially catered for the leaders. With Feng Yu's careful planning and execution, Taihua premium cooking oil became very popular in Bing City. But the response in other places in Longjiang province was lackluster. After all, Taihua premium cooking oil was priced more than double of regular soybean oil. Not many are willing to spend so much on soybean oil. Although there were some effects from the soft sell advertisements, the TV stations started a series of programs to explain the leaching process. Even the workers at the soybean oil factories are eating those oils. If there are indeed problems with the oil, why would the workers still eat them? If it's only the Bing City market, Taihua factory can surely make money. But Taihua trading was not making much money. They had given out too many free samples, and the price they were getting from Taihua factory was higher than the market rate. As such, Feng Yu decided to increase the advertising efforts to let more people remember Taihua premium cooking oil. When people buy cooking oil, they will remember his brand. His goods were distributed to the whole province, but the quantity was low. 1/3 of the oil that was produced these few days remained in Bing City. 1/3 was sent to the cooperatives in other places within the province, and 1/3 was given out as samples. Other than the cooperatives in Bing City bought the oil directly, the other cooperatives were getting the oil on consignment model. It was due to the prices set by Feng Yu. Those cooperatives did not think that these oils will sell well. These oils really did not sell well. Despite the advertisements on the papers every day, there were very few people who bought these oils. Taihua Premium Cooking Oil, made from high-grade natural soybeans. Pressed using the most advanced Soviet Union machines. No chemical additives. The chosen oil used in the European noble's kitchen. A 20-year-old girl, wearing an apron with Taihua Premium Cooking Oil's logo printed on it, was stir-frying prawns, and there was masculine voice reading the advertising message. The last scene was the young girl holding a 1.5 liters bottle of Taihua Premium Cooking Oil. Somehow, Feng Yu felt some regrets. There was not high-definition video camera yet. If he can produce A Bite of China, China's first documentary about Chinese cuisine, filmed using high-definition video cameras in 2012, the effect would be better. But never mind it. Feng Yu was still quite pleased with this. This advertisement had highlighted the concept of natural food products. Now, no one understands this concept yet, but it still gives people the impression of high-grade food products. Together with the advertisements on natural food products in the papers, natural food products were popularized. The 10 seconds advertisement was aired 3 times a day on the provincial TV station. Once at noon, once in the late afternoon, and once during the prime time at night. This era, the television advertising fees were quite expensive. But it was the CCTV that was high, and the provincial TV station advertising airtime was still not that high. Just like now, 3 advertisements for 1 year only cost Feng Yu a few $100,000. But Feng Yu had added a clause in the contract which was the advertisement can be changed anytime. A few days later, when the packaging for the sugar was ready, he would do a round of promotions for his sugar. If it were in Feng Yu's previous life, this advertisement would not be allowed to be aired. The chosen oil used in the European noble's kitchen was a lie. Europe doesn't use soybean oil in this era. But how many people in China knew about this? Most people in this era believed everything that was aired on TV. Feng Yu's advertising message highlighted how precious the premium oil was, coupled with the scene of a young lady cooking with the oil, had created a deep impression on the audience. The young lady cooking was his sister, Feng Danying. Feng Yu wanted to let his sister have a feel of being a commercial star. He hired a makeup artist from the TV station to put on light makeup for his sister. This was very different from the makeup trend in this era, where everyone put on thick makeup and bright red lipsticks. Many people thought that his sister did not put on any makeup. Feng Danying was young and pretty in the first place, and after putting on light makeup, she was not any inferior to any movie stars. Li Shiqiang was also at the scene of filming, and he was smitten by the beauty of Feng Danying. The day after the advertisement was aired, Feng Yu's mother called him and asked him if the person cooking was his sister. After getting the answer from Feng Yu, her tone changed and said, "She can get to star in the commercial just because she can cook? Is her cooking better than me?" Feng Yu quickly explained to her that it was because of the lack of time. Next time, he will get his mother to star in the commercial. The advertisement can be changed after 1 month. A middle-aged woman cooking might have better effects. But now, he only wanted to attract the attention of the viewers, and his sister's image was more suitable. In the northern region, Jia City, 2 women in their 30s were walking towards the cooperative after work. "What are you buying?" "Taihua Premium Cooking Oil." "What about you?" "Me too." This oil was made using the most advanced technology from the Soviet Union, and it should taste good. Not only it will taste good, but it is also made naturally with no chemical additives. My son had just attended school and should not be eating those cooking oil made from chemicals. That's right. Even though it is more expensive, but it only costs slightly more. Even the nobles in Europe are using this type of oil, and now we can also experience being a noble too. This type of scenes were common in many cities of Longjiang province, and these cities were different from Bing City. These cities had a lower level of acceptance. The sales of the big bottles were low in those cities, but the sales of the small bottles were not bad. Many were just buying the small bottles to try it first. But Feng Yu knew that when the TV commercial carries on airing every day, people will get used to Taihua Premium Oil, and they will continue to buy Taihua Premium Cooking Oil. The taste of their oil was indeed better. Now, Taihua Factory had hired a lot of workers under Feng Yu's instruction. The factories in the cities were operating in 3 shifts, but at Taihua Factory, the workers were working in 4 shifts. Firstly, these people were farmers. Even if operating the machines were easy to pick up, they had a lack of concern for safety compared to those working in factories for some years. Also, working with machines had some danger. For instance, adding the raw materials into the machines and fire safety. These people did not have a serious view on workplace safety. They might get seriously injured or even die if there were any accidents. If that happens, no amount of compensation would be enough. This was especially important as their district only had a population of 20,000. If there were any accidents in the factory, the news would spread quickly and the reputation of the factory would be tarnished. Feng Yu also decided to headhunt 2 management staffs from the city. But the ones he targeted had rejected him despite offering them more than double their existing salaries. They wanted to remain in the state-owned factories as it was considered an iron rice bowl to them. Why should they go and work in a small factory in the countryside? They would not leave even if they were offered 3 times their current salaries. Feng Yu was disappointed. He can only train his staff himself. He hired those retired factory supervisors to conduct classes on workplace safety for the workers at Taihua Factory to raise their safety awareness. This period, they had purchased almost 100 tons of soybean and had produced 15 tons of soybean oil. Just with soybean oil, Taihua Factory had made more than 15,000 renminbi. It was only a short period of time, and they could earn so much. Feng Xingtai was overjoyed. Based on this result, just by soybean oil, the factory could make about 40,000 renminbi a month and close to 500,000 renminbi a year. Now, he was convinced of what his son had said. 3 years to turn 1,000 renminbi into 10,000 renminbi. But at the same time, he was also worried. They had produced so much sugar, but it was still not sold to the public. Could it be the sugar was unpopular? Why not sell off these sugar production machines and get more machines to produce soybean oil? These soybean oils were popular and can earn more money. Although Feng Yu was not a professional in sales, he had the advantage of the knowledge of future years. Thus, even if he was not able to create some sales miracles, but he will never make a loss. Feng Yu had asked Wu Jigang to contact the sugar and animal feed dealers from other provinces. The focus on soybean oil was only temporarily. He was confident that this business would be profitable for at least 3 to 5 years. Before Feng Yu started to promote his sugar, the machines he ordered for the machinery factory arrived at Bing City. Li Shiqiang went to the village and brought the 3 experts back to Bing City. They were no longer needed at the factory, but Feng Yu still needed them. Director Li, the production line had arrived. Please send someone to collect it. Li Mingde sprang up from his chair. He was waiting for this news for the many days. That's great. I will ask my men to go over immediately. Director Li, this is the procurement list from our company. Please take a look and make payments. Li Mingde was shocked. Why would Feng Yu show him the procurement list? This way, he would know the actual cost of the machines. Although even if Feng Yu does not tell him about the actual costs, he got his ways to find out. But this was 2 different things. Li Mingde took the list from Feng Yu and was surprised that the machines were so cheap. He could not understand that since the machines were so cheap, even if Feng Yu increased the prices by 20%, he would also agree to it. The budget he got from the city government was not a small sum. Mr. Feng, how much should I pay your company? Li Mingde asked. If Feng Yu wanted 10%, he would agree to it on the spot. But if Feng Yu wanted more, he would ask the city government to pressurize him. If he was able to save for the machinery factory, that means he was saving money for the city government. It was written on the list. All the equipment cost 2 million rubles. The transportation and taxes cost 400,000 rubles. Total will be 2.4 million rubles. Don't tell me Director Li does not want to pay. If you don't want these machines, I can sell these for 3 million rubles to the factory in Lin Province. I want. Who said that I don't want these machines? I will send you the money later. No, I will ask my men to transfer the money to you now. Li Mingde knew that Feng Yu was not bluffing. Even if these machines were priced at 4 million rubles, there were a lot of factories queuing up to buy from him. But why didn't Feng Yu inform him before the machines arrive? He could ask his leaders to make the appropriate arrangements to avoid taxes. Feng Yu smiled and waved his hand. No hurry. I have a question. Did any of the staffs in your factory studied in the Soviet Union before? No. Then did any one of them worked in the Soviet Union before? No. Then can you all handle the setup and calibration of these machines? Li Mingde was embarrassed. What Feng Yu said was true. These machines were more advanced than those in his factory. He was not confident of doing the setup and calibration of these machines themselves. Seems like he can only ask his leaders for help to send some engineers from the bigger factories over. We will be able to sort this out. Feng Yu nodded. This was as what he expected. Oh yes, Director Li. I had also purchased a batch of agricultural machines production technology. It includes the design and blueprints of tractors, seeder, rotary tiller, harvester, and other types of machines. Are you interested? Feng Yu asked. Li Mingda's breathing grew heavy. Mr. Feng, are you serious? You have the technologies for these machines? Yes, and not only that. I had also hired 3 experts in machinery design and fabrication. Not only they can help you with the setting up of the production lines and calibration, but they can also help you upgrade your existing machines. Of course, they can also teach these new technologies to your engineers. Then I can only thank you. On behalf of the 800 staffs of the machinery factory, I thank Mr. Feng. Wait a second. Don't thank me first. Like I said earlier, I had spent a lot for these technologies and had paid high salaries for these 3 experts. Director Li really want to take these away for free. Feng Yu was frustrated. Didn't he make it very clear just now? All these cost a lot. Why was Director Li thanking him for? Li Mingda laughed embarrassedly. How much more do we have to pay for these technologies and the 3 experts? Feng Yu had a satisfied look on his face. That's right. I did not earn from these machines, and you thought I am running a charity? Not expensive. The total is only 3 million rubles. These 3 experts can work for you for 6 months, and they will leave after that. How much? 3 million rubles? Mr. Feng, you can't ask for such high prices. Li Mingda was astounded. He did not expect these technologies and the experts to cost more than the machines. How is this price too high? If Director Li is not interested, you can tell me straight. I had spent a lot for these technologies and experts, and I did not even earn from you. It is only 3 million rubles, and our Bing City's machinery factory would be ahead of the whole China and even the whole world with regards to the production of agricultural machinery. Furthermore, there are 3 experts included to guide you. This is a good thing, and you still feel that this is expensive? Feng Yu said with a shocked expression on his face. Actually, these technologies and the machines cost a total of 2 million rubles. Although these machines were advanced, they were not the latest technology. Kirilenko had quoted Feng Yu 800,000 rubles for these machines, and 120,000 rubles was for the technology's documents and blueprints. Of course, Kirilenko had gotten these for much lesser. If these technologies were sold on the open market, it would be sold for much more than 3 million rubles. Feng Yu had asked Kirilenko to include the technology prices together with the machines. Although the taxes for doing this would be higher, this would hide the cost of the technologies. It was also not easy for Kirilenko to get his hands on these, and there were risks involved too. In future, they might not have the chance to. How could Feng Yu miss this opportunity to make some profits? Mr. Feng, we are all Bing City's citizens, and this was for the good of the city. Can't the price of the technologies be lower? Now Director Li wants to talk about relationships? Who was the one who backstabbed Feng Yu earlier? I suddenly remembered that I have to make a trip to Lin province tomorrow. I need to rest early today. So, if there is nothing else, I will make a move. Feng Yu said and stood up. Li Mingda stretched out his hands and pressed Feng Yu's shoulders, pushing him back into the chair. Mr. Feng, we had not finished discussing yet. Please stay for a little longer. Feng Yu said with an angry expression. What's there to discuss? You are the one who thinks that this is expensive. No problem. I also felt that the price is a bit high. Maybe those Soviets had cheated me. I will go to Lin province to ask the factories. If they are also not willing to buy, I will think of ways to refund these. Humph. What more advanced than China by 10 years? I will not do these types of business with them again. No. Mr. Feng, please wait for a while. I need to make some calls first. Please stay for lunch at our canteen. I will give you an answer later in the afternoon. Feng Yu reluctantly agreed to wait for Li Mingda's good news. Feng Yu didn't get the chance to wait for the good news from Li Mingda. He received a piece of bad news, an invitation by the city's deputy mayor. Feng Yu's first reaction was that Li Mingda was up to something again. He must be using his connection with the deputy mayor to force Feng Yu to sell or even give the technology and the experts to the machinery factory. FCK. Feng Yu really hate this Li Mingda. Feng Yu had thought that Li Mingda had accused Feng Yu of smuggling was just to protect the interest of the factory and its staffs, and because of this, he did not blame him. But now, this guy was creating trouble for him again. However, Feng Yu was also waiting for the chance to meet the deputy mayor. One of the reasons he was selling the machines and the technologies separately was to get the chance to meet the deputy mayor. He wanted to make use of the deputy mayor to beef up the security of Bing City. But when he met the deputy mayor, he was surprised. Why was the deputy mayor him? The deputy mayor who was sitting at his desk smiling to Feng Yu was no other than Zhang Ruiqiang. Chief Zhang. No, it should be Deputy Mayor Zhang. How come it's you? Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? I was transferred here yesterday. In future, I will be working here in the city government. Zhang Ruiqiang was laughing happily. He seldom gets the chance to see Feng Yu's surprised look. This Feng Yu always had a calm and composed look and looks like he got everything under his control. Are you surprised? Feng Yu was surprised but not shocked. He knew that Zhang Ruiqiang would be transferred to the city government to be the deputy mayor and then promoted to the position of mayor. After that, he was promoted to the ministries of the states. But Feng Yu could not remember the exact dates when all these happened. He was not sure when Zhang Ruiqiang was transferred here in his past life, but he knew that Zhang Ruiqiang's transfer should be around this period. I was a little surprised, but not very surprised. For someone as talented as yourself, you should be in the city government. Congratulations on your promotion. You know why I asked you here today? Zhang Ruiqiang stood up and walked to the sofa with Feng Yu. You wanted me to know where your office is so that I know where to look for you. Feng Yu pretended to not know the reason. Stop all these pretending with me. You had imported those advanced machines from the Soviet Union to sell to our machinery factory. This is very good. You are making contributions to our homeland. But why do the technologies need such high prices? Zhang Ruiqiang pointed at Feng Yu and asked. I'm innocent. Mayor Zhang, did Li Mingda tell you that I had imported those machines from the Soviet Union for 2 million rubles, and together with the taxes and transportation charges, the total is 2.4 million rubles. Lin Province had offered me a high price, but I did not sell to them. Li Mingda only wanted to pay me 2.4 million ruble. I am making a loss here. I also need to spend money to entertain those Soviets. My actual cost for these machines was over 3 million rubles. Really? Zhang Ruiqiang did not believe Feng Yu. If it was over 3 million rubles, why would Feng Yu let Li Mingda see the procurement list from his company? Of course it's true. If it was not me using my connections, you could not get these technologies for even 5 million rubles. You can go and ask Li Mingda if he can purchase those type of machines. The technologies were more precious than the machines. The Great One had just said that science and technology are the most important things for productions. In September, the Great One had just introduced the concept of science and technology as the most important things for productions. Zhang Ruiqiang knew about this, but he did not expect Feng Yu also knew about it too. I shall be truthful to you. The city government gave the machinery factory a budget of 15 million renminbi, 2.4 million rubles for the machines, and the rest for the technology. This was not even 4 million rubles. This was a considerable discrepancy with what Feng Yu expected. Feng Yu thought that the technology was worth at least 20 million renminbi. Although he had spent 2 million rubles to obtain the technology, he still owes Kirilenko a favor. Furthermore, the machines and the technologies were worth more than 5 million rubles. Feng Yu even felt that 20 million renminbi was too little. Now he was offered only 15 million renminbi. The difference was too big. Mayor Zhang also thinks that these technologies should be cheaper than the machines? No problem. I can go to Lin Province's machinery factory. I think they are willing to give me a good price for it. Do you believe that if I spread words of me having the Soviet Union's technologies for agricultural machines, I am able to sell these technologies for more than 15 million renminbi? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Then why didn't you do that? Fine, just tell me what you want, other than money. If it is not illegal, I might agree to it. Zhang Ruiqiang's years in the government service was not for show. He could climb to this position before 40 years old, meant that he was competent. Since Feng Yu had said all these, then he must want something that was not in monetary terms. Feng Yu touched his nose out of embarrassment when he saw that Zhang Ruiqiang got what he was implying. Actually, I also wanted to do something for my homeland, and I am willing to accept a lower price. Since you mention it, then I shall have a small request. Don't you think Bing City is a bit chaotic? Chaotic? What do you mean? The city's planning or the security or something else? Security. Law and order are critical for a city to attract investors. Earlier, my company was thrashed, and you also knew about this. Song Laoxi's nephew was so arrogant, and not to mention Song Laoxi. Now Song Laoxi is still enjoying his life. There is still Cripple Wang, Brother Ku, and the Western Buns. They are all secret societies. To tell you truthfully, if it wasn't for the feelings I had for Bing City, I would have moved my company to elsewhere. Although, I might need to start from scratch again. But that is better than living in fear every day. Feng Yu's original plan was to tell the deputy mayor about this and let him inform the higher-ups. If the city government decided to act against these gangs, then these bosses would be eliminated. This was bothering Feng Yu for a long time. Zhang Ruiqiang took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and inhaled deeply. He kept quiet for a long time. Feng Yu was frustrated. It can't be the city government had no intentions to clean up these gangs, and they are waiting for the central government to pass the instructions down. Or could it be that the chips Feng Yu used to negotiate with Zhang Ruiqiang were not attractive enough? I was just transferred here, and I am still not familiar with the people and things here. The leaders might not listen to me. Zhang Ruiqiang knew that the leaders were making use of these gangs to do some dirty deeds for them when needed. At the same time, they were also collecting evidence against them. Once they had enough evidence, they will arrest these gangs. If they were to stop these gangs now, it would be useless. That's the reason why Zhang Ruiqiang did not promise Feng Yu. So, you're going to sit here and do nothing about them? They may contribute to Bing City's economy, but they are also bringing more harm to the city. I don't believe that you are unaware of their evil deeds. Those are not rumors. Feng Yu was furious. If a good person did one wrong thing, they would be scolded and punished by everyone. But if a wicked person did a good deed, everyone will forgive the bad things that person had done in the past. This was why good people are hard to become saints. But for an evil person who was willing to change for the better, he would become a saint immediately. I will not let them be. Within a year, they will be eliminated. I swear by the party. Although Zhang Ruiqiang had promised Feng Yu, he was still not satisfied. In the original timeline, these people, like Song Laoxi and Cripple Wang, can still enjoy their lives for another 2 years. The time was shortened, but it was not enough. Many wealthy people like to donate to the police and the government to improve the security. That was because even if you are wealthy and able to hire a lot of bodyguards, but you might still not be a match for those vicious villains. Just like Hong Kong's richest man, Superman Lee. He was influential, but his son was still easily kidnapped by some kidnappers. The kidnappers even went to his house to demand a 100 million ransom. After that, Superman Lee donated a large sum of money to the police and government to improve the monitoring systems and the police equipment. But what's the use? 100 million was gone, and the whole world knows about it. It even caused Superman Lee's company share prices to drop. Feng Yu does not want that. He still prefers the security of the big cities in his previous life. There were no guns and not many who were willing to risk their lives. Mayor Zhang, I had made it very clear just now. If you want me to accept such low prices, then you must improve the security. If there are no law and order, who is willing to come and invest here? This is business. Since you are not able to meet my demands, then you must give me a price that satisfies me. I can never accept a few million RMB. You can have other conditions, like lesser income tax or company tax. That is unnecessary. I will pay whatever taxes I am required to pay without a single cent less. That's not right. From what I know, your company is selling used cars, and those cars are all luxury cars. But there are no records of your company importing used cars, nor paying taxes for those cars. Zhang Ruiqiang revealed one of his cards. Zhang Ruiqiang had found out about this. Feng Yu still thought that he did an excellent job at keeping these a secret, and this secret would last till the last batch of cars were sold. I imported scrapped metals and vehicles parts, and I paid my taxes for those. Are there any problems? Those cars sold by my company were assembled by ourselves. The vehicle department had inspected the cars and allowed us to sell it. Feng Yu retorted. He had used a loophole. If the city government were to pursue this matter, it would still be very troublesome for him. But if he had not done this in the first place, he would get so many profits. The city did not go after you for using this loophole. My business is legal. If there is any law that states that what I'm doing is illegal, go ahead and list it out. Feng Yu argued. No point arguing. It's still the same thing. If you have other conditions, go ahead and say it out. I really can state any conditions? Feng Yu asked. Zhang Ruiqiang replied cautiously. It cannot be illegal, and you are not allowed to use any loopholes. Fine. Those technologies and the experts can be given to the machinery factory for not a single cent, but I want to exchange them for shares. Those technologies were worth at least 100 million RMB, and to ask Fengyu to sell them for a few million? How could he possibly agree to it? Since you want these technologies, then let me be a shareholder. We can spill the earnings together. What did you say? Exchange for shares. Yes. There are a lot of shareholdings companies and factories. Why can't our Bing City's machinery factory use the shareholding system? I am using my technologies in exchange for the factory's shares. This way, the factory is able to save money and make use of the advanced technologies on the production of agricultural machines. It's a win-win situation. I'm afraid it cannot be done. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. How can a state-owned factory letting an individual become a shareholder? Although according to the law, there was nothing wrong, and there were also some precedents. However, those were from foreign direct investors, and those state-owned enterprises were making a loss. Even then, there were lots of controversies. The machinery factory was still making profits, and the city government were still able to get a share of the profits every year. With the shareholding system and private capital injection, does that mean that Fengyu will be a backseat driver? Even though he knew that Fengyu was very capable, but from the eyes of the leaders in the city government, Fengyu was just a kid, and it was ridiculous for a kid to be one of the bosses of the machinery factory. Zhang Ruiqiang voiced out his concerns, but Fengyu felt that these were not an issue. He only asked Zhang Ruiqiang 3 questions. 1. If the factory does not have the technologies and just have advanced machinery, how long will it take for the factory to be the best in China? 2. He owns these technologies, and if he decided to sell to other corporations, can the city government stop him? 3. Will the machinery factory be the best in China with these technologies and the 3 experts? Fengyu kept emphasizing on China, and Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes brightened up. Fengyu knew that Zhang Ruiqiang was transferred to the city government to be the deputy mayor was to oversee attracting investors and foreign trade. He was also responsible for the enterprise's reforms. Also, earlier this year, there were about 600 to 700 state-owned enterprises converted into the shareholding system. There were some enterprises whose scale was a few times bigger than the machinery factory, and not all were loss-making enterprises. Zhang Ruiqiang had also planned to convert some state-owned enterprises in Bing City into the shareholding system as pilot testing. But he had never considered the profitable machinery factory. But after Fengyu asked him those questions, he was confident that if the machinery factory were reformed, the factory would be the best in China. To him, it would be a great achievement. If the city government agrees to it, how much are you investing and how much shares you want? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I will not come out with a single cent. I will use these technologies and the 3 experts to exchange for the shares. I want 3 million rubles worth of shares. I understand the financial statements well, and my shares will be according to the proportion of total value of the factory. I will not take a single share more or less. If you all try to be funny and tweet the figures, then this deal will be off. I will sell all these technical information to the machinery factory in Lin Province. I had already given you concessions on the machine's pricing. If the city still does not agree to this, then that's it. That's it. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Fengyu deeply. Fengyu was implying that he could still get his hands on other advanced machinery and technology? If that is the case, then this Fengyu is a treasure. The machinery factory was also worth for the city government to invest in. In future, the factory will have the potential to bring in lots of profits for the city. It's only 3 million rubles investment. The city government can inject funds to increase the value of the machinery factory's assets to over 3 million rubles and then take back the funds later. Okay, I will talk to the city government and get back to you within a week. 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. If you did not get back to me in 3 days, I would go to G Province. G Province is also pushing me for an answer. Fengyu is also pressuring Zhang Ruiqiang. If after 7 days, you get back to me and tell me that you all still need to discuss and drag for another 7 days, and then another 7 days, the value of these technologies will drop. He must force the city to come to a decision as soon as possible. Zhang Ruiqiang clenched his teeth and said, Fine, 3 days. 3 days later, Feng Xingtai was dragged into a car by Li Shiqiang from the food processing factory and was sent to Bing City. Did you do something bad in school? Why did you ask me to come over? Feng Xingtai's first words when he saw his son was to question him. This made Feng Yu felt hurt. Dad, what are you talking about? I am a good boy. I would never do something bad. Today is good news. I am very busy. Just speak your mind. We had just got more than 10 tons of soybean yesterday, and we are very busy. Where did those 3 experts go to? After you finish using them, send them back to the factory. Without them around, the production speed dropped by more than 10%. Feng Yu looked at his father. Did he really think that those experts were hired for this small factory? Dad, those are not important. The important thing now is that you are setting up another company. Feng Yu was waiting for his father's praises, but what he got was a slap to the back of his head. I am barely coping with one factory, and you are setting up another company? You want to work me to death? Feng Yu rubbed the back of his head and said, Dad, did you ever do anything for Taihua Trading Company in Bing City? How can you say I am working you to death? I told you to let the others manage the processing factory, but you insisted on managing it yourself. You are right. Then tell me, why are you setting up another company? What is this company for? Feng Xingtai laughed and rubbed the back of his son's head. You know about Bing City's machinery factory? The plowing machine and the seeder in our farm were produced by this factory. You want to set up a machinery factory? No, I am buying a share of the machinery factory. Tomorrow you will be signing a contract, and then you will be one of the shareholders of Bing City's machinery factory. In future, you will get 10 cents from every dollar earned by the factory. What? Buying a stake in the machinery factory? How much will that cost? If you have the money, why don't you buy more machines to produce soybean oil? We can make a lot from soybean oil. Dad, I had already paid the money. Slapped. You this good-for-nothing son. Who let you make such decisions? Feng Yu stepped back to a distance he felt safe and patiently explained. Dad, this investment will surely make money, and I am using technologies to exchange for the shares. I am using the technical information from the Soviet Union. Think about this. We have no use for these technologies. Are you going to set up a machinery factory? I wanted to sell this information to them, but they can't afford it, so they use their shares to exchange for these technologies. If you are not going to sign the contract, then the money spent will be down the drain. When Feng Xingtai heard that the money would be wasted if he does not sign the contract, he stared hard at Feng Yu. This is the last time. If you do this again in future, I will beat you to death. Shaoli, you must watch over him carefully and make sure he goes to school. The money we are earning is not enough. Every day only thinks about making more money. He is becoming a slave to money. Li Shiqiang covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. He said, Uncle Feng, Xiao Yu's results in his midterm exams was not bad. I have been monitoring his studies closely. What's wrong with trying to earn more money? Feng Yu said softly to himself. What did you say? Say it louder. Nothing. Dad, don't worry. I will not ask you to set up companies again. Feng Yu said and thought to himself. I will apply for my identification card next year, and I will set up companies on my own. That's right. You need to study hard and get into a good university. What's the use of having so much money? People will still look down on you. Feng Xingtai was satisfied with Feng Yu's change of attitude. After that, Feng Xingtai started talking about the food processing factory. The farm department officer had promised to give him an award at the end of the year, and he will be on the district's TV station to receive it. Feng Yu just listened patiently and said something like, really? That's great, to show that he was listening. This made Feng Xingtai beaming with joy. Where's Dongjun? Feng Yu's heart jumped. That's it. He was about to get exposed. And almost immediately, Li Shiqiang replied. In school. Feng Yu suddenly felt a killing intent, and he quickly steps back to dodge his father's hand. This useless son, you are skipping lessons again. Don't you dare to run? I will beat you to death. Shaoli, stop him from running. Feng Yu laid face down on the couch after getting punished by his father. Dad, I still have classes tomorrow afternoon. How am I going to sit on the chair? What afternoon? You better get back to school in the morning. But we are signing the contract with the machinery factory in the morning. I can sign the contract with Shaoli. You don't need to be present. Dad, do you know that there are a lot of traps in a contract? Furthermore, I am holding on to the technologies documents, and the other party will not sign the contract if they did not see me. Rest assured, this is the last time. I will not be skipping classes again. In his heart, I will not be caught by you if I skip class again. The next day, at 10 in the morning, they drove to the city government. Zhang Ruiqiang had convinced his leaders to agree to the machinery factory's restructurings within 3 days. In future, Bing City's machinery factory will be renamed as Bing City Machinery Corporation. Of course, the factory will still be producing agricultural machines. Sitting in the center of the conference hall, Feng Xingtai was feeling very uncomfortable. Everyone around him was leaders, directors, or officials. The highest ranking among them was the deputy mayor. That was the city's deputy mayor and was of a much higher rank than the farm department officer. Earlier, the deputy mayor even shook his hands. Till now, his palms were still sweating. Feng Yu read through the contract carefully and used a pen to change some of the terms of the contract. He said to Zhang Ruiqiang when he passed the contract to him, "These terms need to be changed. We cannot accept such unreasonable clauses." "What's wrong? Whoever owns more shares will have the final say." "That is true, but you can't deprive us of our right to voice our opinions. Also, we must have the right to check the finances, and any amount involving more than 10,000 renminbi needs to be approved by our authorized personnel. If not, the money cannot be moved. These clauses I requested are not unreasonable. There is one more clause. The percentage of our shares must remain the same if there are any capital injections in the future. We can accept having only one person on the board, but if there is any proposal involving more than 1,000,000 RMB, we have a vote of veto. It is too troublesome to ask your side for approval for financial matters. Also, why the equity cannot be changed when there is a capital injection? You had put in lesser capital, and so the percentage of your shares will be lesser. Lastly, the vote of veto is ridiculous. I have never heard of it before." Li Mingde retorted loudly. "The finances of a corporation must be monitored by all shareholders. But that is just a formality. Every corporation works this way. If you are injecting more capital, we will also do the same. Don't worry. As for the last clause, it is the most important. If everyone agreed to donate 10 million renminbi to the city government, I must also follow along." Feng Yu scoffed. There were other issues in the contract which Feng Yu did not point out. This was considered giving the city government face. If the city government don't agree to the 3 clauses, then he will not allow his father to sign the contract. It was impossible for Feng Yu to accept these unreasonable clauses set by the city government. If it was a foreign investor, the city government might not be doing this, but Feng Yu was a local from Longjiang province. The original value of the machinery factory was only worth slightly more than 10 million rubles, but it was suddenly inflated to 27 million rubles. Part of it was because of the city government injecting capital into it, but the fixed assets were overvalued. By keeping quiet, Feng Yu was already giving in to the city government. If it weren't for maintaining a good impression and future collaborations with the government, Feng Yu would have pointed it out. The city government was treating him as a sucker. The machinery factory wanted to dilute Feng Yu's shares, but Feng Yu was also thinking about the same thing. He will slowly let this factory become part of his conglomerate. "Director Feng, please give us your opinions." Li Mingde turned to Feng Xingtai. Since he can't handle the young one, then he will try to persuade the older Feng. Although Feng Xingtai does not really understand what was going on, he still trusts his son entirely. He shook his head and said that he had no other opinions as long as the city government agreed to Feng Yu's terms. The officials from the agriculture department and some leaders from the machinery factory tried to persuade Feng Yu. In the end, they started pressurizing him by using the national interest. Feng Yu just ignored them. This was also not some military products. There were only agricultural machines. They also stand to gain from it. Furthermore, Feng Yu had already made some concessions. If not, he would bundle the machines and technologies together to negotiate with them. He would ask for at least 20% shares. Zhang Ruiqiang saw the negotiations were not going well and both parties were about to start arguing. He immediately stepped in. "Mr. Feng, we had come to an agreement yesterday, but why today become like this?" "You ask me? You should be asking them. We don't talk about something else. Just these production machines. I had just sold these machines to the factory for 2.4 million rubles, and now they valued these machines at 4 million rubles and claimed that these machines were worth this amount. One look and you should know who is in the wrong. If I can import a set of machines, then I can import another set. I can easily find 10 interested parties that want to work with me. That's because I am able to import the most advanced machines, and I have the most advanced technologies. Li Mingde, you all are in the wrong. You all should seriously consider about Mr. Feng's clauses. Zhang Ruiqiang hinted. He already knew that there was something fishy with the documents. He was also doing these things to get the most benefits for the city. But he did not expect the machinery factory to be so lousy. Inflating the value of the fixed assets and letting the other party find out at first glance. A bunch of useless people. During the meetings at the city government, they were instructed to build good relationships with Fengyu. If he could get his hands on Soviet Union's advanced machines and technologies, that means he is competent. If Bing City could get more of these machines and technologies, then it was only a matter of time for Bing City to restore its former glory of being the nation's industrial base. Son, what's happening? You are saying that these people are trying to cheat us. Feng Xingtai pulled Fengyu to a side and asked softly. These leaders should not be cheating money from the people. Don't worry. I had intentionally let them cheat me. Without the support of the motor factory, city government, or even the provincial government, it will also be hard for us to survive. Rest assured, we will not make any losses. Now Kirilenko was having difficulties getting these machines and technologies. The risk was also huge. But that was because of the low prices Kirilenko offered, and some factories were not easy to negotiate. It's only 1 year, and the Soviet Union's economy will be at its lowest. More factories will shut down, and those who are daring will start to sell off the machines. When that happens, Fengyu would be able to import more advanced machines and technologies. By then, Fengyu will not give in to these people. He will use those machines and technologies to be the major shareholder and take control of the factory. The current leaders of the machinery factory were too conservative. With them leading, the machinery factory's development would not be good. Although Fengyu was not an expert in this, he was confident to lead the factory. Li Mingde and the rest got together to discuss. This younger director Feng was not someone easy to deal with, and the older director Feng just kept quiet and let the younger director Feng make all the decisions. Why not just agree to their terms? But the 3 conditions set by Feng, you were making them uneasy. They had wanted to give Feng Xingtai the title of an assistant manager or some union chief. Anyway, it was just a title, and no authority comes along with it. The one with the final say would still be Li Mingde. Unfortunately for them, Fengyu did not fall for their tricks and even pointed out the issue of inflated fixed assets value. If they still do not accept Fengyu's conditions, Fengyu might request to re-examine the value of the factory's assets. Fine, we will amend the contract as you requested. Then can you sign now? You amend the contract and let me look first. Fengyu slowly scrutinized the amended contract. This time, Li Mingde did not try any tricks. He only changed the terms Fengyu pointed out and did not add in other clauses. Dad, you can sign it now. Feng Xingtai sat at the center table and signed the contract together with Zhang Ruiqiang. There was a SASAC, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council, seal on the contract. This type of contract, Li Mingde was still not qualified to sign. Feng Xingtai's facial expression was very stiff. There were people from the TV station recording the contract signing ceremony. He was about to go on TV. Fengyu hid in a corner. His father can be on TV and become a high-profile entrepreneur. But if he was named as a successful young entrepreneur, then he won't be able to attend school. For the celebration, let's have lunch at the motor factory canteen. Li Mingde waved his hands and said loudly. Fengyu shook his head when he saw the food and alcohol on the table. There were only 12 people, including Zhang Ruiqiang, Fengyu, and Feng Xingtai, at this lunch, and there were more than 20 dishes on the table. There was also Maotai, Chinese wine. These were at least more than 10 renminbi per bottle, and there were 6 bottles. This sumptuous meal was comparable to the meals eaten by the rich in Fengyu's previous life. Fengyu casually asked, Director Li, how much does this meal cost? Not much. We will reimburse from the factory. What are you worrying? Li Mingde said, smiling happily. That's what I am worried about. There are serious problems about reimbursement from the factory. The reimbursements of some factories' leaders were higher than those leaders in the city government. They still reimburse for their holidays and receptions. These are all factory funds, and I am paying for part of it. These funds cannot be spent this way. This is the reason why I want to watch over the finances. Fengyu said seriously. Everyone's face changed. Feng Xingtai was still holding on to his cup, but he soon noticed everyone putting down their cups and staring at his son. What? They try to bully my son. They will have to pass through me first. Feng Xingtai opened his eyes wide and chose one of them and stared back. Director Feng, your worries are a bit unnecessarily. We are having such a good lunch was only to celebrate you becoming a shareholder. Let's not talk about these. Here, have some vegetables and wine. Li Mingde said loudly, changing the subject. Feng Yu did not carry on talking about this. Concepts cannot be changed in a day or two. Feng Yu wants to be the major shareholder of the factory within 2 years, so he can fire anyone who misused the company's funds this way. P.S. Machinery factory is very important, but the city's support is even more critical. That's why Feng Yu seems to be taken advantage of, but this is only temporarily. He will earn everything back soon. I had a bottle of Moutai from the 80s, but in the year 2000, I dropped the bottle. I was sad for a very long time. The restructuring at the machinery factory was not completed. The contract was signed, but they need to wait for a few days before the share certificate. Feng Xingtai returned to the village as he was worried about the food processing factory. Feng Yu had handed the technology's information and the 3 experts over to the machinery factory and returned to school. The other students were used to Feng Yu skipping classes every now and then. The teachers were unable to do anything as the vice principal was protecting him. But only after 2 days, Feng Yu applied for leave again. This time, Feng Yu was forced to take leave from school. Last week, the final batch of used cars had arrived, and the motor factory had worked overtime to complete the refurbishment of those cars. Today, all the refurbishment was completed, and Fu Guangjing had come in Bing City in the morning. This batch of used cars kept Kirilenko busy for a while. Although there were a lot of British cars in the Soviet Union, there was not much selling used British vehicles. Kirilenko had spent a long time in Moscow and the surrounding cities to find enough second-hand luxury cars. He only managed to get 53 cars. Based on his estimation, there will not be more than 10 used British luxury cars in Moscow and the nearby cities. Luckily, Feng Yu had started the importation of machinery and technologies business. This allowed Kirilenko to drop his business partners and venture out on his own. Just by doing this business, he was earning a lot more than before. Of course, the quantity of China's product Feng Yu sold to Kirilenko had also increased by a lot. In Moscow and its nearby cities, he was the most popular supplier of China's products. Every day, he would just lie on the couch and drink vodka. But his money kept increasing. Fu Guangjing came out of his hotel and went straight to Taihua trading with his men. The last batch of used luxury cars, especially those sports cars, was sold for sky-high prices. He got those cars for an average of 400,000 renminbi, and he sold them for an average of 630,000 renminbi. After deducting the transportation and other miscellaneous costs, he still got a profit of more than 30%. Although the profits were much lesser compared to him selling antiques, it was not often to get an excellent piece of antique. Also, the risk of getting an imitation antique was great. This used car business was safer and more stable. It would be great if there were a constant supply of these cars, especially sports cars. Sports cars were extremely popular in the coastal region cities. A few mechanics were inspecting and testing the cars while Fu Guangjing and Feng Yu were sitting by the side chatting. Mr. Feng's business is booming. In future, if you have good projects, please ask me along, Fu Guangjing said, using his Cantonese accent Mandarin. This made Feng Yu cringed. But Fu Guangjing's Mandarin had improved a lot compared to the previous time they met. Feng Yu can tell that he had put in a lot of effort to improve his Mandarin. To be successful, one must put in a lot of hard work. Since Mr. Fu mentioned it, I do have a good investment opportunity, but I am not sure if you will be interested. Fu Guangjing moved closer to Feng Yu. What opportunity? Please tell me about it. Recently, the antique business had been a bit slow, and there were more and more people going into the antique business. It was getting more difficult for him to get good antiques. Last month, there was an expert who had misjudged an antique, and it caused him to suffer a loss of few million. Fu Guangjing knew that he was not as skillful as the expert and was worried that the same thing might happen to him. Investments would be a better option for him as the risk and losses were not as significant. For example, Fu Guangjing's used cars business. He was even praised by his father. His father was glad that he had started doing business in China. It would be better if Fu Guangjing is able to invest in some industrial factories. When he heard that Feng Yu had a good investment project, he was interested. He had no problems investing a few million RMB. If he wants, he could easily raise 10 million renminbi. Is Mr. Fu interested in machinery manufacturing? Machinery manufacturing? What type of machines? Fu Guangjing frowned. The manufacturing technology in China was still far behind the US and Europe. Although it has potential, I still require the relevant technologies. Currently, it is still agricultural machines. We are using advanced machines from the Soviet Union, and there is guidance by experts from the Soviet Union. Also, we have the Soviet Union's most advanced technologies. Fu Guangjing's eyes widen. Mr. Feng is able to get your hands on these. In addition to agricultural machines, do you still have other technologies? Mr. Feng, why are we doing these manufacturing ourselves? We can just sell these technology data, and we will be rich. How about this? We will partner, and I will come out with the capital, but you will get the bigger share of the profits. Feng Yu shook his head and said, Mr. Fu, things are not as easy as you think. You might not understand the situation in China now. If you do not have the backing of the Chinese government, you will be arrested before you are able to sell those technologies. I am now working with Bing City's machinery factory, but the factory had been renamed as Bing City's Machinery Corporation Limited. My father has a 10% stake in the company. If you are investing, I guarantee you will get more than 50% returns within 3 years. Fu Guangjing lowered his head and was deep in thoughts. There were lots of problems when working with state-owned enterprises. He had met many state-owned enterprises leaders in the South, and the thinking of these leaders were conservative and lacking management skills. Will the prospects be good if you were to work with them? But now, the factory had advanced technologies and machinery from the Soviet Union, and it will be easy to capture the market. Furthermore, Feng Yu is a very capable person, and even his father has a 10% stake in the factory. This investment should be fine. Also, what Feng Yu said was true. Without the Chinese government backing, it will be very inconvenient to do a lot of things. Mr. Feng, can you tell me why you wanted me to invest in this? Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu. He felt that Feng Yu was not telling him everything. Actually, I can contact a lot of people. But the reason I asked you to join me is that you are a Hong Kong businessman. There are a lot of things which I dislike about the factory. The finances are in a mess, the management style is backward, the factory leaders are conservative, and the city government kept interfering with the factory's operations. With your investments, I believe that all these will change within 1 year. The biggest shareholder will call the shots in a shareholding company. What makes you think that they will listen to you? What if I am able to be the biggest shareholder? Feng Yu replied Fu Guangjing with a question. You are going to inject more capital to dilute the shares of other shareholders? Fu Guangjing's face changed. Dilution of shares would mean that his shares would also be diluted. Then what's the point of investing? Just to help Feng Yu? You can also carry on investing. If you have not enough funds, you can borrow from your father. With these shares as collateral, he will lend you the funds you needed. You should be able to foresee the potential of this factory. You should know that China is an agriculture country and the market for agricultural machinery is very big. Also, I will not be using money to inject capital. I will be using advanced machinery and other types of technologies to invest. They will not reject me. Also, these machines and technologies are at least 10 years ahead of China. How much can the factory make in 10 years? You should know the math. Fu Guangjing was feeling giddy from Feng Yu's beautiful picture. He hesitated for a while and said, Mr. Feng, can you let me consider first and get back to you in a few days? Feng Yu understood. Fu Guangjing needs to discuss with his family first. Of course, you can get back to me before New Year. After Fu Guangjing left Taihua Trading, he went straight to a post office to make a phone call back home. He felt that he needs to discuss with his father. Although his father does not really like him, if it was regarding business, his father will still give him some pointers. After hearing the circumstances from Fu Guangjing, Fu Rongjing felt heartened. He might treat his elder son better, but Fu Guangjing was also his son. How can he not care for him? Fu Guangjing had not walked the path Fu Rongjing planned for him. He had taught him about investing, but he was not interested. Instead, he just likes to meddle with antiques and had wasted lots of money. Luckily, Fu Guangjing had learned his lessons and at least was able to not make any losses now. However, Fu Rongjing still felt that antique business was too risky. But 2 months ago, Fu Guangjing started a British used luxury car business, and the profits were not low also. This business attracted the attention of Fu Rongjing. If his son could know some capable people in China, it will be useful for the whole Fu family. Fu Rongjing had never heard of Bing City's Machinery Corporation Ltd before. But if it was as what his son had said, the factory was using Soviet Union's advanced machinery and technologies, and there were also experts from the Soviet Union there, then it will be worth investing. But the thing that made Fu Rongjing happy was that Fu Guangjing got to know Feng Yu. A teenager, who was still attending high school, was able to do Sino-Soviet trades and able to get his hands on the most advanced technologies and machinery, which even the Chinese government were unable to gain access to. There must be someone powerful behind him. Fu Rongjing felt that building a good relationship with Feng Yu was worth more than letting his son making some profits now. He was glad that his son could have such capable friend. He decided to give his son the money for the investment. It's only 3 million rubles. When he heard that his father was giving him the money for the investment, and he does not need to raise funds from his friends, Fu Guangjing was overjoyed. This way, not only he was able to have a good relationship with Feng Yu and stable investment, the most important thing was that he still has his own money left. He can even do his antique business. Li Mingde was having headaches for the past few days. The machines Feng Yu sold to the factory were excellent and much more advanced than their existing machines. They also researched the technology's information, and these technologies were indeed at least 10 years ahead of China. The experts from the Soviet Union had helped them set up and calibrated the machines, and also helped them to modify their old machines. But it was also this restructuring process let him become a scapegoat. Initially, he had told the city government leaders to increase the value of the fixed assets and then inject a large sum of capital to reduce Feng Xingtai shares proportion. After the restructuring, the money will be returned to the city government. After all, even when the factory was converted into a private company, he was still the general manager. It would be easy for him to transfer these funds out. But he never expects Feng Yu to bring in a finance officer, and even added a clause in the contract, stating that any financial matters involving large amount would need Feng Xingtai or Feng Xingtai authorized representative approval. If he can only transfer a few thousand RMB at one time, how long will it take for him to withdraw the capital injected by the government? Furthermore, anyone looking at the accounts could easily spot this discrepancy. He will be in big trouble then. Now, the city government was chasing him to return the funds, and Li Mingde went to Zhang Ruiqiang for help. But Zhang Ruiqiang asked him to think of a solution himself. In the first place, Zhang Ruiqiang was the one who had hinted this idea to him. Zhang Ruiqiang himself also did not expect Feng Yu to be so sharp and had already preempted the tricks they might be using. Now he was also in trouble. He had promised the mayor that the funds injected into the factory will be returned to the city. He thought that the funds could be withdrawn after a month, during the year-end dividends. But now, the city government needed this money urgently and can't afford to wait for 2 weeks, let alone 1 month. Zhang Ruiqiang was still thinking when he saw Li Mingde entering his office again. "Old Li, is there anything else?" Zhang Ruiqiang was unhappy. He was helping him to think of a solution, and there was no use for Li Mingde to keep visiting his office. There were many other things to handle besides the machinery factory. "Mayor Zhang, I had just received news that there is a Hong Kong businessman wanted to invest in our factory. Do you think we should sell some of our shares to him? This way, we will be able to return the 20 million renminbi to the city government." Hong Kong businessman? Does he have the financial strength? How much can he invest? Zhang Ruiqiang was ecstatic. Now, China wanted to attract investment from Hong Kong first, and then followed by other foreign funds. Bing City still does not have any investments from Hong Kong yet, and this will be the precedent for them. Li Mingde replied embarrassedly. I have yet to find out. That businessman will only be visiting the machinery factory in the afternoon. I will find out after his tour of the factory." "Fine. Then what are you waiting for? Go back to the factory to make arrangements now. You must get him to invest." Li Mingde left Zhang Ruiqiang's office, and Zhang Ruiqiang immediately went to the mayor's office to report this matter. This was good news, but if he were to make all the decisions himself and claimed all the credit, then it will be a wrong move. "Mr. Feng, you are not coming with me? Didn't you have a stake in this company too?" Fu Guangjing was feeling puzzled. Feng Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "I will not be going with you, and it's better that you don't mention me at all. Most importantly, don't tell them that I was the one who asked you to invest in this factory. If not, you will not be able to invest." "Why?" Feng Yu pointed to his own head and said, "Because of the different thinking and views. They were cautious and wary of me. If this is Hong Kong, I will still be working with them. I will be thinking of ways to take over them, as I am the one who provided them the machines and technologies. However, this is China, and I must work with them for the time being. If not, there will be lots of trouble later. Fu Guangjing frowned and said, even if we add both of our shares together, it will still be less than 50%. They will still have the final say. Don't worry. This is only temporary, and it will not affect our profits. China's policies will be liberalized further in a few years' time, and that's when we can flex our muscles. If you are regretting, you can still give up this opportunity. Feng Yu said smilingly. Fu Guangjing remembered what his father told him, and he looked at Feng Yu. No, since you said that this factory is worth investing, I will trust you. Actually, this afternoon visit to the factory is just a formality. I will surely invest my money in this factory. No matter what happens, Fu Guangjing will not suffer any losses. The funds were provided by his father, but under his name. Even if it were a failed investment, he would still have close to 20 million renminbi worth of assets more. Worst come to worst, he can just sell off his shares. With this money, he will be one of the top antique dealers. Feng Yu nodded. Since Fu Guangjing trusted him so much, he might include him to earn money together in future. I can promise you that you will not regret making this investment. Hang the banner higher. Why is that colored flag crooked? There is a leaf at that corner. Hurry and go sweep it. The big boss from Hong Kong is arriving soon. He is a foreign guest, and everyone must welcome him properly. This does not only concern our company's image and also the city government and even our provincial government. You all must take note of this. Factory. No, it should be general manager. What do you think of this arrangement? Li Mingde looked around and nodded. It's fine. What about the arrangements at the canteen? It's settled. We have prepared a lot of wild games, and it will be something that this big boss from Hong Kong have never eaten. Good. If we succeed, you will get some credit. Honk, honk. A black sedan car appeared at the entrance of the factory. The appearance of this car was majestic. There was a small flying goddess standing upright at the front of the vehicle. Many felt that this car was luxurious, but had not seen the logo before. It was not Mercedes-Benz or BMW. The sedan car stopped, and the driver alighted to open the rear passenger door. A man wearing a black coat, bowler hat, a white scarf, and polished leather shoes alighted from the car. Which one is Li Mingde, Manager Li? Li Mingde hurriedly steps forward and used both his hands to shake Fu Guangjing's hand. I am Li Mingde from Bing City Machinery Corporation Limited. We are here to welcome Mr. Fu to invest in our factory. It's visiting. I have not decided to invest yet, Fu Guangjing said. His Cantonese Mandarin was making Li Mingde uncomfortable, but Li Mingde had no choice. That car was a second-hand Rolls-Royce which Feng Yu had kept for himself. Feng Yu had lent Fu Guangjing his Rolls-Royce, but the driver was Fu Guangjing's man. The driver was from the south, but knew Mandarin. He also doubles as Fu Guangjing's translator. Feng Yu had told Fu Guangjing that for this investment, he needs to position himself highly. He must not show any eagerness. The more he showed that he was not anxious about investing in the company, the better the conditions he would get. As for his dressing, it was still okay if he was in the south. But this was the northeast, and it was November. The temperature was lower than -10 degrees Celsius. The moment he stepped out of the car, he shuddered. He should have worn a few more pieces of clothing inside. He secretly swore that he will not come to Bing City in the winter. It's too cold. It's the same. After your visit, you will still be investing in our company. Mr. Fu, this way. I will bring you around our factory. We have the most advanced machinery from the Soviet Union, the most advanced technologies, and experts to guide us. We are the best in the country, Li Mingde enthusiastically said. Fu Guangjing strolled with his head held high. He looks like he was just casually looking around, but in fact, he was observing the factory carefully. This was different from what he imagined. The factory was huge and lean, but when he saw the banners and colored flags, he knew that the place was cleaned up to welcome him. Fu Guangjing was not interested in these welcoming ceremonies. He will invest in this factory if what Feng Yu said about the machines and technologies from the Soviet Union were real. Mr. Fu, look. This production line was just set up and calibrated. Everything in this workshop is new. This is the digital CNC machine. It can produce engine parts and sophisticated bearings. Those workers are working on it. There is little noise, efficient, and definitely the best in China. Fu Guangjing nodded. It was not as noisy as he expected, and the workshops were spacious. The factory covers a large area. There were no factories this scale in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong was not an industrial city in the first place. Fu Guangjing saw a foreigner instructing some workers. "This is the expert in mechanical engineering phone you told him about? Mr. Fu, this bearing was just produced. It has 0 defects, and 100% will pass the QC." Fu Guangjing was not interested in these. He was only concerned if there were advanced machines and technologies from the Soviet Union. The purpose of his visit here was completed, but he still got to pretend. He must at least tour the factory for an hour to show that he was seriously considering investing in this company. However, he also can't stay there for long as it will show that he was very interested. Also, the air at the factory was terrible. Fu Guangjing used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose while he was walking around. He did not even touch the finished products shown to him by Li Mingde. Those products were oily, and he does not want to touch those with his bare hands. Fu Guangjing had some OCD, and he had to bathe at least twice a day and washes his hands 7 to 8 times. If his hands were stained with oil, it would hard to wash off. Even if the stains were washed off, the smell would still be there, and he would not be able to eat or sleep. But now, Fu Guangjing still cannot leave yet. Li Mingde was getting more excited as he speaks. He saw this big boss from Hong Kong nodding his head and thought that he was satisfied with the factory. It was the office director who noticed Fu Guangjing's discomfort, and he whispered to Li Mingde, "General Manager." The Hong Kong boss kept covering his nose with his handkerchief. Could it be he disliked the smell in the factory? Why not invite him to the office to look at our past achievements and honor? Li Mingde looked at Fu Guangjing and saw that it was as what the office director said. Visiting the Achievement and Honor Office? This idea is not bad. This company was Bing City's machinery factory previously and had gotten numerous awards. These awards should attract this Hong Kong businessman to invest. "Mr. Fu, so you still want to tour the workshops? Why not go to the office to look at our historical achievements?" Fu Guangjing nodded. "Okay, I also want to look at those." Fu Guangjing kept his handkerchief when they entered the office building. Li Mingde started his introduction and explanations about the factory's history and achievements. These awards were issued by the city government, and those awards were issued by the provincial government. Li Mingde was feeling very proud when he showed those past achievements. Although most of these awards were issued during his predecessor time, he said it as if it was because of him the factory got these awards. After half an hour, Li Mingde still had not finished, and Fu Guangjing was getting impatient. He interrupted Li Mingde. "GM Li, can I look at the financial report?" Li Mingde's heart skipped a beat. Although the company's finances were not in a mess, it was not transparent. During the restructuring, the value of the fixed assets was inflated, and even Feng Yu could point those out. This Hong Kong businessman might also notice it. "Our company's finances are in order, and we have surplus funds. The fixed assets are only the land, factory, machines, and technologies. There is no need to look at these." "Really? The value of these fixed assets should be quite high. If I am investing, then will I have some rights to speak on the matters involving finances?" Fu Guangjing asked casually. "Of course. We are a shareholding company, and all shareholders have the right to monitor the finances. One of our shareholders even stations someone here to monitor these matters." Li Mingde said, "SHD, why is this fellow from Hong Kong keep talking about the finance? But no matter what, he must invest in the company. If the money is still not returned to the city government, then he will be in the bad books of the city government leaders." Everything was going along as what Feng Yu expected. Li Mingde was eager to sell the shares, but dared not let Fu Guangjing look at their financial reports. Fu Guangjing had studied the situation and discussed with his father. They were willing to accept some losses for the time being. If this company continued to develop, he could get back his investments within 2 years and enjoy the profits for at least the next 10 years. Also, he would be closer to Feng Yu. Fu Rongjing and Fu Guangjing take a serious view on their relationship with Feng Yu. Fu Guangjing deliberately acted like he was taking the bait and invested 20 million renminbi for a 16% stake in the company. He was now the second biggest shareholder of the company. This was not something Feng Yu expected. He did not expect Fu Guangjing to be investing so much and the city government to give him so many shares. But looking closer, the city did not suffer any losses. Whether it was Fu Guangjing's investment or Feng Yu buying into the company using technologies, their shareholding ratio was lowered. On the other hand, The city government had got advanced technologies and 20 million renminbi funds without coming out a single cent. According to the experts in the city, even with 74% of shareholdings, the city government's profits would be more than doubled compared to previous years. Also, the government was still the major shareholder, and the company still had to pay taxes. The expansion of the factory would also create more jobs. This was a big bargain for the city government. Fu Guangjing had used all his money for this investment. His father had given him 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and his mother also helped him raise some money. If it wasn't for their help, he might not even have enough to pay for those used cars. Now, the factory's current assets had more than 30 million renminbi. This made Feng Yu very happy. The coming 2 years, Feng Yu intended to do the Soviet Union's advanced equipment and technology reselling business. He had disclosed some of this information to the motor factory and Fei factory. He was now waiting for them to contact him. Once the orders came in, then he would be able to work with Kirilenko to earn some profits again. Also, he would be able to raise China's technology standards and also leave a good impression on the leaders. As for the time being, Feng Yu would be helping his father manage the food processing factory. Now, Taihua premium cooking oil was very popular in Longjiang province. There were even some inquiries from Lin province. The sales had become stable. Temporary, the production was slightly more than the sales. There was still no need to import new production machines. After the new year, the value of the Soviet Union's machinery will drop further. These type of technology and machines will be readily available. Sugar was produced because of the animal feeds. Feng Yu did not expect to earn much from producing sugar. Feng Yu felt that the most profitable would be animal feeds, more specifically, pig feed. China's population and income were increasing rapidly. However, the supply of daily necessities, especially agricultural byproducts, still cannot meet the demands. This was because the country's focus for the past few years was in industrial development. Although the situation was not as bad as the Soviet Union, due to the focus on industrial developments, the government had somehow neglected the development of the agriculture industry. Now, the number of farms were increasing, but there was not much focus on agricultural products. For instance, the pork supply was not enough to meet the demands. The people had money, but they were unable to buy pork. The pork selling in the cities was not fresh pork too. The district which Feng Yu lived in had a chicken farm and pig farm. But these farms were struggling. Last year, the chicken farm had closed. Farming districts and farming villages were similar, but the only difference was that farming districts were more advanced and used more machinery. Everyone living in the country-dies would rear some animals themselves. Almost every household rear poultry, pigs, cows, or sheep. They would slaughter them during Lunar New Year. That was the reason why many said that living on the farms was better than living in the cities. The chicken and pig farms had no way to sell to the people in the district, as every household were rearing their own animals. They did consider selling to the cities, but it was not easy to set up the distribution channels. Feng Yu remembered that in his previous life, there was a ranking chart of China's wealthiest men. One of the first few to make it on the chart was in the pig feed business. In the 90s, his pig feed was selling all over China, and he made his fortune from it. Feng Yu did not expect his father's small factory to be the best in China, but at least it should be the best in Longjiang province or the best in the northeast region. Of course, the target right now was to sell the stockpile of sugar. Feng Yu was sitting with the leader of Bing City's food department to discuss selling Taihua food processing factories' products in their stores. Chief Zhou, you should know how popular our products are. Now we occupied 10% of the Bing City's market share, and this figure is still increasing. It should reach 30% next year. I am confident that if it is managed well, it can reach above 50%. Feng Yu was bluffing. With Taihua factory current production rate, and to supply the goods to the various stores in the province, they barely occupy 10% of Bing City's market. The sales in other areas were growing, and the supply cannot be stopped, or it would affect their profits. This was the time for them to increase their brand equity. But Taihua premium cooking oil's popularity was a threat to the food department. They did not expect a small soybean oil factory to capture part of the market share. Most importantly, the food department was facing difficulties recently. Many people, including some leaders, were asking them if the oil extracted using the leaching process was safe to consume. Now it was the market economy, and the government allowed private factories to operate. The food department was unable to order Feng Yu to stop selling those oil, or change the production method to a less productive method. They also can't change their current leaching process back to the traditional method. So, they came up with a way to stop the cooperatives from selling these premium oils and to sell them in their own stores. This idea was supported by the city government. However, the representative from Taihua factory was a teenager, and he was here to negotiate about this. At this age, shouldn't he be in school? Chief Zhou thought that it would be easy to handle a teenager, but he was wrong. This kid not only wanted the food department stores to sell his sugar, and still wanted the food department to help him promote his sugar. How can the food department support the products from a small private factory and not its own products? But Feng Yu had said that if they don't agree to his conditions, he will not allow the food department stores or the cooperatives to sell his products. He would push his products to those small shops. Anyway, there were more and more small shops popping up in the city. The number of these small shops were more than the food department stores and cooperatives. Chief Zhou was now in an awkward position. On the one hand, he wanted the rights to sell Taihua premium cooking oil, and on the other, he does not want to agree to Feng Yu's harsh conditions. This negotiation had come to a standstill. Notes: P.S. The requirement to be the major shareholder was to hold more than 2/3 of the total shares and not 51%. Director Feng, we will not do any promotions for your sugar. There is no room to discuss for this, but we will place your sugar together with your soybean oil, and it will be at an eye-catching place of the store. This is the biggest concession I can give. Feng Yu saw Zhou Kehua's firm attitude and knew that there was no point bargaining further. Anyway, he still has advertisement slots in the papers and TV stations. The sales of his sugar will not be too bad. Feng Yu only wanted to sign a 3-year contract with the food department and nothing more than that. In 1993, this department will cease to exist. Actually, from this year onwards, after the opening up of the food and oil market, the status of the food department had been declining. Now, Zhou Kehua had a lot of authority, but in 2 years' time, he would either be transferred to another department or forced to move to a more relaxed position. Wait, Director Feng, why is your sugar so expensive? The supplier rates you gave us is almost as expensive as our retail prices. Zhou Kehua saw the contract and said, ours is pure fine sugar, and it is sweeter. Also, the sugar will be in packets. We do not sell in bulk. Furthermore, this sugar is produced using the most advanced techniques from the Soviet Union. It will not be discolored easily or attract pests. These are some things that the sugar produced by your department can do. In this era, people buy sugar loosely in small paper bags. The sugar in the food department stores was stored in a large paper bag. If they did not store the sugar correctly, it could attract ants easily. After people buy the sugar, they would transfer to small bottles to store them. The sugar also turns yellow easily. This was not as attractive as packing the sugar in small packages. Sugar is not like salt or cooking oil. No one uses sugar every day. We also produce fine sugar. The cost is not that high. Who would buy your sugar when you price it so high? Zhou Kehua felt that Feng Yu was messing around. People buy the cheapest product typically. Who would buy the most expensive ones? Chief Zhou, don't need to worry about this. You just sell according to the prices I listed. If the sales are not good, you can look for me, or you can be a consignee. I will give you 2 cents for every packet sold. Feng Yu sighed in his heart. Old mindset, thinking that no one will buy expensive things. Wait for another 2 years. People then will not buy food products if they were selling at low prices. Consignment? No, we will not do consignment. Then let's see if your sugar will sell at this price. If there is no one buying, then you don't blame me if I don't order more of this sugar. Fine. If you have no problems with these terms, then please sign. Feng Yu left with the contract. Chief Zhou lit a cigarette and was deep in thoughts. Why was that kid so confident that people will buy his sugar? Isn't those regular fine sugar? Why were they priced so much higher? Feng Yu made a phone call to notify the newspaper agency to release the advertisements for the sugar. It was still soft sell advertisements. These advertisements will continue for the next 2 weeks. Feng Yu believed that with the people's current knowledge, they would be buying his sugar. Also, with the help of the TV advertisements, everyone would remember this Taihua fine sugar. The contract was photocopied to a few dozen copies, and Feng Yu arranged Wu Jigang and the rest to other areas in the province. The cooperatives were still smaller compared to the food department stores. People in the cities prefer to go to the food department stores to purchase oil or rice. Feng Yu wanted the food department of that area to look at the contract signed between him and Bing City. He will then use the same conditions to sign a similar contract with the food department of those areas. This would let most people know about Taihua's brand. What are you here? Is it a holiday today? Feng Xingtai saw Feng Yu at the factory, and he did not behave like other fathers, who were happy to see their sons. He asked angrily, "You skipped school again? Dad, don't hit me first. I have something important. Have you discussed with the farm department officer? Is the pig farm buying our animal feed?" Feng Yu dodged Feng Xingtai's slap by jumping back. The officer had agreed to try it out, but the quantity will not be large. There are not many pigs at the pig farm anyway. What are we going to do with these animal feed? You still asked me to increase the production. Also, the sugar is stockpiled in the warehouse. Why not we sell it to the candy factory to make candies? When Feng Xingtai thought of the sugar, he starts to get worried. Other people sell their sugar in a big sack, and when their customers want to buy sugar, they would wait and put the sugar into smaller plastic bags. Only his son would package the sugar into small packages. These packaging also cost money. Now all the sugar were still lying in the warehouse. They will even make a loss if they sell it to the candy factory. Feng Yu waved the contract. You see this? This is the sales channel for the sugar. I have settled it. Contact the trucks for delivery. The candy factory wants our sugar? They can dream on. The sales channel is settled? That's great. This is Bing City's food department seal? Finally, I can rest assured. If not, the money earned from soybean oil would be used to cover the losses from the sugar. Right, what about the animal feed? There are not many people in our village that rear pigs. 1 week's production can last us more than a month. Dad, did you tell the farm department that we want to take over the pig farm as a contractor? Contract your head. I am already so busy with the factory. You want to work me to my grave? Feng Xingtai was furious and raised his hand to slap Feng Yu. But he noticed that after Feng Yu had finished his last sentence, he had stepped 2 steps back from him. He could not reach Feng Yu. Dad, I have told you many times. A good boss does not do everything himself. Must know how to use people. I asked you to rest, but you just don't listen. We can hire 2 experts in pig farming from the agricultural technology station. We have the animal feeds now. If our pigs can grow faster, then our animal feeds will be selling well. You are talking nonsense. Don't need to manage? Do you know how hard it is to rear a pig? When you were young, we also reared a pig. Do you know how tiring it was? If the pigs fall sick, you will be so busy till you fall sick too. We will hire people to take care of the pigs. Your job next time will be drinking tea, watching TV, and playing mahjong every day. Occasionally, you can walk around the factory, and if you are bored, you can count your money in your passbook. If not, you can go on holidays with me. China is big and should be enough for the both of you to tour a few years. When you are bored with China, you can go overseas. Anyway, you don't need to worry about money in your lifetime. Feng Yu starts to persuade his father. Get lost. Your father is still not that old. What drinks tea, watch TV, and play mahjong every day? Talk about yourself. You should be studying hard to get into a good university. I don't expect you to be someone great, but you should not be worse than others. Don't worry. I will definitely be entering university. I can even enter the best university in Beijing. Let's not talk about this. We shall go and look for the farm department officer first to be the contractor for the pig farm. We might even be in time for the New Year and Lunar New Year festivals. Feng Yu dragged his father to look for the farm department officer. When the officer heard that Feng Xingtai was looking for him, he immediately put down his work and went out to welcome him. This was the first private factory in the district, and the factory was renowned throughout the whole province. This factory was built during his time at the district, and this was considered his achievement. Maybe next year he might be transferred to other departments and be the leader there. You want to contract the pig farm? Old Feng, I had agreed on behalf of the pig farm to buy your animal feeds. Why are you trying to rear pigs yourself? The officer was feeling weird. The sales for animal feeds was not doing well, so they decided to rear pigs to consume their own animal feeds? What logic is this? That's right. Officer, we do not want to contract the pig farm. We want to buy the pig farm and the land behind it. Next year, we want to build a bigger pig farm. A modernized pig farm. Feng Yu used the pencil to circle an empty plot of land on the farm map. Modernized pig farm. Modernized pig farm. Machines to feed animal feeds, water, and clean up the pigsty. It will only require a few people to rear more than 1,000 pigs. Feng Yu said firmly. The modernized pig farm that Feng Yu mentioned was something he read in the papers in his previous life. He knew that it was not too complicated, but the initial investment was a bit high. However, if the scale is significant, the cost will be lower than using the traditional method. Also, building this pig farm had other benefits. He would be able to get the attention of the leaders and at least get to appear on the provincial TV station. This was much better than advertising on the papers. As for the distribution channels, Feng Yu was not worried. The coming few years, or even the next few decades, the demand for pork will keep rising, and there will not be the situation where no one wants to buy his pork. If no one from the district wants to buy his pork, he can sell it to the cities. If no one in the cities wants his pork, he can sell it to Lin province. Anyway, the distance was not that great. If Feng Yu were to contract the pig farm, then it would be different. Once the modernized pig farm was set up and the profits start to come in, there will be people who would be jealous of his success. What if the current officer was transferred out and the next officer wants to take back the farm? Picking only the ripe fruits was the skill of some government officials. Contract? You think government officials will talk to you about the contract? How much are you going to invest? The officer looked at Feng Yu. He knew that this kid, who was still attending high school, was the one who makes all the decisions in the family. At least a few million RMB in the initial phase. Just the construction of the pigsty will cost a lot. However, the farm should be able to produce at least 2,000 pigs in a year. In future, it will be producing more than 2,000. Feng Yu might not be investing so much after all. But the more he said, the more the farm department would be willing to sell. Feng Yu wanted to tell the officer that the farm would produce 10,000 pigs a year, but that would be too impractical. 2,000 pigs? This pig farm can be sold to you, but I need to discuss with others to determine the price. But don't worry, we will sell the farm to you. The officer was beaming with joy. This was another political achievement. The pig farm was struggling to make ends meet. The most pigs it can produce in a year was only about 500. Now, this number was multiplied a few times. Feng Yu said, "Oh yes. Initially, we did not want to buy the pig farm. We had set up the sales channels for our animal feeds, but Deputy Farm Officer Wen kept persuading us. That's why we had come to this decision." Feng Yu knew that this was a great political achievement, and he cannot let this officer get all the credits. He must at least let Uncle Wen get part of it. Wen Dongjun wanted to be a civil servant in future, and it would help if his father were a high-rank officer. Furthermore, even if Wen Dongjun's father got promoted to be only a deputy mayor, he would be able to help Feng Yu a lot. The officer understood Feng Yu's underlying meaning and smiled to Feng Yu. Deputy Officer Wen must be part of this project. He is also one of the leaders in the farm department. The farm department discussed for about 2 hours. Their primary concern was that who would be in charge of this and how much to sell the pig farm and the land for. The pig farm was losing money every year, and since there was someone who was willing to buy it, then they should sell it fast. There were only a few workers at the farm. They can be transferred to other departments. Previously, the chicken farm was losing money every year and eventually it was closed. In the end, just like the food processing factory, this pig farm would be under the charge of Wen Deguang. There were others who wanted to take on this role, but the officer only said one thing. They are only buying this pig farm because of Wen Deguang. Wen Deguang knew immediately that it was the Feng family that helped him. Even if others were jealous, there was nothing they can do, as Wen Deguang and Feng Xingtai were good friends. As for the issue of how much to sell the pig farm and the land, there were arguments. There were some who said to sell it based on the market rate of about 300,000 renminbi. There were some who wants to refer to the price of the food processing factory, 500,000 renminbi, and there was even someone who said that since the Feng family was so rich, then they should ask for more. At least 1,300,000 renminbi was suggested by Wen Deguang. The others all wanted more than that. There were even some who questioned Wen Deguang if he was giving the Feng family special treatment because his wife had shares in Feng Xingtai's factory. Wen Deguang just kept quiet after that. After all, he was the most junior and the youngest there. His wife did own some shares of the factory. But what's wrong with that? That time, he was still a small village head. Finally, the deputy farm officer that suggested the highest price was assigned to negotiate with Feng Xingtai, together with the farm officer. If they could get more money, they would be able to use it for other things. These were also considered political achievements. Have you finished talking? Feng Yu said, and looked at Deputy Officer Su as if he was an idiot. This guy thinks that his whole family were stupid and would pay whatever they asked for. It's only the pig farm and the land. The location was also out of the way, and there was no one staying nearby. Yet they still wanted such a high price. With this price, they can buy a piece of land in the suburbs of Bing City. I will only offer 500,000 renminbi for this piece of land, including the pig farm. Also, I have a condition. You must fix the road leading to the farm. It doesn't need to be cement road, but at least a dirt road. The road cannot be flooded during heavy rains, and the width should be at least enough for 2 trucks to travel side by side. Impossible. Why should we help you to fix the road? You want to set up a pig farm. You should fix it yourself. Also, 500,000 renminbi is too low. At least 1.3 million renminbi. Just the pig farm alone was worth 500,000 renminbi. Deputy Officer Su shouted and continued asking for more. Really? Since the pig farm is so expensive, then we can't afford it. Treating a loss-making pig farm as a treasure, you can keep it for yourself. Let's forget about this project. Just treat it as if I had not mentioned it. We shall make a move first. But Feng Yu and Feng Xingtai stood up. Feng Xingtai did not partake in the negotiations. He had complete trust in his son. After they reached home, Feng Xingtai asked curiously, "You are not buying the farm?" "I am buying." "Then why did you say all those? They didn't chase after us. How will you carry on with the negotiations?" Feng Xingtai said, "Dad, just wait patiently. They will contact us, and if I am not wrong, the one who will be coming to us is Uncle One." Feng Yu said calmly. At the same time, the leaders in the farm department were having a meeting. Deputy Officer Su still insisted on that price and said that the Feng family will accept it eventually. But the rest did not believe him. The Feng family was wealthy, but they were not stupid. You mentioned 1 million during the meeting, and when negotiating, you told them 1.3 million. If it was you, will you accept it? It was evident that Deputy Officer Su was not suitable to carry on with the negotiations. The chief officer also should not lower himself and go over to Feng Xingtai's house. Finally, this task was assigned to Wen Deguang. Everyone discussed for a while and decided on 800,000 renminbi. They felt that Feng Yu would be able to accept this price. This was also because of the insistent Deputy Officer Su. 800,000 renminbi? Uncle One, do they know what 800,000 renminbi can do? Do they know that the pig farm is not even worth 100,000 renminbi? You can go back and tell them that I will be present at your department's morning meeting to do the calculations for them. We will put everything on the table and discuss. When Deguang sighed, he also knew that Feng Yu would not agree to it. But for Feng Yu to go to his department meeting tomorrow and explain personally was already saving him from embarrassment. "Son, how much are we buying the pig farm for?" Zhang Muhua asked her son out of curiosity. "Mom, not much. The most 500,000 renminbi. You don't stare at me like Dad. I will show you the potential of the pig farm, and within 2 to 3 years, I can recoup my investments. After that, we will be enjoying the profits every year." In Feng Yu's heart, even if the investment failed, after the provincial government built the highway a few years later, the value of the piece of land would increase over 10-folds. "Old Feng, Xiao Feng, since the both of you are here today, then let's have an open discussion. Are you all going to buy the pig farm?" In the meeting of the farm department, the leaders were seated on one side, while Feng Yu and his father were sitting on the other side of the meeting table. "Chief Officer, let's be honest with each other. Everyone here should know about the situation of the pig farm. If the pig farm can earn money and I want to buy it, you will not sell to me. We will not do any business that will lose money. Now, we have the animal feeds, technology, money, and we want to help our district. If the district is still having this attitude and making such unreasonable demands, then there is no need for us to negotiate further." After Feng Yu finished, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. "SHD, this tea was excellent. A small leader in the farm department and enjoy such tea? This shows where they spent their money on. Even if Feng Yu wanted to rebuild his homeland, he must also control the finances. He will not let the farm department handle the money. They know nuts about managing finances and still like to make decisions. If Feng Yu was evil, he could just ask Brother Qi and Fu Guangjing to work with him and cheat the farm department. What unreasonable demands. The land is really worth that much." Deputy Officer Su insisted. Feng Yu pointed to him and said, "I do not want to talk to you. If you interrupt again, we will leave." "You." Deputy Officer Su felt he was insulted. He was a leader and was told off by a teenager. Wen Deguang hurriedly said, "Shall you? Then you tell us a price. How much are you going to spend? The pig farm is worth the most 100,000 renminbi. I will offer 200,000 renminbi for the land surrounding it. As for the pigs in the farm, based on the market rate, it is not even worth 10,000 renminbi. But I will count it as 10,000 renminbi. The total is 310,000 renminbi. 310,000 renminbi? It's too little. That is a big plot of land, and that pig farm couldn't be worth only 100,000 renminbi. Yesterday you said that you will offer 500,000 renminbi. The chief officer was disappointed. The amount was too little. Although, what Feng Yu said was reasonable, but what can he do with 300,000 renminbi? He could not make any changes to the district, let alone creating an achievement. 500,000 renminbi, but you still have to fulfill my conditions. Chief officer, you should know about the location of that plot of land. It is not near to the village or any shops. The road conditions were not good either. That dirt road is full of potholes, and it will be an inconvenience for us to transport our pigs. We can repair the roads for you. Then the value of the land should be higher? The chief officer said. How about this? I will increase it by 100,000 renminbi. It's 100,000 renminbi. This should be enough? Also, I need to expand and upgrade the pigsty after New Year. The materials I needed will be purchased from your department. I will pay you 90,000 renminbi as deposits. The total will be 500,000 renminbi. This is my final offer. In future, if the pig farm needs anything, I will also purchase through the farm department. This is also money. Yesterday afternoon, these people wanted at least 1 million. In the evenings, they felt that they can also accept 800,000 renminbi. But now, they felt that Feng Yu's offer of 500,000 renminbi was also reasonable. The chief officer was a decisive person and accepted Feng Yu's offer on the spot. Deputy Officer Su left with a black face. Feng family, you just wait. The ventilation is not good. It is important to take note of the temperature during winter, but the ventilation is also important. The smell is too bad here. Where are all the pigs' feces kept? Thrown away? Don't throw them away in future. Keep the feces in the northeast area. Feng Yu went to look at the pig farm, and the moment he stepped in, he almost vomited. The smell of the pig feces was terrible. He doesn't understand how did the previous employees at the pig farm stand it. The full-time workers at the pig farm were transferred to other departments. Only 3 temporary workers remained and were hired by Feng Yu. If not, Feng Yu would have no one to take care of his farm now. The farm department also assigned a vet to Feng Yu's pig farm. But after meeting the vet, Feng Yu decided to hire another vet himself. The vet was drunk in broad daylight, and Feng Yu does not really trust him with his pigs. Feng Yu had also contacted some experts in pigs rearing. They used to own a pig farm, but the farm was confiscated by the government during the troubled times and was not returned to them. They were a family which consists of a father and 2 sons. They were now rearing a few pigs and needed to work in the fields to feed their stomach. When Feng Yu offered them 1,500 renminbi a year each, they agreed immediately. Food and lodging were provided, and the family income will reach 4,500 renminbi a year. If they rent out the plot of land assigned to them, the elder son can get married in 2 years. The state of the pig farm was worse than what Feng Yu imagined. Parts of the fence were broken, and plastic sheets were used to cover up those parts. The door was broken too, and there was even a hole in the door, which was covered up using a bunch of grass. There were slightly over 100 pigs in the pigsty. Among these pigs, there were 10 sows and 2 boars. The rest were piglets, and most of them were not ready to be sold. Feng Yu sighed. FCK. The pigs here do not worth 10,000 renminbi. He had paid more. Those windows need to be changed. The door too. Get it done today. Those tools too. Change them to new ones. These areas need to be disinfected. Clean up the exterior areas of the pigsty too. Those places need to be rebuilt. Take note of these, and work will start in spring. FCK. This pigsty was also not worth 100,000 renminbi. He had paid more again. Luckily, Feng Yu still had the plot of land. He should have visited the farm or bring the farm department officers here to negotiate. Now Feng Yu felt that even if the farm and land are valued at 300,000 renminbi, it was considered high. The leaders of the farm department were celebrating now. This pig farm was making losses every year. Finally, They had finally offloaded this burden to someone else. Although the amount was less than what they wanted, they were still happy. If it weren't for Feng Yu buying the factory's land at a high price and acted like a wealthy tycoon, the leaders would agree to sell the plot of land, along with the pig farm to him for 300,000 renminbi. Now the department had the funds from the sales of the lands. They can start building a new office building or hostel next year. Feng Xingtai went back to the village and hired some people to help clean up the pig farm and change the windows and doors. The roofs were repaired too. He also arranged people to buy young pigs from the village to fill up the pigsty. These pigs should be ready to be sold before the end of the year. After paying the people from the village, Feng Yu saw a new pig farm, and he was feeling better. Even though this was not considered a modernized pig farm, but it was finally livable. On the main door to the pigsty, there was a painting of Zhu Beiji, Pigsy from Journey to the West. This door is too dull. It would be better if there is a couplet. Feng Yu took out red paper and used a brush to write some words. A general in heavens. He pasted the paper on the right side of the door and a piece of red paper, with nothing written on the left. Feng Yu laughed happily. He wonders if the leaders from the farm come and visit. Can they guess the second verse? It was almost the end of the semester, and Feng Yu was concentrating on his studies. Luckily for him, year 1 was not too difficult, and with the help of Li Na, Feng Yu caught up with the rest of his classmates. Feng Yu received a call from Brother Qi when he reaches home at night. Brother Qi, what good news you have for me? Are you ordering more goods this month? Every time Kirilenko called, Feng Yu would be in a good mood. Anyone would be happy if the god of fortune calls them. My dear Feng, I will be ordering more goods this month, but I got something more important. Do you want obsoleted trucks? 80% new trucks. I can sell it to you at half price. Trucks? Soviet gas trucks? Feng Yu did think of purchasing a batch of trucks. His father's factory had spent a lot on transportations, and the demand for delivery trucks in Bing City was rising. It would be profitable if he were to set up a delivery company. What's the quantity? You sure these are 80% new? At least 50 trucks. The maximum is 80 trucks. All were produced last year. They were manufactured for the military and were seldom used. They haven't even passed the run-in period. But for some reason, these trucks will be obsolete after the new year. These people were shameless. Manufactured in 1987 and not really been utilized. So fast obsoleted? Brother Qi, I want to work with you for the long term. Will it be risky if you do this? If you need money, I can lend it to you first. I won't charge you interest. Feng Yu does not want Kirilenko to get into trouble. The next 2 years were the best time to import from the Soviet Union. For these measly profits, they might be risking more significant profits in future. It was not easy to build up this relationship with Kirilenko, and it would be hard to look for someone else. Feng, what you said made me very happy. But this time it's not me. It's Ivanovich. He needed a sum of money and asked me to contact you. I can guarantee you that the mileage for these trucks were less than 50 kilometers. This condition is still good. Ivanovich was one of those that came to China the last time with Kirilenko. His father's rank in the Soviet army was higher than Kirilenko's father. Feng Yu was much relieved when he knew that it was not Kirilenko that was taking the risk. These trucks had traveled less than 50 km and haven't even completed the run-in period. Okay, I will take all the trucks. How about this? A few days later, when the river was frozen, just drive the truck over, and this way, the trucks can complete the run-in period. Let me think if I need anything else so you can deliver it at the same time. You have anything good to recommend? I prefer those industrial products. How about refrigeration compressor? These things are very cheap now. There is no market. You can sell it to the south. The quality is not bad. In his past life, Feng Yu had read in the papers that the Soviet Union-produced refrigeration compressor was still in good working condition after 50 years. It had never broken down before. Are these compressors expensive? Of course not. I will send you the quotation later. You can assemble these machines into refrigerators or small cold storage. You will not make a loss. Kirilenko was getting better at doing business. He knew which type of products would be favored in the China market and what products from China would be popular in the Soviet Union. Fine. You give me the quotation, and I will decide how many units I need. Help me to search for the manufacturing machinery. After the new year, there will be opportunities for us to earn from those. Feng Yu kept painting beautiful pictures for Kirilenko to condition his mind. If he decided not to import these technologies or manufacturing machines now, then it would be more challenging to do this type of trades after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Feng, I have a problem. If we were to drive the trucks across the river and into China, there might be problems with the paperwork. All this while, I am using the military's carriage when I send goods to you. This time, it might be a bit troublesome for you. Feng Yu also felt that this was a bit troublesome. All this while, he had gotten used to Kirilenko arranging the transportation, and there was very few paperwork as they were using the military carriages to transport these goods. But this time it was a bit troublesome, especially the taxes. The taxes will not be a small sum. Let me think of a way. You send me the prices first. Back at the company, Feng Yu sat in his office in a daze. Wu Jigang had just returned from another province. He had heard that one of the factories in Liao province was looking for a high-temperature steel furnace. High-temperature steel furnace? This thing was not cheap. This factory in Liao province was really willing to spend. At least much better than the machinery factory in Bing City. The high-temperature steel furnace's prices were based on the volume and temperature. It would cost from 5 million rubles to 30 million rubles. China cannot manufacture this type of furnace, and only the US or Europe had the technology. Jigang, rest for a few days. You had worked hard. Tomorrow accompanies me to the city. We need to get the approval to import a fleet of vehicles. A fleet? What fleet? Wu Jigang was curious. The company uses the railway typically to import stuff. Feng Yu explained briefly to him, and he said, Director Feng, I have an idea, but I am not sure if it will work. Tell me about it. We can ask Kirilenko to set up a logistics company to deliver our goods. This way, we only have to pay the taxes for the goods and not for the fleet. After the fleet reaches here, we ask Kirilenko to write us an IOU, stating that he owed us money and was unable to pay us. We can then keep his fleet of trucks as his payment for his debt. This way, we do not need to pay the taxes. Feng Yu's mouth opened wide in astonishment. How come he did not think of this idea? This method was commonly used in his previous life for the property market. All it takes was a few days of legal proceedings and still can avoid taxes. Jigang, you are a great help. Once this thing is over, you will get a reward of 10,000 renminbi. No need so much. Wu Jigang was grinning from ear to ear. That settles it. You had saved so much for the company, and you deserve it. Okay, you can report off today. One cannot be stingy towards subordinates, especially subordinates who are able to think out of the box. This way, these subordinates will be willing to do their best for the company and help the company to achieve higher profits. In the evenings, Li Shiqiang brought back the quotation for the refrigeration compressor faxed over by Kirilenko. Feng Yu looked at the quotation, and indeed, the prices quoted by Kirilenko was very low. If he was able to resell these compressors to the south or manufacture refrigerators, he should be able to make at least 30% profits. Feng Yu immediately called up Kirilenko and told him to take note of how much load the frozen river can withstand. Feng Yu wanted the trucks to carry the maximum amount of compressors. He also wants all the trucks. After that, he told Kirilenko about his idea to avoid taxes and asked Kirilenko to register a logistics company. The money for the compressors will be transferred over first, and the payments for the trucks will be transferred to another account or use other types of goods to barter. After they had finished discussing their plans, Feng Yu asked Li Shiqiang about the procedures to set up a logistics company. Logistic company? Li Shiqiang felt that it was weird. It should not be profitable to run a logistics company. Just the vehicles, it would be a considerable investment. Feng Yu told him that Kirilenko wanted to sell them a fleet of obsoleted trucks which were manufactured last year, and as expected, Li Shiqiang was shocked. Feng Yu had not expected the second generation of the Soviet Union army would dare to do this, let alone Li Jiqiang. But who cares? The more daring they are, the better it was for Feng Yu. If they dare to sell planes or cannons, Feng Yu will dare to buy? Before Feng Yu had the time to go to the city to prepare the paperwork, he received a call from the machinery company that there will be a meeting at 10 a.m. with regards to the arrival of businessmen from other places. Feng Yu does not interfere with machinery companies' sales as their sales channels were more established than what Feng Yu expected. Their sales personnel did not even need to do sales visits. All they need to do was to make some phone calls, and there will be foreign businessmen coming over to visit the company. Li Mingda had instructed his staffs to tell other parties that the machinery company was now manufacturing China's most advanced agricultural machinery. The design and quality were all above average, but the price was only slightly higher. Businessmen knew that these products will bring them lots of profits and came rushing over. This was also considered a big deal for the machinery company and must inform Feng Yu as part of their procedures. Fu Guangjing, on the other hand, was not too bothered by these matters. He was not worried as he had hired someone to monitor and audit the finances. Furthermore, Feng Yu was there to take care of things. Feng Yu wanted to go and look at the development of the machinery company. If there were any problems, he would voice out immediately. This concerned the future of the company. This time, the machinery company had mainly produced plowing machines. It includes the spare parts. These products would be very popular in spring. In the meeting room, all the leaders in the machinery company were beaming with joy. Yesterday, they had shown some samples, and they were surrounded by customers. Their sales prospects were looking good. Everyone, now we are going to discuss the pricing. First, it is the supplier prices, and second would be the retail prices. Please speak your mind if you got any suggestions. Li Mingde already had a price in mind, but he was saying these to be democratic. In the past, these subordinates would either refuse or say some ambiguous answers. In the end, everyone would use the prices on a piece of paper, which Li Mingde passed around. But today it was different. After he finished asking, someone spoke. I think we can set the wholesale prices, but there is no need to set the retail prices. The market is developing fast now. And if we were to set the retail prices, especially if we set the retail prices too high, it would be hard for us to capture the market share fast. Feng Yu looked at Li Mingde and said. Li Mingde looked at Feng Yu unhappily and said, Xiao Feng, you don't understand the market well. The quality of our machines is better and more durable. Of course, we must price it higher. Feng Yu shook his head. General Manager Li, I feel that these wholesale prices are also very high. What is the most important thing for us now? It's market. If we are able to push our products to the whole China and let our Bing City Machinery Company's brand position in the minds of the consumers, then it's worth it even if we had to suffer some losses now. Furthermore, if we use the old prices, the profits will not be low either. There is no need to raise the prices. Li Mingde did not say anything but looked over to the chief of the sales department. The chief of sales department immediately retorted, Xiao Feng, you think we don't need money for our manufacturing machinery? You think the technologies don't need money? If it was the same prices, there might be some profits. But when can we recoup our costs? Feng Yu kept quiet. Seems like everyone was against him. No matter what he said, there will be no difference. Just let them be. They have no concept of branding. If the brand was established and had a firm position in the minds of the consumers, giving the consumers the impression of good quality and durability, and they increased the prices to be a top-tier brand, they would be making much more profits. Forget it. He was lazy to reason with them. When Feng Yu becomes the major shareholder in 1 to 2 years' time, he would like to see if they can still be so arrogant. Anyone else objects? Then that settles it. The chief of sales department will sign the contract with those dealers later. When these products are sold, every one of you will get a big bonus. The bonus will not be less than 100 renminbi. Everyone clapped except for Feng Yu. 100 renminbi was considered a big bonus? Wait till after the new year and inflation increases. Then they will know that their money is worthless. In the afternoon, Feng Yu saw the contract signing ceremony. The machines were more popular than he expected. Those businessmen were as if there were free money up for grabs. In less than an hour, the 20-plus businessmen had all signed the contracts. Half of them were from other provinces. Feng Yu casually asked the chief of sales about the total value of the contracts, and he replied arrogantly that it was about 8 million renminbi. Humph. This kid thinks that he had connections with the Soviet Union and he can teach us what to do? I am way better than him when it comes to machinery sales. 8 million renminbi. This figure was something to be proud. This chief of sales was not bad after all. Based on the costs and supplier prices, after deducting the taxes, the profits should be around 20%, which amounted to about 1 million profits. But this was only the initial phase. If they increased the sales channels and the factory increased its productions, there should be no problem for the profits to be over 10 million renminbi. This was only counting plowing machines and its parts. Later, when engines and tractors were produced, the profits would be much higher. This was good for Feng Yu too. The faster the machinery company develops, the better it was for Feng Yu. Li Mingde was a proud person and wanted to keep climbing up. The better the company performed, then he would be promoted in the coming year, and the city government would assign a new general manager for the company. When Li Mingde is not around, the rest would not be so united, and it would be an excellent opportunity for Feng Yu to take over the company. This machinery company in the hands of these government officials might be able to give the city government a significant amount of taxes, but if it were in the hands of Feng Yu, the taxes would be more than tenfolds. Feng Yu do not have the habit to help others for free. Using technologies to buy a stake in the company was part of his plan. He wanted the company to have a taste of success, and then he would use more technologies to increase his stakes slowly and dilute the shares. For example, Feng Yu could work with the company using this batch of refrigeration compressors. He wanted the company to set up a new workshop to manufacture refrigerators, ice storages. The profits would be better than selling these compressors by itself. But when Feng Yu mentioned this corporation with Li Mingde, he rejected him. Refrigerators and ice storages? How can these things be sold? It was winter now. Even if it were summer, the sales in the northeast region would not be good either. You mentioned that you want to sell to the south, but there were already refrigerator factories there. Li Mingde was not corporative, and Feng Yu was a bit disappointed. However, he still had his ways. The motor factory missed working with Feng Yu. Although the motor factory's financial situation was better now, who doesn't want to earn more? Feng Yu had just mentioned this project, and the motor factory agrees immediately. It was the same as last time. The motor factory would only manufacture and assemble for Taihua Trading, and the brand would not be the motor factory. The profits for the factory was at least 100 renminbi per refrigerator. Feng Yu agreed without any hesitations. He wants to let the machinery company knows that even the products they look down upon would be a success if he was the one managing it. In future, if Feng Yu were to propose any corporations with the machinery company, they would not reject him. How was your revision? Tomorrow is the final exams. When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu listlessly. Not bad. It should be fine. Look at you. You don't seem to be confident. How many positions do you intend to improve this time? Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and asked Wen Dongjun. Didn't you say that you will improve by a few positions every exam and graduate as one of the top students? I will definitely improve and get out of the last 10 positions zone. But I will still be about 10 positions behind the school's mid-range section. What should I do? Wen Dongjun said with a worried look. Feng Yu curiously asked, Uncle Wen wanted you to reach the middle section in this semester? No. Even if I am within the last 10 positions in class, I would still be able to get into a university. It was not my parents, but someone else. Wen Dongjun said, and stole a glance in a direction. FCK. This idiot is eyeing my girl. Feng Yu was furious. Wen Dongjun was looking at Li Na just now, but he calmed down and thought. Wen Dongjun was not this type of person. Furthermore, he knew Li Na well, and he knows that Li Na was not the type that would quickly change her heart. Don't. OFCK. Could it be Wen Dongjun like fat chick? Feng Yu's eyes opened up wide and stared at Wen Dongjun. This was indeed Wen Dongjun, and not some aliens in disguise. His head must have been banged by the door. Wen Dongjun got angry. Why are you staring at me for? You? Like fat chick. Feng Yu felt apologetic for Wen Dongjun. Every time he goes out with Li Na, fat chick will tag along, and Feng Yu will drag Wen Dongjun along to accompany her. But he never expects Wen Dongjun to like fat chick. This is too funny. Why not? What fat chick? It's so disrespectful. Her name is Zhang Han. Fine. So, you like Zhang Han. No wonder you stopped wooing the prettiest girl from next class. You are even studying hard for Zhang Han. But don't you think that Zhang Han is a bit fat? Feng Yu said and used his hand to make a tiny gesture. Feng Yu was trying his best not to burst out laughing. What fat? I was also fat when I was young. Didn't I slim down now? Zhang Han said that she will lose at least 10 kilograms during the winter break. Fine. I wish you good luck. No wonder you are confident of improving your results. With Zhang Han is helping you with your studies, no wonder you are confident that your results will improve. Both of you are quite compatible after all. You are from the sports committee, and she is from the literary committee. Lose 10 kilograms? Even if it really happened, Zhang Han would still be fat. She was at least 80 kilograms now. Sighed. You think she is able to lose 10 kilograms this winter break? When Dongjun asked, it should be impossible in 1 month, but it should not be a problem if it's 1 year. Believe in yourself that she will lose weight for you. Feng Yu tapped on Wen Dongjun back with an, I know you can do it look. It seems that if Zhang Han doesn't lose weight, Wen Dongjun would feel uncomfortable and eventually their relationship would die off. But Feng Yu does not believe that Zhang Han would successfully lose weight. Feng Yu's studies were still considered not bad. He got full marks for his Russian. His scores for languages was considered good too. His math was not regarded as bad. But the rest of the subjects like chemistry, physics, etc. were only so-so. His memory was quite good, so his history and those subjects that required memorization should not be a problem for him. There should not be any problem for him to get into the top 10 positions. As for this exam, it was not a problem for Feng Yu. During the final exams, all the year 1, 2, and 3 students were sitting together to prevent anyone from cheating. Feng Yu did well for the first few subjects, including his 2 weakest subjects, biology and chemistry. Feng Yu stretched himself after the last paper, politics, was concluded. This time, he should get good results and should be able to answer to his parents. As for himself, Feng Yu had always been strict with others and generous to own self. When they came out of the examinations hall, Feng Yu saw a beaming Wen Dongjun. This idiot did well for his exams. Impossible. His chemistry and physics were not bad, but did badly for the rest of his subjects. Why was he so confident this time? I tell you, I am confident to be in the top 10 positions this time. Wen Dongjun said proudly. Feng Yu touched his forehead and said, "You do not have a fever. Stop talking nonsenses." Wen Dongjun brushed Feng Yu's hands aside and said, "Who is talking nonsenses? I am really confident. My Russian improved a lot because I was sitting beside you. My math, physics, and chemistry scores were all better than you. As for history and those subjects that need to be memorized, I met a good person." "What you mean?" "Stupid. I am sitting beside a year 3 student, and he is a liberal arts student. He was able to answer those questions which I couldn't answer. After he finished his papers, he took my papers and practiced. He said that he used to get full marks for history, geography, politics, etc. FCK? Feng Yu was speechless. Why was this idiot's luck so good? He got to sit together with a year 3 top student who was willing to help him answer his papers. If Wen Dongjun got full marks for those subjects, then he might really be in the top 10 positions. Fine. He can brag all he wants now. Let's see how well he does in the next semester. Let's go. Tonight, we can catch a movie at the Cultural Palace. Drive there. I will pay for the tickets." This time, Lu Kuan had joined them for the movies. Tomorrow was the start of the winter break, and Feng Yu will be driving back. He will give a lift to them, and they don't need to wake up early to get the bus tickets back to their districts. Today, they can stay OU a little later. Lu Kuan was indeed a smart student. Even at the 3rd high school, he was the top student in his class and in the top 3 of the whole grade. He was the good student where all teachers and parents would praise. Of course, the teachers and parents also talked about Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun, but it was for the wrong reasons. Feng Yu kept skipping classes, and there were rumors that his family was with the triads. Wen Dongjun was always on the basketball court playing basketball. This type of students can get into universities. The parents would warn their children not to mix with them. If not, they would break their children's legs. At the Cultural Palace, Feng Yu and Li Na sat together, and Feng Yu held Li Na's hands. Li Na did not avoid Feng Yu but blushed in the dark cinema. She could not concentrate on the movies and kept worrying. She was afraid if Feng Yu turned around and kissed her, what should she do? Resist? But unfortunately for her, until the end of the movie, Feng Yu did not do anything else. Li Na was feeling a little disappointed. There was someone in her hostel who had kissed her boyfriend. Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han were sitting together, but he did not hold Zhang Han's hands. Hang Han had rested her head on Wen Dongjun's shoulders. This made Wen Dongjun's heart beats faster. He felt that Zhang Han was getting prettier the more he looked at her. Lu Kuan, sitting lonely at a corner, was the only one who managed to enjoy the movie. After the movie, he tried to discuss with the others about the movie, but the rest were not paying attention to the movie, and there was nothing to talk about. Feng Yu felt that for someone like Lu Kuan, most likely would need matchmaking. He would never get a girlfriend by himself. Outside Zhang Han's house, when Dingjun reluctantly bided his goodbyes to her, Feng Yu was dumbfolded. It was only the winter break. Feng Yu had totally forgotten how he felt when he did not see Li Na for a few days. But his only concern now was what would be Wen Dongjun's expression when he sees a fatter Zhang Han after the break. Really looking forward to it. Back in their district, Feng Yu was not reluctant to say goodbye to Li Na. Anyway, his family moved to an apartment in the town. The house in their village was vacant for quite some time. Furthermore, his best friend when Don Jun had moved to the town as his father was transferred to the district's farm department in town. Feng Yu did not feel anything about leaving the village. Anyway, in his previous life, he also had not contacted his old neighbors for decades. He does not have much feeling for the village. Back in the district, Feng Yu had no time to relax. He went to the food processing factory to look. The production was going well, and after walking about the factory, he did not notice any workers violating the safety procedures. This made Feng Yu satisfied. There were a lot of flammable materials in the factory. If something were to happen, the fire departments might not be in time to save the factory. If a fire really breaks out, the factory and Taihua brand would be gone. In his previous life, there was a famous brand, Autumn Ham. At its peak, it was earning hundreds of million profits in a year. That was in the early 1990s, and a few hundred million at that time was considered an enormous sum. There was a fire at their factory, and because they wanted to minimize their losses of over 400 million renminbi, they used those pork that was damaged by the fire for their ham. As such, there was a smoky smell in their ham, and their competitors started a rumor that Autumn Ham had worked with the crematorium to use the human flesh in their ham. It ended with Autumn Ham's brand image being tarnished overnight. Now, the majority of the ham in China were from Autumn Ham, but this was only temporary. How successful can a company who uses a fortune teller as its advisor be? It was a pity that the Soviet Union does not have such technology and machines. The sausages they produced tasted very different from China's ham. The reason why Feng Yu felt that the pig farm would be doing well was that there was still much demand for ham. If he could get his hands on the production machinery, Feng Yu was confident that he could capture the Northeast market. The profits for ham was at least 10%, and if he sold 100 million hams in a year, that would equate to 10 million renminbi. The main task now was to expand the pig farm. At least now, Feng Yu thinks that there was a need to create a brand for his pigs. For example, there was a brand called Shuang Hui frozen fresh pork in his previous life. They had many stores throughout China. This company was making more than 10 billion RMB a year just by selling pork. Feng Yu might not be as good as others regarding managing, but he had the knowledge of the future. He should not have any problems occupying the market for the Northeast region. The Feng family was in dispute because of the naming of the pig farm. What are you talking about? Pigs also need branding. If this were not his son, Feng Xingtai would have chased him out of his house. It was just pigs. What's the use of branding for pigs? With a brand, the pigs will not be pigs anymore. Dad, after we got the branding done for our soybean oil, coupled with the advertisements on the papers and TV, the sales became much better than the good oil factory. It was the same for our sugar. We had use our brand. Change the packaging for our sugar, and the profits are higher than what you expected. The pigs will be the same. With branding, whenever someone wants to buy pork, our brand will be the first brand they thought of. Feng Xingtai scratched his head. It was like what Feng Yu had said. But what's the use to have a brand for pigs? If Feng Yu suggests using Taihua as a brand name, he will slap him hard. Then you say what name is good for our pork? I am warning you now. You better don't say what general in heavens. The last time you wrote the couplet, Deputy Farm Officer said the second verse, and he was hospitalized due to high blood pressure. When Feng Xingtai was saying this, he almost laughed out. He did not think much about the couplet, but when Deputy Officer Su saw the pigsy picture in the couplet, he immediately blurted out the second verse, pig on earth, same meaning as, I am a pig. Everyone around him laughed loudly, and Deputy Officer Su's blood pressure shot up and almost fainted. From then onwards, he never stepped foot into the farm again. But that also saved Feng Xingtai a lot of trouble from entertaining him. We can call our pork young and cheerful. Feng Yu suggested cautiously. Young and cheerful pigsy. Sounds jovial and easy to remember. Young and cheerful? What stupid name is that? No. Feng Xingtai did not know that this name came from a famous TV drama in the future and rejected it straight away. Feng Yu was a bit disappointed, but he could quickly come up with more than a dozen names for his brand. If he can't think of any names, he could also use the names of the brands from his previous life. How about double benefits? It stands for preferential and affordable. We are selling pork. What affordable are you talking about? The things you sell are always more expensive than others. No. Then can we name it using our location? For example, our district? No. Our district's name is not too auspicious. Furthermore, the district was named after a martyr. How can use the name of a martyr on pigs? Feng Xingtai stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled. He also felt that it was not suitable. Then how about Bing City Pig Farm? Anyway, our targeted market was also Bing City. Our pig farm is also not located in Bing City. How can we name it as Bing City Pig Farm? Feng Xingtai continued to reject the suggestions made by Feng Yu. Then we name it Tian Peng. General Tian Peng was the name of Pigsy when he was still a general in heavens. This name is short and simple. Anyone who heard it will know that we are selling pork, Feng Yu casually said. He was waiting for his father to reject his suggestions a few more times, and then he would suggest golden gong. Gongs will make a loud noise, and golden gongs would symbolize the arrival of riches and wealth. His father would surely like this name. But Feng Yu did not expect that his father liked the name Tian Peng. Feng Xingtai blinked and turned to his wife. What do you think of this name? Tian Peng Pigsy? Can this name really be suitable? She wanted to cry. This father and son pair had discussed for so long and came up with such a name? Since there are no objections, then that will be the name. Tomorrow I will ask someone to register this brand name in Bing City. I guarantee that our Tian Peng pigs will be the most popular in Bing City, Feng Yu said. He was feeling regretful, and he didn't get to use Golden Gong as the name. But the name Tian Peng was not bad either. Feng Yu consoled himself. The chief officer of the farm department looked at Feng Xingtai speechless. What is this old Feng doing? Why would he name his pig farm as Tian Peng Pig Farm? The last time, the couplet on the door had already left people speechless, and this time. Was he doing this on purpose to piss off Deputy Officer Su? Chief Officer, is this against the rules? We did not come up with this name for fun. We had thought about this seriously. The chief officer was trying to hold back the urge to laugh. Serious thoughts? Then what names would Feng Xingtai come up if he was to name the farm casually? Pig 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 or Mr. Strong Pig? Actually, Feng Yu had thought of a better name. General Pig. But this name sounds like the name of one of China's leaders, and he was afraid that people would think that he was insulting that leader. Old Feng, why can't the name of the pig farm remain as Pig Farm? What must you name it as Tian Peng? Chief Officer asked. Chief Officer, pigs also require branding. You look at our soybean oil and sugar. Our sales are good because of branding. These pigs are the same too. There is a big difference between products with brands and without brands. Brands will give consumers a sense of credibility. Feng Xingtai had learned all these from Feng Yu yesterday. Branding? Then why not use our district's name as your brand? The chief officer hopes to get some benefits from Feng Xingtai. If only Taihua Premium Cooking Oil had used the district's name, it could promote their community as well. The name of a martyr to be used on a pig farm? Tian Peng is a better name. When you hear this name, you will know that these were godly pigs. Oh yes, during the new year, our pig farm will donate 10 pigs to the farm department for you all to help the poor families. Feng Xingtai once again used the words Feng Yu taught him. As expected, the chief officer heard this. He did not give any more rejections. From that day onwards, the most famous Tian Peng pork in China was born. The first batch of pigs was ready to leave the farm, but there was no slaughterhouse in the district. In the village, they would just get the help of 1 or 2 men to slaughter pigs. 2 people to hold on to the pig, and 1 person to stab it to release the blood. It was brutal but straightforward. This method was still fine if it was a few pigs. But if there were a lot of pigs, then it would be a problem. When they expand the pig farm in spring, they must build a slaughterhouse too. Just nice. Feng Yu decided to sell these Tian Peng pigs in the city. He hired 2 trucks to send all the pigs to the slaughterhouse in the city. Squeak. Feng Yu only took a glance at the pig and turned away. These people do not have any skills when they slaughter pigs. Don't they know how to stab the spine first? Brother Feng, where do you intend to sell these pigs? Do you want me to recommend you some buyers? The person in charge of the slaughterhouse, Gu Dachong, helpfully said to Feng Yu. I had already contacted the buyers. Thanks for asking. Furthermore, in this type of weather, even if I am unable to sell off these pigs, it will also be fine. I can just freeze it and don't need to worry about the pork turning bad. Feng Yu looked at Gu Dachong. In this era, he does not need to worry about getting no buyers for his pork. It was the lunar month, and many people want to buy pork. Gu Dachong smiled and asked, Brother Feng, where did you get so many pigs? My district. XX district. There is a Tian Peng pig farm there. They have another batch of pigs that are going to be sold before the new year. Feng Yu said. He knew that there must be many who had come to Gu Dachong to ask him about where to buy pigs. Just nice. Feng Yu could use Gu Dachong to spread words about his pig farm. Tian Peng. How come the farm has such a name? Thank you, Brother Feng. I will go there to look in a few days' time. Gu Dachang happily walked away. All the pork sellers came to him to ask for pork, but there was nothing he could do. He was only the in charge of the slaughterhouse and not running a pig farm. Director Li, you busy? Oh, it's Mr. Feng. Have the refrigeration compressors arrive. The motor factory's director Li Shiyu saw Feng Yu and was full of smiles. Now, although the motor factory was no longer in financial difficulties, the factory was not running at full operation. There were still many workshops idling and waiting for work. Working with Feng Yu would let the factory earn more money, and the workers would also get more bonus. It will also demonstrate the abilities of the director. Feng Yu paused for a moment. So anxious? Based on Feng Yu's estimation, this batch of compressors would arrive before the new year, and the assembly would only start after New Year. 2 months should be enough for the factory to assemble 800 to 1,000 units of refrigerators. This way, it would not delay the launch nor affect Feng Yu's cash flows. But now, it seems that the motor factory can wait. Director Li, the compressors will only arrive in a few more days. I am here to ask if your factory wants to order pork. These pigs were just slaughtered in the slaughterhouse this morning. Guaranteed to be fresh, and there are no diseased pigs. There were more than 1,000 workers in the factory, and if included the families of the workers, there were a few thousand. The amount of pork consumed was small, so Feng Yu decided to come over and promote his pigs. Li Shiyu opened his mouth and said, Mr. Feng is joking with me? Buy pork? Our factory is also rearing pigs ourselves. Huh. The smile on Feng Yu's face froze. His first door-to-door sales had failed. How could he forget that every state-owned factory, especially those that were converted from military to civilian, used to be a small community? Ha ha ha. I was just joking with Director Li. I was just passing by and decided to drop in to have a cup of tea with you. Feng Yu quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. Xiao Lu, what are you waiting for? Mr. Feng has been sitting here for so long, and the tea is not ready yet. Li Shiyu shouted towards the door. Being a leader was good. There was still a secretary helping him out. Feng Yu also decided to hire a secretary when the company grows bigger in 2 years' time. Must get a female secretary with a good figure and a sweet voice. It doesn't matter if she does not know how to work. She only needs to know how to serve tea and be a pretty vase. How's the use of having a male secretary? Mr. Feng? Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something. Feng Yu came back to reality and smiled. Mr. Feng must be thinking of some business ideas. Can our factory take part in your idea? Feng Yu had helped the machinery factory got the advanced machines and technologies from the Soviet Union, and this made Li Shiyu jealous. Technically, they were not much worse than the Soviet Union. China had invested a lot in these technologies, but they were unable to use it as they do not have the machinery. Also, Feng Yu had told him that although he will still be producing wind and rain fans in the summer, the quantity will only be about 10,000 to 20,000 units. There was also no more used car refurbishment jobs as Feng Yu will not be importing any more used cars. If it was the past, without these 2 projects, the motor factory had survived. But after taking on these 2 projects and knew that it was only a one-time deal, Li Shiyu felt disappointed. How good would it be if every year there were a few projects? It was a pity that Feng Yu had imported agricultural machinery and was not suitable for their factory. Also, their factory does not allow individuals to buy a stake in it as the factory was still manufacturing some orders for the military. The tea arrived, and Feng Yu drank the whole cup in one go. There was one thing that was not good about the winter in the northeast region. It was too dry. When the air was too dry, it was easy to get nose and throat infections. I do not have any projects temporary, but I am looking out for the hydraulic press for you. If I am able to find it, I will sell it to the motor factory first. We are old friends now. Li Shiyu's face turned into a blooming chrysanthemum. With the hydraulic press, they could achieve a lot of things. The motor factory's techniques will improve and reach the world-class standards. After 2 cups of tea, Feng Yu left the motor factory for the machinery company. The scale of the machinery company was nothing when compared to the old and established motor factory. Feng Yu was sure that the machinery factory does not have any pig farms. Xiao Feng, why are you at the company? Li Mingde disdainfully asked. When he begged Feng Yu to sell the machinery and technologies to him, he addressed Feng Yu as Mr. Feng or Director Feng. But after the company was restructured, he was the general manager, and Feng Yu was nothing but only a shareholder's representative. So what if he called Feng Yu as Xiao Feng? Even if Feng Xingtai were there, Li Mingde would also address him as Old Feng. Li Mingde was the biggest in the company. I have a batch of pork weighing about 5,000 kilograms. Does the factory want to buy? If not, I will sell it to other units. 5,000 kilograms. Buy? We will buy them all. Li Mingde was overjoyed. Just nice, he wanted to give some gifts to the workers as company welfare. Okay, I will ask my men to deliver the pork to the factory. How about the payment? You can get it from the finance department in cash. It's only the payment for 5,000 kilograms of pork, Li Mingde said as if he was a wealthy man. Feng Yu did not argue with him. He was only here to assure his father that there were buyers for their pork. After the new year, Feng Yu will build up the brand, Tianpeng Pigs, and show everyone how to sell pork. Manager Liu, does our first departmental store have a humidifier? Feng Yu sat in the first department store manager's office. These few days he felt the air was too dry and wanted to buy a humidifier. But he did not expect first departmental store to not carry such products. Humidifier? What's that? I had never heard of it before. Manager Liu replied with a surprised face. Never heard before? Feng Yu's eyes started rolling. The humidifier was not invented yet? No. He remembered that the humidifier had existed for a long time and was used for industrial purposes. But it was not used for household appliances. This was great. This humidifier will bring in lots of money for him. Manager Liu, don't you think the air in your office is too dry? Wouldn't it be more comfortable if the air is not so dry? What can I do? I can't be sprinkling water on the floor. It will be too dirty. Feng Yu laughed and did not say a word. He spoke to Manager Liu about his pork, and Manager Liu will order 1,000 kilograms of pork from Feng Yu if he had the pork before New Year. After leaving first departmental store, Feng Yu returned to the motor factory. What happened? No one is buying your pork? How much pork do you have left? If it is a few thousand kg, we will buy it and give it to the frontline workers. Li Shiyu thought Feng Yu was there to promote his pork and decided to buy some out of goodwill. When Feng Yu was bullied by Song Xiaofeng, the motor factory did not help Feng Yu. If not, that Soviet Union machinery and technologies would be sold to the motor factory first. Director Li, I am not here to sell pork. All my pork was sold. The machinery company had bought it all. I had an idea and wanted to ask if the motor factory is willing to help me achieve it. Li Shiyu became interested when he heard Feng Yu said this. The motor factory had never suffered any losses when they cooperate with Feng Yu. What idea do you have? Our factory is one of the best in China when it comes to electrical motors and products. Feng Yu waved his hands and said, Director Li, the thing I wanted to make is not too complicated. I just want to make a humidifier. Put it simply, it's just using a heating rod to change water into steam to change the humidity of the air indoors. Change the indoor humidity? Yes. Don't you think your office is too dry? The winter in the northeast region is like this. If you are not careful, you can get a respiratory infection and will make your throat hurts. Feng Yu carried on saying, I can just put an electric kettle in my office, and it will solve all those problems. SHD, it was still possible to work. You think it would be suitable to place an electric kettle in your office? I intend to use plastic or glass to make this humidifier. Transparent, beautiful, and we can put some designs on the exterior. Also, this humidifier can prevent colds effectively. You sure? Of course. You try it, and you will know. This humidifier must be at least this big, and one heating rod is enough. Feng Yu started to describe how the humidifier would look like. Please wait a while. Let me call a few people here. Li Shiyu's secretary called a few engineers over to listen to Feng Yu's idea, so they would have a rough estimate of how much a unit would cost. Mr. Feng, you want to use glass for this humidifier, then you have to use heat-resistant glass. But the cost would not be low and glass breaks easily, and it would not be easy for transportation. If you are using plastics, you must also use plastics that can withstand high heat. The cost would not be cheap too. The cost for the heating rods is cheap, and it's not hard for us to produce it. How much is Mr. Feng willing to pay us per unit? One workshop director asked. How much do you all want? The few men looked at each other and softly discussed. It was the same workshop director replied, 30 renminbi. We need to modify our current facilities a bit, and the assembly of the parts was a bit troublesome. So, your minimum order must not be less than 5,000 units. The contractor required 30 renminbi, and the cost of the raw materials would need more than 10 renminbi. This price was higher than what Feng Yu expected. But Feng Yu was confident to be able to sell off all 5,000 units. Worse come to worse, he can export to the Soviet Union. Brother Key, who likes garbage. No, it's novelty products, would not reject. I want the plastic types. 2 models, and the first production is 5,000 units. I can pay 30,000 renminbi deposit? How long would the production be completed? We need to construct the mold first. Our side should be fast, and it will depend on the plastic factory. It should be about 10 days. Fine. 10 days. Directory Li, can we sign the contract now? The next morning, Feng Yu returned to the motor factory. The prototype was ready. Feng Yu looked at the prototype. The plastic had no designs at all. The colors were very plain to the point you can consider it ugly. Who would be willing to place such things on the table? Director Li, these 2 pieces are detachable. This piece, make it into white color and the other blue. This part needs to be transparent. This part needs to have a bit of pattern. Our logo will be printed on this part. Words need to be printed here. Most importantly, there must be no leakage, and it must be convenient to change water. Feng Yu pointed out many changes to the prototype, and the engineers jolted all these. Anyway, the changes were all on the plastic exterior. They were not responsible for the costs. Feng Yu can change all he wants. That should be all. I will be collecting the goods in 10 days' time. If everything is ready, then maybe we can do this for the long term. Imitating an electric humidifier was easy. But what about an ultrasonic humidifier? Those big state-owned factories had the ultrasonic technologies, but those smaller factories do not have the means. If Feng Yu remembered correctly, the state-owned factory, which the state invested heavily into, should be producing humidifier for industrial purposes. The humidifier for the households will only appear in 1990. If Feng Yu was still not able to capture the market when he was 1 year ahead of time, that means he was hopeless. Feng Yu went straight to the newspaper agency and changed the advertisement for the next day. The soybean oil and sugar advertisements were ongoing for a long time. Everyone had remembered Tai Hua brand. Now, it's time to remind everyone about Wind and Rain brand. The advertisement on the first day, there was only a flower pot-sized picture. Many people can't tell what the product was. It looks like plastic and the designs were quite pretty. The second day, there was a short article about the harmful effects of being in an environment of low humidity. For instance, more prone to catch colds and respiratory infections. The third day, the article talks about the benefits of having high humidity. The fourth day, there were a few words in big fonts. Wind and Rain electrical appliances is back. The impact of the advertisement on the fourth day was more significant than the first 3 days. Everyone was curious. Wind and Rain electrical appliances was the company that introduced the Wind and Rain fans. The boss of this company is stupid? Selling fans in the middle of winter? Wind and Rain electrical appliances became the laughingstock for a lot of people. The next day, many people were still discussing the advertisements. However, there were some who guessed that Wind and Rain would be introducing a new product that was related to the articles on humidity. Wind and Rain humidifier, your best indoor companion. This advertising message had occupied the full-page advertisement for consecutive 5 days. This made everyone to take note of it. Everyone was curious about the humidifier. This was a product that will increase the humidity? Will this product be useful? Where can we buy it? Which location was the best place to place a humidifier? Feng Yu's first choice was the office, followed by home. This was different from his previous life, where the company promoted the humidifier to be placed in homes. Many might have thought that the bosses of private companies at that time were the ones that were most willing to spend money. No, those bosses will only spend money on themselves. The ones that spend the most was the government units. The offices of the government officers, leaders of state-owned enterprises, was more luxurious than those from the private sectors. Feng Yu's humidifier was selling slightly over 100 renminbi, but he believed that the leaders in Bing City would account for 1,000 units. Zhang Ruiqiang was at work when his secretary informed him that Feng Yu had come and he was carrying 2 big boxes which looked like gifts. Feng Yu is the only one that dares to give gifts so openly. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head and smiled. He asked his secretary to invite Feng Yu in. He wants to see what was Feng Yu up to again. Xiao Feng, this is a government unit. Are you trying to show everyone that you are bringing in 2 big boxes? Zhang Ruiqiang said. That's right. Feng Yu replied naturally, pissing Zhang Ruiqiang. Before Zhang Ruiqiang said anything, Feng Yu opened the box and took out a strange-looking gadget. He then took out a water bottle and poured about 2/3 of the water into the gadget. Feng Yu then looked around for the electrical socket and plugged it in. He then sat on the sofa wiping his sweat. "This is an electric kettle?" Zhang Ruiqiang asked curiously. "This gadget looks pretty, but who would place a kettle in an office?" This was the first time someone gives him an electric kettle as gifts. "It's a humidifier. It will increase the room's humidity. The air in the northeast region is too dry and can easily fall sick. This will solve all these problems." Zhang Ruiqiang twitched his nose. There is still a scent. "This is jasmine flowers." Zhang Ruiqiang was happy. His favorite scent was jasmine flowers. The water was soaked with jasmine flowers before. "How's the scent?" "It is not too strong, and it will make people comfortable." "What you said is true. Breathing becomes more comfortable." "How much does this cost?" "I will buy it if it is not expensive." Feng Yu stopped Zhang Ruiqiang from taking out his wallet. "Leader, this is not for sale. These are samples. We have not introduced to the market yet. We only have some samples for testing and gathering feedback. It's free, but it belongs to my company. I can let you test it for free. Later, you need to help me fill up a feedback form." "Samples again? You also said the same thing with your soybean oil last time." "This is the same trick," Zhang Ruiqiang said laughingly. At the same time, he also stops taking out his wallet. Feng Yu smiled sneakily. "I had prepared a few more units. I will leave those with you, and you can help me give it to others for testing." Zhang Ruiqiang laughed. This kid really knows how to gain favors. Zhang Ruiqiang was just transferred to the city government, and his connections were not stable. This was a chance for him to get closer to his higher-ups. The last time, Zhang Ruiqiang was the one who had took charge of the restructuring of the machinery factory and was praised by the leaders. He had helped the factory obtain advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union, and the city government did not come out with a single cent. The profits now were a lot higher than before. This restructuring was a success and could be used as an example for the conversion of other state-owned enterprises. To achieve his political ambitions, Zhang Ruiqiang must have authority. But where does this authority come from? Of course, it was given to him by his higher-ups. Performing your duties well was not enough to get the recognition from the leaders. Sometimes, trivial things in life were more important than working hard. There are only two functions for this humidifier: to increase the humidity and to make the room smell better. Feng Yu smiled proudly. Of course not. Our Chinese traditional medicine has this fumigation therapy. The steam from boiling herbs and water can be used for treatments, sickness prevention, and healthcare. For example, if you add Dyer's Woad liquid in it, you can prevent and treat colds. If you add Shuangwanglian liquid in it, you can alleviate a sore throat, nasal dryness, etc. If you are feeling tired from work, you can some medicated oil in it. It will keep you awake. Feng Yu continued talking about the benefits. These were experiences from his previous life. There were some effects. This was especially true for nasal dryness. The humidifier had helped him sleep better. There are so many effects. Then I must try it all. Oh, there is still some wordings on your humidifier. This is aspirations to soar about the clouds. That's right. It suits the mindsets of the leaders. The proverbs printed on the humidifier was requested by Feng Yu. There were different proverbs like, "A hero in his late years does not give up his aspirations," "Aspirations to soar about the clouds," "Giving your best," and "Pains for the moment, gains for the millennia," etc. These proverbs were those that were commonly written on the banners and plaques for the leaders. Of course, there were some congratulatory messages. These were targeted at those wealthy businessmen. Fine, leave those behind. When will you introduce this humidifier to the market? Tomorrow. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu had just said that he wanted him to test out the humidifier and to give him feedback to improve on it. But tomorrow this humidifier will be introduced to the market? Then what's the use of feedbacks? All this while, Feng Yu does not intend to improve his product. Forget it. Anyway, this was not some particular gadget. Just treat it as samples. Most likely after the leaders tested it, the city government will order a batch of this humidifier. What was this kid's brain made of? Why he can think of so many ideas to make money. After Feng Yu left, Zhang Ruiqiang carried a box and went to the mayor's office. Half an hour later, he left the mayor's office full of smiles. One of his proposals was approved by the mayor. If the number 2 also support this proposal, then it will be implemented. The humidifiers which Feng Yu left behind were all given out by Zhang Ruiqiang. All the leaders liked the humidifier very much. When the air was too dry, People get irritated easily. With this humidifier around, they became more efficient and productive. Many did not receive the humidifiers. They saw the humidifiers in the leaders' offices and asked about it. Once they went back to their units, they told their department to purchase a batch of humidifiers. They will feel more comfortable with the humidifiers around. Also, the words printed on the humidifiers would make they seem more cultured. This era, the influence of the leaders was more significant than those movie stars or celebrities. People followed what the leaders wear. If the leader placed a thermos flask on the desk, people would also try to search for the same flask. They even tried to follow the hairstyle. Feng Yu had just sold his humidifiers to the departmental stores and cooperatives, and the next day, he received calls from them that all the humidifiers were sold out. They wanted to order more. Feng Yu was glad. Seems like his tactic of giving out free samples was very useful. He had given samples to all the units that were close to him. He even personally demonstrates how to use the humidifiers. It's time to increase the orders of humidifiers from the motor factory. Feng Yu drank some hot tea and felt warmer. It's time to have a decent office. There was no heating in the warehouse, and they had to rely on an electric heater for heating. When Feng Yu returned from outside, he could not feel any differences at all. The electric heater's electrical consumption was very high. If they switch on a few electric heaters at the same time, the fuse will blow. Usually, there will only be 2 electric heaters switched on, one in Feng Yu's office and another in the conference room. This resulted in the staffs going back home to sleep every day and taking the public bus back to work early next morning. No one in their right mind would ride bicycles in Bing City during winter. The strong northern winds freeze you, and even if you walk on the frozen roads, you will slip and break your bones. But today, Feng Yu called all the staffs back for a meeting. The humidifiers must be introduced to the market before the end of the year. Our target will be the dry areas in the northern regions. You all have the wind and rain fans dealers. Contact every one of them and those that are interested. Ask them to be here in 3 days, time to sign the contract. After all the contracts are signed, I will give out the year-end bonus. Everyone left. Feng Yu also made a call to Brother Qi. He was not sure if the Soviet Union have consumer humidifier. If there was none, then he can increase the orders with the motor factory. The Soviet Union only have industrial humidifiers. They had not started producing humidifiers for the mass market. The Soviet Union was still in the arms race with the US, and all their resources were invested in the military. They had no time to develop household appliances. Feng Yu told Kirilenko about his humidifiers, and Kirilenko asked Feng Yu to send a few samples to him. If it were as good as what Feng Yu said, then he would order in bulks. Feng Yu hesitated for a while. This humidifier was the same as his fans. There were no patents, and any factories can imitate it. But Feng Yu had a solution, which was to develop the ultrasonic humidifier. The motor factory had the ultrasonic technologies. This was something the smaller factories can imitate. Feng Yu can forecast the sales for his fans to be lower this summer, but there should still be some profits. The Bing City's aviation factory seems to have some air compressing technologies. It looks like the new electric fans will need to work with the aviation factory. 3 days later, a batch of dealers gathered at the motor factory's conference room. The warehouse was not an ideal place to sign the contracts. It was too cold, and this will give the dealers an impression that Taihua trading was not doing well. Luckily, Director Li was an easygoing person. Feng Yu told him that he wanted to rent the conference room, but Director Li just let Feng Yu use the room for 1 day and does not want to collect any money from him. The money will hurt their relationship. It was a pity that Director Li did not let Feng Yu use the conference for the long term. But Feng Yu was still willing to maintain this good relationship with him. Everyone is here today. Prove that you all had trust in Taihua trading and believed in our wind and rain electric appliances. Then I will announce that you all will be our long-term partners. I guarantee that you all will earn a lot of money. After Feng Yu finished, he waited for a few seconds. FCK, there was no applause. His words did not excite these dealers. Director Feng, let's talk about the contract. We had seen the demonstration. I am not sure about others, but I am sure to order from you. This time, there is no need for us to fill out the prices. Just tell us the wholesale prices. If the prices are right, then I will order 5,000 units. A fatty shouted. He was the one who handled the markets of 2 provinces in the southeast region previously, and he had earned a lot. Feng Yu showed them the sales for Bing City. The fatty's 2 provinces in the southeast region might not have any market for these humidifiers. The humidity in that area was higher than the north. But who said that he can't sell to other provinces? As long as that other province does not have any authorized dealer, he can sell it in that province. Feng Yu looked at that fatty. This fatty was smart. He thought that if he asked Feng Yu to set the prices, Feng Yu would not fix the prices too high. These humidifiers have two models based on the capacity. One model is the 2 liters model, and the other is the 4 liters model. The space area will determine which model to use. From the exterior, there are also 2 models. One type is the noble model. This model is suitable for enterprises leaders, government servants. The other is called the prestige model. This model is suitable for businessmen. The 2 liters noble model supplier prices will be at 120 renminbi per unit. The 4 liters noble model will be at 170 renminbi. The 2 liters prestige model is at 130 renminbi and the 4 liters at 180 renminbi. These dealers had a shock. The prices were too high. This humidifier was made of plastics. Why was it so expensive? They thought the most, it would be a few dozen RMB. The average cost of one unit was about 50 plus RMB. The materials cost about 20 renminbi, and motor factories' assembly cost was 30 renminbi. If the profit was not 2 to 3 times of the cost, then it was not worthy of Feng Yu's invention. Director Feng, the price is too high. 1,000 units will cost us over 100,000 renminbi. All our funds will be invested in these humidifiers. We still must mark up the prices for profits. Who would buy if it is so expensive? Someone asked. Feng Yu glanced over at that person, and that person immediately lowered his head, pretending that he was not the one who said it. Director Feng of Tai Hua Trading had a bad temper. If he were not happy, he would just chase that person out. Our humidifier must be sold at high prices. Are televisions expensive? Are refrigerators expensive? Are there still many people who buy them? You all will be taking charge of the same province's market as the previous time. Same rules. You all are not allowed to sell in another dealer's market. This time, the minimum order is 1,000 units. If any one of you wants to quit, the door is over there. Just because I did not get angry, you all try to climb all over me? A few dealers from the southern regions left. The market in their region was not big. The humidity there was too high. A piece of clothing will take 3 to 5 days to dry. The ones remaining were all from the northern regions, except for that fatty. The fatty was persuading others to quit, but he stayed. If these people leave, then he will be able to control the whole market himself and use it against Tai Hua Trading. But not everyone wanted to quit, especially the dealers from Beijing and Hebei. They even ordered 4,000 units each. In the end, there were no dealers for the northwest region. The dealers for the central and northern areas all agreed to order. The fatty still ordered 2,000 units, but he could take over the remaining provinces. This was considered a concession given to him by Feng Yu. With a total order of 30,000 units, there was not enough stock. A few days ago, Feng Yu had already asked the motor factory to speed up the production. So, it was the same as last time. The dealers will receive half of their goods and the remaining 1 week later. In a week's time, there will be a profit of 2 to 3 million renminbi in Feng Yu's pocket. Goods first and pay later? Impossible. Feng Yu knew that it was not easy to recover debts in this era. Even if they go to the courts, it was also no use. It was only possible to give our goods and collect payments later after the trust was built. Just like Feng Yu and Kirilenko, they would deliver goods to each other first and make payments later. This humidifier was just to occupy the market first and to create the brand awareness. When Feng Yu get his hands on the technology of the ultrasonic humidifier, then he will be the market leader in the humidifier industry. That will be the time where he will get the real profits. Director Li, have you considered what I told you the last time? Feng Yu sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Beside him was a frowning Li Shiyu. Feng Yu had mentioned to him about using the ultrasonic vibrations technology for the humidifier. It will be safer and the effects will be better. But the motor factory does not have this technology. The motor factory was a military factory in the past, but their primary focus was still electric motors and electrical-related products like batteries, generators, and electrical wirings. They had the best technologies for these products in China. This ultrasonic technology had nothing to do with electric motors. But Li Shiyu knew which factory had this technology. He wanted to get this technology, but to no avail. Now, Li Shiyu was also interested in branding. If the electric fans had used the motor factory's brand, then they would have enjoyed higher profits. He also did not expect this small humidifier could also bring in such big profits. This time, he had learned his lessons and proposed a joint corporation with Fengyu. He does not want to be a contractor anymore. He wants a cut of the profits. Fengyu also suggested that he wanted the factory to develop the ultrasonic humidifier. He will pay for the development costs and to share the results. The profits sharing can be discussed later. Li Shiyu discussed with the other leaders of the factory, and everyone agrees to this proposal. Although the government was encouraging the development of electric generating facilities, the technology for hydropower was still weak. The primary source of electricity was still from thermal generators. The motor factory main strength was always in hydropower, thermal power, and wind power was still lacking. They also just started researching on solar energy. As for others, they were still in the theoretical stage. Li Shiyu had thought about this carefully. If they depend on electric generators, the factory might not suffer any losses, but there were not many profits either. Look at Taihua Trading. Just an electric fan, and they had made millions of profits. They were also working with the machinery factory, and the machinery factory was doing very well. Even Li Mingde, who used to be looked down by him, started to talk arrogantly to him. Li Shiyu decided to gamble. Anyway, Fengyu will be paying for the research and developmental costs. If it succeeds, the motor factory have another revenue stream. If it fails, then consider it as accumulating experience. But they had tried. They understand the theory behind the ultrasonic technology and how to turn water into mist, but they just can't produce the humidifier. Based on his factory engineer's estimation, the size of the humidifier would be about the size of a car. How to sell? Li Shiyu wanted to trick the aviation factory into giving him the ultrasonic technology. After all, both factories were state-owned enterprises and had worked together on many military projects before. But the aviation factory just refused to give them the technology. What does the motor factory want? We, Bing City's aviation factory, can just manufacture it and sell it to you. Li Shiyu was now searching for a solution in the dark. He was afraid that if Fengyu knew about this, he would ditch them and work with the aviation factory. Then, the motor factory will have nothing to do with this in future. In the end, both parties were just business partners and do not have a close relationship. If the motor factory had helped Taihua Trading to warn Song Xiao in the past, Song Xiaofeng would have stopped threatening them. After all, the motor factory used to be a military factory and was more ferocious than the police. Because they had not helped Taihua Trading, both sides had some feelings of animosity. Li Shiyu felt that if Fengyu had found a better partner, he would ditch the motor factory immediately. Fengyu waited for a while, and Li Shiyu just kept quiet and frowned. Fengyu knew that something was wrong. Director Li, what happens? You don't intend to work with me anymore? It's fine. Actually, the machinery factory can also manufacture this humidifier. Fengyu stood up and wanted to leave. The machinery company indeed can produce the humidifiers, but the machinery company will never produce it. Although all the critical decisions in machinery company were not decided by Li Mingde alone, it was Li Mingde was controlling everything from behind. Even if Fengyu could persuade Li Mingde to produce the humidifiers, he still has to split the profits with them. Once the machinery company found that the earnings for the humidifiers were high, then they will want to get the more significant share, and Fengyu will be getting the lesser share. It would not be like with the motor factory, where they just accept the contractor fees. Li Mingde was also more despicable than Li Shiyu. Before Fengyu becomes the major shareholder of the machinery company, he would not put all his eggs in the machinery company basket for them to reap the benefits. Since the motor factory was not willing to cooperate with him, Fengyu had another option, which was the university. No matter if it was a technological university or a shipbuilding university, they were strong in research and development. This ultrasonic technology was not considered complicated, and the university lab should be able to complete it. The only problem for Fengyu was the patent for the technology. The university will not hand over the patent to Fengyu. Wait, Director Feng. It's not that we do not want to work with you, but our ultrasonic vibrations technology was still in the theoretical stage, and it will take at least 1 year to put it into practical use. Fengyu finally found out that Li Shiyu was bluffing when he said that they had the ultrasonic technology. The motor factory had only started researching on it after Fengyu's suggestions. Director Li, let's be honest with each other. The motor factory does not have any engineers that know the ultrasonic technology. You all tried to research about it now and discover that it was impossible for you all to succeed? Since you all dare to agree to work with me last time, then you must know where to get this technology. Which factory is it? Or which university's professors? Li Shiyu looked at Feng Yu in astonishment. He could guess so much with so little information. How can a teenager be so shrewd? He must be at least a few decades old. I know that the Bing City's aviation factory have this technology and even have the experts in this. But they do not want to sell the technology to me. I had tried to meet Director Ho a few times, but never got to see him. Experts from aviation factory? Why not you try to ask Director Ho of the aviation factory out? We can discuss for a three-way corporation. They can come out with the technologies, I can come out with the capital, and you can do the production. The profits will be split between the three of us. Another partner? Feng Yu was happy to have another partner. Furthermore, Feng Yu wanted to know Bing City's aviation factories. Director Ho. His next business idea will need to partner with the aviation factory, and it will be even more profitable. Three-way corporation? Okay, I will contact him. Li Shiyu was glad the Feng Yu made this suggestion. He was afraid that Feng Yu will ditch them. Ho Haitao received Li Shiyu's call, and it was about the ultrasonic technology again. Ho Haitao just gave the same reply, which was the aviation factory would manufacture whatever he wanted and sell it to him. Ho Haitao was more senior than Li Shiyu. When he was the director of aviation factory, Li Shiyu was still a junior deputy director. Even when Li Shiyu was the director now, Ho Haitao always treats him as his junior. This time Li Shiyu did not hang up the phone. Instead, he said that he will be bringing a friend to meet him at the aviation factory to talk about a joint project and guaranteed that the aviation factory has nothing to lose. After hanging up the phone, Ho Haitao was wondering, how could he not know any of Li Shiyu's friend? Feng Yu had already decided that no matter how they cooperated and how much money he had to fork out, the patented technology and brand must be under his control. These were the most important things. Ho Haitao's disdain for Li Shiyu grew even more when he saw Feng Yu. This teenager should be still schooling, and he was Li Shiyu's friend? This Li Shiyu was getting worse. Director Ho, this is my friend which I told you about. Director Feng Yu from Tai Hua Trading. Ho Haitao just made a sound from his nose as greeting. He did not even consider standing up to shake Feng Yu's hands. He also felt that Feng Yu was unworthy to enter his office. Feng Yu saw Ho Haitao's contempt, but he was helpless. If he was in Ho Haitao's position and got to meet a teenager, he might also behave this way. But Feng Yu was confident that he could change Ho Haitao's perspective within 1 minute. Li Shiyu wanted to say something, but Feng Yu stopped him and gestured to Li Shiyu to let him do the talking. Director Ho, you might not have heard of Tai Hua Trading, but you should have heard of wind and rain fans. Those are mine. You heard of Tai Hua Premium Cooking Oil? Those are also mine. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Ho Haitao straightens up and start to take Feng Yu seriously. Wind and rain fans was a miracle last summer. It appeared suddenly and was famous not only in Bing City, but also the whole China. Their aviation factory had also ordered a few dozen fans, and he also bought 2 for his house. The cooking oil he was using now was also Tai Hua Premium Cooking Oil. His wife only trusted this brand, and even though it was expensive, she would still buy it. Oh, you are Director Feng from Tai Hua Trading. Xiao Wang served tea. Ho Haitao stood up and shook Feng Yu's hands and ordered his secretary to serve tea. Director Ho should have guessed the purpose of us meeting you. We are here to discuss with Director Ho about cooperation, using the ultrasonic technology to develop a new type of humidifier. Right. The humidifier on your desk is also our product. Ho Haitao looked at the humidifier on his desk. This was bought by his office chief. After using the humidifier, it was indeed more comfortable. Cooperation? There's no need for that. Just let me know what you want to manufacture and the requirements. We will just produce it for you. The aviation factory's workshops were not operating at full capacity. If there were orders, it would be best if they do it themselves. Before Feng Yu can say anything, Li Shiyu said anxiously, Director Ho, so you have the production line for the humidifiers? My factory had already modified a few production lines. The production cost is meager. Can your aviation factory do that? Your factory's focus now was all on aircraft engines and vans. You still have time to produce humidifier. Ho Haitao leaned back into the sofa and said, the issue here is that we have the technology. Feng Yu interrupted both of them. Director Ho, Director Li, I am here to discuss our cooperation and not to see the both of you fight. We have a common goal, which is to make money. Now, the aviation factory have the technology, the motor factory have the production line, and I have the funds and the sales distribution channels. I think we can have three-way cooperation to develop and manage the new humidifier. The money earned will be split between the three of us. Cooperation. Fine. But to develop a new product, technology is the most important. So, the aviation factory should be getting half of the profits, and the both of you should share the rest. Impossible. You are putting in the least efforts. How can you take half the profits? My factory is doing all the production work, so I should be getting half of the profits. Li Shiyu retorted. Feng Yu had a headache. It seems that he had belittled the appetite of these state-owned enterprises leaders. Both wanted half of the profits. Feng Yu was the one coming out with the funds and sales channels. Does that mean he will be doing this for free? Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao continued arguing, but Feng Yu noticed something was wrong. They both were making eyes at each other. FCK, these two old men were acting. They were going to work together to kick out Feng Yu. Director Ho, Director Li, are you done? From what I see, the both of you wants to do this alone. Why not both of you do this on your own? My family has a stake in the machinery company. They can also manufacture humidifiers. As for technology, I think that other than aviation factory, the technology university should have it too. There are a lot of experts there also. Hi, what are you saying, Director Feng? Aren't we now discussing our three-way cooperation? Li Shiyu starts to calm things down. Humph, really? This is the way to discuss? You wanted half of the profits, and he also wanted half. Then I am coming out with the funds and sales channels for free. Why not I give my company to the both of you? Feng Yu looked at these two sly foxes. Then what does Director Feng suggest? Ho Haitao asked. All the while, the one who is coming out with the capital should be taking the biggest share. Furthermore, I am the one who designs the outlook of the humidifier. The market positioning, sales channels, brand, and even this idea are mine. So, I want 80% of the profits and the both of you will share the remaining. Impossible, Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu said at the same time. One party taking 80% share and the two state-owned factories sharing the remaining 20%? It's ridiculous. Fine, I will take a step back. I want at least 30%, Li Shiyu said. It's the same for me. I want 30% too. You will be getting the biggest share, 40%. Is it fine this way? Feng Yu sneered and looked at these two sly old men. The both will be getting 60% share. If they work together, they can override whatever decision Feng Yu make. I will also give in. Each of you will be getting 15% the most. I want 70%. Since everyone was making unreasonable demands, Feng Yu wanted to see if they dare to kick him out of this project and do it themselves. Director Feng, don't be too greedy. This is three-way cooperation, and the shares we wanted are already below 1/3. Ho Haitao said coldly. Really? But your efforts are not worth 1/3 at all. 25%. I want 25%. Li Shiyu said. He added, I am unable to answer to the others in the factory if we are getting less than this. Before Ho Haitao said anything, Feng Yu laughed. Director Ho also want 25%? I shall be honest with the both of you. I must get more than 50% shares for this new type of humidifier, and I guaranteed the both of you that your profits each year will not be less than 1 million rubles. How much? Ho Haitao's eye grew wider. 1 million rubles. Each of you will own 20% shares each. Aviation factory will be doing the research and development. The motor factory will be doing the production. I will be coming out with the funds and in charge of the sales. If I hand over this project to any of you, can you guarantee 1 million rubles profits? Also, the results of the research and development done by the aviation factory will belong to me. I am the one who had thought of this idea, and I am the one who is funding this research and development. So, the results should belong to me. The both of you can enjoy the profits based on your shares. I can sign a 10-year contract with the both of you, stating that there will be profits of at least 1 million rubles each year. Feng Yu had deliberately said rubles and not US dollars. He knew that rubles will depreciate severely 2 years later. At that time, the value of ruble was even lower than Japanese yen. Even if the sales of this humidifier was not as good as he expected, he can also quickly take out 2 million rubles. The 10-year contract seems like a long time, but it was also the time limit for patent protection. If the three-way cooperation doesn't work out, Feng Yu can leave anytime and do this on his own. All Feng Yu need to do was to give them 1 million ruble each year. Anyway, the patent will be in his hands. Li Shiyu looked at Ho Haitao and nodded. Fine, we agree. Feng Yu was relieved when the humidifier cooperation was settled. This investment was not a significant sum, but the returns will be high. The first investment was only 1 million renminbi. The aviation factory will be minimizing the ultrasonic vibration machine to be no bigger than a fist. The motor factory got to modify the production line. They only have a temporary production line for the humidifiers now, and it was not enough. There must be a specialized production line for this. Feng Yu had said that once the aviation factory's research was ready, the motor factory must start the production immediately. The output must not be lower than 50,000 units a month. The market was empty, and this was considered a monopoly, but they must capture the market first. Even in this era, Feng Yu's forecast was at least a few 100,000 units will be sold a year in China. There was still the bigger overseas market. The post office had just opened, and there were 2 customers. It was snowing heavily today, and these 2 men must have something urgent. Welcome. Oh, it's Shiqiang. You are here to fax documents again. Brother Hui, I am not here to fax documents. I am here to buy something. We'll chat with you later. I am going over to that side. Brother Hui looked at Li Shiqiang walking over to a corner, and his eyes opened wide. This Li Shiqiang really became wealthy. He was going over to look at pagers. This pager costs a few thousand RMB apiece. But since Li Shiqiang could drive cars now, he can surely afford a pager. Brother Chong, you are here. These pagers had just arrived. Which one do you want to see? There were only numeric pagers, and Feng Yu was disappointed. The Chinese characters pagers were only available the following year. But this pager should be enough for the time being. It was better than unable to contact him if there were any emergencies. How many do you have? Feng Yu asked. The staff looked at Feng Yu. Who was this arrogant kid? 1 pager was not enough for him. Sun Wenwen, how many pagers do you have? Li Shiqiang asked again. Sun Wenwen's eyes grew big. Brother Chong, what do you mean? You are buying a few. Feng Yu smiled and said, not a few. We need about 20. Feng Yu's tone was casual, and he had interrupted Sun Wenwen. She thought to herself, what? 20 pagers? 1 pager cost 4,000 renminbi. You want 20? Then it will be 80,000 renminbi. This kid does not know how expensive these pagers are. It's 80,000 renminbi. Have you seen 80,000 renminbi? Young man, this pager cost 4,000 renminbi. Sun Wenwen said to Feng Yu. 4,000 renminbi? It's not expensive. I want 20. Take it out. I want to see. Feng Yu thought the pager would cost at least 5,000 renminbi. Seems like the prices were lower compared to last year. Brother Chong, who is this kid? Stop joking with me. If it were not for Li Shiqiang, she would have scolded them crazy. This kid was arrogant. A pager cost 4,000 renminbi, and he wanted 20? He thinks that these were 4 renminbi toys? This is my brother-in-law. He is not joking with you. We are buying for the company. Do you have 20 pieces? Take them out. Feng Yu had discussed with Li Shiqiang. Wu Jigang and the rest of the staffs had to travel frequently and were always uncontactable. What if there were any emergencies? Feng Yu said that the losses caused by being uncontactable would be higher than these measly few thousand RMB. Furthermore, Taihua Trading had made lots of profits this year, and Feng Yu wants to reward Wu Jigang and the staffs. That's why Li Shiqiang did not oppose this idea. Li Shiqiang was also more generous now. He was staying in a big apartment, drive a small car, and the status of the people he met now was higher. How could he forget the staffs who had worked hard together with him? Sun Wenwen heard Li Shiqiang and said embarrassedly, Brother Chong, we do not have 20 pagers. We only have 16 units. 16 units? It's enough too. Feng Yu waved his hands and said, take out everything for me. At that juncture, someone walked into the post office and came to Sun Wenwen's sales counter. Hey girl, you sell pager here? Give me the most expensive one. He had said that in a loud voice. It was as if he was afraid other people could hear him. The most expensive pager? Couldn't he read the sign on the wall? Every pager was selling for 4,000 renminbi. Feng Yu turned to look at that man. That man was wearing a coat and a bowler hat. There was nothing unusual about his dressing, but Feng Yu could not accept it when he opened his mouth to show off his 2 gold tooth. Oh, that's a pager? Let me see. The golden tooth man stretched his arm over to take the pager from Feng Yu. Feng Yu stepped back. This person is rude. Can't he see that I am holding on to the pager? Can't he ask for it nicely? The golden-toothed man did not expect Feng Yu to dodge him. He growled, "Where did this kid come from? Get lost. This thing is costly. Can your family afford to pay for it if you break it?" After he said that, he tried to snatch the pager from Feng Yu again. "Whether if we can afford to pay for it is our problem. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Yu can't be bothered this type of people." He turned to Sun 11 and said, "Okay, these pagers are fine. Who you think you are speaking to? Hey, salesgirl, I want that pager. Bring it over." The golden-toothed man shouted at Sun 11. "Salesgirl?" Sun 11 rolled her eyes and said to the golden-toothed man, "I'm sorry, sir. This is sold." "Then get me another one." "Hurry up, stupid." The golden-toothed man said impatiently. He had made 30,000 renminbi from his business this year. If he had a pager clipped to his belt, then even if that pretty girl from the village does not want to marry him, her parents would also force her to marry him. "Sorry, there are no more pagers." Sun 11 replied, "Little girl, you are treating me like a fool? There are so many pagers in your counter, and you are telling me there's no more? Where's the manager? Ask him out. I want to ask him, how did he train you?" Golden-toothed man shouted angrily. Li Shiqiang could not stand it anymore and said, "Mister, these pagers were all sold. It is no use even if you look for the manager. If you have the time to shout here, why not go to other post office? Also, it's better for you to not speak so loud in public. It just shows how uncultured you are." "Who are you calling uncultured? I am here to buy things, and have you heard of the saying, customers are gods?" Golden-toothed man said, and tried push Li Shiqiang. Li Shiqiang sidestepped and grabbed the golden-toothed man's wrist with his right hand and twisted it hard. The golden-toothed man immediately kneels on the ground. Li Shiqiang was in the military for 3 years, and it was a piece of cake for him to handle thugs like him. "Ah, you dare to hit me? Help! Someone is hitting me." The post office manager came running in. "What happened?" "Shaoli, let him go first." Li Shiqiang released his grip, but the golden-toothed man remained on the ground. "Humph, this guy thinks that he had a bit of money and tried to create trouble here. He even scolded Sun 11 just now." Sun 11 also added, "Manager, he was trying to create trouble here. I told him that the pagers were sold out, but he insisted me to sell one to him. I am not a magician, and I can't make one pager appear in thin air." "Sold out? Didn't the new stocks just arrive this week?" The manager asked. "That's right. She did it on purpose. You are the manager, right? This person must be fired." The golden-toothed man stood up and started shouting. He felt that the manager was on his side. Suddenly, Feng Yu said nonchalantly, "It was indeed sold out. Just 5 minutes ago, I had bought all the pagers." "Bluff. You can carry on bluffing. You have the money to buy all the pagers here." The golden-toothed man shouted. Feng Yu opened his bag, which was placed on the counter, and took out money from it. His salary was all in 100 RMB notes rolled into bundles. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 6 bundles, 7 bundles, 8 bundles. Feng Yu tapped on the money. "There is 80,000 renminbi here. 1 pager is selling for 4,000 renminbi. 16 pagers will cost 64,000 renminbi. The network fees are 800 renminbi for a pager. Is this money enough?" The golden-toothed man immediately backed down. This teenager can take out 80,000 renminbi from his bag in an instant, and it seems like the bag still contains more money. He had only earned 30,000 renminbi in a year, and Feng Yu can easily take out 80,000 renminbi. That means his business was nothing compared to Feng Yu. The golden-toothed man left immediately. The people watching the commotion were shocked by the way Feng Yu took out his money. Those who knew Li Shiqiang were whispering among themselves. They knew Li Shiqiang was wealthy, but they did not know that Li Shiqiang was so rich. If it were them, they would also choose to quit the job at the post office. They would never afford a pager or a small car if they were working at the post office. All the pagers were activated, and Li Shiqiang chatted with his ex-colleagues for a while and left. He felt uncomfortable with the way his ex-colleagues treated him. Back at the office, Feng Yu gave out the pagers to his staff and told them that this pager was their year-end bonus. Wu Jigang and the rest were shocked. They knew they will be getting a fat bonus this year. From Feng Yu's generosity, the bonus should not be lower than 1,000 renminbi. But they did not expect Feng Yu to give them a pager each. This pager cost 4,000 renminbi each. Feng Yu encouraged everyone and told them that they had 2 more businesses before the new year. One was importation and the other was exportation. After that, it will be holidays for everyone until the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. In that era, China still does not have the official holidays policies, but at Taihua Trading they get to enjoy such benefits. Everyone cheered. It was a long holiday, and they were able to enjoy themselves. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Kirilenko. The fleet of gas trucks was on their way, estimated to arrive at Bing City in 2 days' time. Feng Yu was overjoyed. This fleet had finally arrived. With Kirilenko's help, this fleet consisted of 80 gas trucks and was loaded with over 1,000 refrigeration compressors. These compressors will be converted into refrigerators at the motor factory. Because the compressors were very cheap, the cost of the refrigerators will also be meager. As such, the retail prices will also not be high. Feng Yu had estimated that the profits should be about a few 100,000 RMB. This day, there was a long convoy of gas trucks in Bing City streets. The convoy was very long and attracted a lot of attention. These trucks seemed like they were transporting goods from the Soviet Union. Which unit was this wasteful to use vehicles to transport goods and not buy freight? Later, everyone noticed that these trucks went to the motor factory. It was the motor factory that ordered goods from the Soviet Union, but no one heard anything from the motor factory. Director Li had instructed the factory to keep this as a secret. It was a disgrace for a state-owned factory to be a contractor for a private company. They did not admit being the manufacturer of wind and rain fans, let alone this Taihua refrigerators. Feng Yu had registered these refrigerators under the Taihua brand. He did not intend to expand this refrigerator business. Feng Yu knew nothing about refrigerators except for the different types of refrigerators. There will not be another batch of cheap compressors again. The factory that produces these compressors were in a semi-shutdown state when Kirilenko contacted them. However, Feng Yu was interested in that factory's production line. Maybe he could import those production machines and sell it to those factories that were manufacturing refrigerators. Because Feng Yu did not want to affect Wind and Rain brand image and value, he chose to use Taihua brand. Initially, Feng Yu wished to use Shiqiang brand, but Li Shiqiang rejected. Feng Yu's design of the refrigerators was too weird. It was a 2-door fridge. Who would buy such a big refrigerator? One must buy how many things to fill that fridge up? It was a waste of electricity too. These were not important. Feng Yu's priority now was to wait for Kirilenko arrive at Bing City, and they would go to the courts with IOU. Feng Yu wants the courts to award him the fleet of gas trucks as payment for the debt owed to him by Kirilenko. This would save them a lot of taxes. Kirilenko flew to Bing City and arrived at night. Feng Yu drove and picked him up personally. This time, Kirilenko had only brought one person with him. It was his trusted aide. Kirilenko had come to Bing City was to sell off this fleet of trucks and to be closer to Feng Yu. So, in future, he could ditch the rest of his partners and work with Feng Yu alone. What did you say? You want to sue a foreigner? The person at the courts was shocked. This was unbelievable. This is a foreigner from the Soviet Union, and yet you want to sue him? Will this affect China's image? Will it jeopardize the relationship between both countries? If the Soviet Union embassy knew about this, it would be in the headlines. There was only a small court in the city, and they dared not to sue a foreigner. So what if he is a foreigner? It was written on the contract that he owes me this much money, and he had used those trucks as collaterals. Now he can't pay, and these trucks should belong to me. What's the problem? Feng Yu looked at the court staff. Please don't escalate matters. This was just a simple business dispute. Kid, can't the both of you work things out? Our court does not have the authority to sue a foreigner. Why not you go to the high courts? The staff was troubled. What Feng Yu said was not wrong, but he dared not to be the one who set this precedent. We had discussed this, and he agreed. If you don't believe me, you can ask the interpreter. I am not lying to you. He even brought his passport. Of course, Kirilenko would agree. Both were in this together. This was to avoid paying high taxes. The staff felt that he was the unlucky one. Why must he be the one on duty today? Why did the other person go to the toilet? If he had known, he would also go to the toilet. He would rather skip work than do this. Feng Yu was worried that this would happen, so he brought an interpreter along. This interpreter was a teacher in the university and was hired for high wages. Other interpreters rejected this job when they heard that they need to be at the courts. Nowadays, everyone does not want to have anything to do with the courts. Just sentence. Everything is so clear. What's there to worry about? Can I get the written verdict later? Feng Yu kept rushing the staff. He still needs to settle the documents for those trucks. The staff asked Feng Yu to wait a while as he needs to consult his leaders. The staff was curious. Why was this foreigner not angry at all? A normal person being sued by another person would be upset. Even if he was not mad about being sued, at least he should be moody, but why was this foreigner still smiling? Could it be his brain was damaged? Kirilenko did not know that the staff thought that he was an idiot and still gave him his best smile. To Kirilenko, it was his best smile, but to others, he was smiling like an idiot. After a while, someone that looks like a leader came and spoke to Kirilenko. This leader knew how Russian and found out that there were no problems with Kirilenko's answer. He also checked Kirilenko's passport and then asked Feng Yu to wait. The leader reported this matter to his higher-ups. In the end, this matter was escalated to the provincial government. It was only a very senior leader that gave the decision to carry on with the court proceedings. The leader does not care if it was a foreigner or a local. If someone did something wrong in China, he must be punished by the law. He even instructed the courts to just treat this case as a typical contractual dispute and sentenced as usual. The instructions were passed down quickly through all the levels and back to the city court. The court's leader saw the instructions and ordered his men to carry on with the procedures. Since the foreigner also agreed, the court would not be a busybody. Just ask the foreigner to sign and thumbprint on the documents. The written verdict must have a Russian version too. Many of the court staffs were looking at Feng Yu. This kid was so young, and yet he dares to take a foreigner to the courts. Everyone wondered who was the one behind this kid. Feng Yu gave a red packet, and the efficiency of the court staff improved immediately. Within an hour, the written verdict was issued, and the ownership of these 80 gas trucks was officially transferred to Wind and Rain Logistics Company. Wind and Rain Logistics Limited Liability Company was a new company registered by Feng Yu, but it does not belong to him. The company belongs to Li Shiqiang. The Li family knew that they could enjoy their current lifestyle was because of Feng Yu. However, how could Li Shiqiang work for his younger brother-in-law? Li Shiqiang had wanted to start something himself after getting his dividends. Just happened that this opportunity came. Feng Yu wanted to set up a logistics company and even got a fleet of trucks. Li Shiqiang then told Feng Yu that he wants to run this logistic company and does not want Taihua Trading shares. Feng Yu also agreed, but he told Li Shiqiang that he had already registered Wind and Rain Logistics. He had wanted to create a brand alliance to increase their competitiveness in future, and because of this, Feng Yu was willing to pay Li Shiqiang a sum of money to compensate him. Li Shiqiang agreed without any hesitation. He does not care about the company name, and there was no need for any compensation. Feng Yu changed the owner of the company to Li Shiqiang, and then gave Li Shiqiang over 1 million renminbi of dividends. Taihua Trading shares were also changed to Feng Yu's name. Now Feng Yu can change his title on his name card to General Manager. Feng Yu was finally 16 and had his identification card. It would be easier for him to do things now. The city's transportation department were old friends with them. They gave a red packet to the chief, and the documentation was quickly completed. All the vehicles' number plate will be ready in a week's time. A new logo was sprayed on the doors of the trucks. Even the bonnet was sprayed with the Wind and Rain logo. Li Shiqiang also hired a batch of ex-military drivers. How much can they earn if they were working at the units? If they worked at Wind and Rain Logistics, they would get 50% more than their current salary, and there will be a bonus too. Very soon, over 100 drivers applied for this job. Li Shiqiang also followed Feng Yu's suggestions to conduct a test for these applicants. Not only their driving skills were to be tested, their safety awareness, and especially their responsibility. Feng Yu said that this Wind and Rain Logistics will be occupying at least 3 provinces in the northeast region and might even occupy the markets as far as Beijing. These drivers will be outside most of the time with a truckload of goods. What happens if the driver disappears with the goods? This was not scaring Li Shiqiang. There were incidents like this that happened before. Feng Yu had read the news of such cases on the internet in his past life. It was many years later when the culprits were caught. But Li Shiqiang was better than what Feng Yu had thought. Not only he tested the drivers on the things Feng Yu told him, but he also tested their familiarity with the roads. After these screenings, the remaining 80 drivers and over 10 salesmen were hired. Li Shiqiang knew the importance of salesmen when he was at Taihua Trading. If there were no salesmen getting sales and the company was just there waiting for customers to go to them, the company would close within 1 to 2 years. Feng Yu also helped him with the advertising. Feng Yu had advertising contracts with the newspaper agency and their local TV station. He helped Wind and Rain Logistics do few advertisements to create awareness and let more people know that there was a logistics company in Bing City with 80 gas trucks. Wind and Rain Logistics, delivering regardless of rain or shine. Everyone knew about this advertising slogan in less than 3 days. Wind and Rain Logistics became well known in Bing City. Taihua Trading's office was in the warehousing area, and Li Shiqiang was familiar with many companies there. Li Shiqiang visited every company in the warehousing area. When they knew that Li Shiqiang had just set up a logistics company, had 80 trucks, and was able to take on jobs from Bing City to Ji City and Xin City, many companies signed contracts with him. They will let Wind and Rain Logistics handle their deliveries in future. Feng Yu had also helped Li Shiqiang to get some deliveries orders from the motor factory and machinery company. Coupled with Taihua Trading's deliveries, Wind and Rain Logistics will not lose money in future. However, if a truck was traveling with a full load to a destination and returning with an empty load, they might not lose money, but they are not maximizing their profits either. Feng Yu reminded Li Shiqiang to set up branches in Ji City and Xin City. This way, the trucks can travel to and fro more efficiently. They must also build a good reputation and get more customers now. Set up branches? Li Shiqiang was troubled. One company was enough to keep him busy, and now he still got to set up branches? Feng Yu's idea was to set up offices in Ji City and Shun City first, and later set up offices in all the cities in the province. Then slowly expand to the 3 provinces in the Northeast region and even Beijing. This was to create a complete logistics network. Although this will not create a monopoly, with the complete logistics network, the business would be better. Now there were more and more private companies in the 3 provinces of the Northeast region. There will be a lot of delivery orders for just the mountain areas and the farms alone. Li Shiqiang became nervous when he heard all these. How many branches must be set up in future? Then he must hire at least more than 100 salesmen? One truck must generate enough to pay for at least 2 to 3 people? How can he make profits if this was the case? Feng Yu patiently explained the pros and cons to Li Shiqiang. The situation now was considered the initial stage, and it was fine if he were to lose some money. The demand for logistics was growing, but he won't feel it even if there were a lot of orders. But 2 years later, others will also set up logistics companies, and at that time, it would be difficult for him to expand his market share. Also, with the logistics network set up, anyone who needs delivery would think of Wind and Rain Logistics first. That would be the time when he can reap the profits. His trucks will always be moving around with a full load. Li Shiqiang was still hesitating. Although he felt that what Feng Yu said made sense, but he still thinks that it was not wise for him to invest so much now. Why not wait for another 2 years and see how it goes? Feng Yu might be familiar with electronic products and trade, but logistics were very different from those. Setting up branches in the country cities? What logistics business does the country cities have? They deliver their goods by trishaws. Feng Yu sighed and turned to Li Shiqiang. You can get a franchise if you don't want to set up branches. Franchise shops will be allowed to use Wind and Rain Logistic brand to receive orders, and Wind and Rain Logistics will be doing the deliveries. All Li Shiqiang needs to do was to give these shops some commissions. That would solve the problem of trucks returning empty to the city. Li Shiqiang does not need to invest more money, and 2 years later, he could even collect franchise fees. As for now, if he were to receive franchise fees, not many will join him. With this suggestion, Li Shiqiang understood. This was a good idea. He could save money and does not need to hire so many salesmen. Li Shiqiang excitedly arranged his salesmen to do sales calls, and he brought the rest of his staff to give out flyers and paste advertisements on the lamppost and telegraph poles. This was also taught by Feng Yu. In that era, no one will bother with these small advertisements like this if these advertisements were not pasted on people's walls. Feng Yu looked at the energetic Li Shiqiang and felt that this was the brother-in-law he knew from his memories. Li Shiqiang was happy, but Feng Yu became depressed. Li Shiqiang went on to set up his own business, and Feng Yu must get a new person to take charge of Taihua Trading. He still needs to go to school. The person in charge of the company can be decided after New Year. The Lunar New Year was just in a few days, and Feng Yu returned to his district. He needs to help to manage the food processing factory and the pig farm. In future, he needs to hire 2 suitable people to handle the factory and the farm for him. Feng Yu does not trust his father's management skills. The thing that excites Feng Yu the most was the pig farming expert, Professor Su. finally arrived. The modernization of the pig farm still needs his opinions and help. The expert had arrived, and Feng Yu must welcome him personally. All experts were held in high regards, and most of them were arrogant. If they felt that they were not respected, they might leave, and it would be hard to invite them again. These experts knew each other, and other experts will also be hard to invite. Feng Yu arrived at the pig farm and noticed his staffs were not looking well. What happened? Did the expert make things difficult for them? If that were the case, then Feng Yu would send him off. Even experts cannot bully his staffs. Uncle Li, where's my dad? Chief Feng is inside with the expert. Xiaoyu, you better don't go in first. I am afraid that you will have no appetite for dinner later. Uncle Li's expressions were weird. It was as if he had seen something scary or disgusting. What? They're slaughtering pigs inside. Didn't I said all the pigs must be slaughtered at the city's slaughterhouse? Feng Yu was feeling a bit helpless as he thought that his father wanted to save money by doing the slaughtering himself. It's not slaughtering pigs. It's the expert. What's wrong with the expert? Feng Yu was alarmed. Did the expert do something? He's eating. Feng Yu smiled and jokingly said, it's normal for someone to eat now. Could it be he is eating something that will cause me to lose my appetite? I even dare to eat pig's innards. What's there to be afraid of? Have you ever seen people eating in a pigsty? He is holding a bowl of rice with vegetables and eating heartily in front of the pigs. There are pig excrements all around him, and the smell of urine and feces is overpowering. I don't want to talk about this. Anyway, I will be skipping dinner today. Uncle Li said. Feng Yu was surprised. Who in the right mind would eat in a pigsty? Just imagining it made him feel like vomiting. He spits on the floor, but he still has to discuss some things with the expert. So, he can only bite the bullet and enter the farm. In the pigsty, he saw a crowd of people there. Only one of them was holding a bowl, and the rest were desperately smoking cigarettes. They were trying to suppress the nausea feeling. Feng Yu endured the nausea feelings and walked over. The ventilation at the pig farm was not inadequate, but there was still an overpowering stench of pig feces. There was really someone who could eat in this type of places. Professor Su, you are here. Xiaofeng, this is your family's farm? You had done a good job. The cleanliness is good, and the partitions are built well. You are also feeding these pigs with pellet animal feeds. This is quite rare. After Professor Su finished his sentence, he ate another mouthful of rice. Feng Yu immediately had an urge to vomit, but he pinched his thigh hard. He used the pain to suppress the nausea feeling. He turned his head to the side and spat on the floor. Professor Su, why are you eating here? You can come to my house or the canteen in the pig farm. No time. I got to leave for a while. I still need to visit a few other pig farms later. I need to sort out many things before the new year, and that will make my job easier later in the year. Professor Su said and hurriedly finished the rice in his bowl without a hint of nausea. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Professor Su finally finish eating. They were very impressed with Professor Su's professionalism, but they could not accept him eating in the pigsty. If you are busy, you can eat in the car. You might be used to the smell here, but not us. From this day onwards, Feng Yu never use a big bowl for his meals as it will remind him of the events at the pigsty. Professor Su, what other improvements does our pig farm need? Have you seen the floor plan of our pig farm? What do you think of it? Feng Yu asked anxiously. Your farm is not bad, and you can still rear a few hundreds more pigs. I had seen the floor plan. You cannot expand your farm base on that as the air circulation will be very bad, and there will not be sufficient lighting. This is not good for the pig's growth. I will help you edit it, and you can build it based on the new floor plan. The automatic feeding and watering system is also not bad. Other countries, especially the US, had already started this type of farming methods. Your concept is considered the first in China. Why did Professor Su here? It was because he was researching on this subject, and he needs to set up a modernized pig farm. But the university does not have the funds for him to set up one, and there were no bosses that will invest in his research. Just happened Feng Yu wanted to look for an expert in pig farming and met Professor Su. They both chatted for a while, and Feng Yu left a deep impression with Professor Su. But he felt that Feng Yu was bragging a lot. How can someone who owns a small pig farm have the funds to modify and create a modernized pig farm? Feng Yu still mentioned that he wants to import the Soviet Union machinery to produce ham and create a range of meat products under the same brand. He even wanted to let everyone in the city to be able to buy fresh pork every day. How was this possible? It was tough for people in the cities to purchase fresh pork. But after he arrived here, he noticed that this farm was much better than the farm assigned to him by the university. It was cleaner, and the workers were all very experienced and even knew of some traditional pig rearing methods which he was unaware of. There was also a deputy officer from the farm department who told him that the pig farm had signed a contract with the farm department, stating that they will be investing a few million RMB in the next 2 years to buy a modernized pig farm and will be able to produce at least 30,000 pigs each year. Since then, Professor Su starts to treat this pig farm seriously. He asked around about this farm and postponed his trips for him to visit this farm. That's why he was eating his lunch in the pigsty. But he was a bit unhappy when the deputy officer from the farm department left as he started eating. He was a professor in the agriculture university, and his salary and benefits were on par with the city's deputy mayor. How can a deputy officer from the farm department be so disrespectful to him? Wen Deguang wanted to accompany Professor Su to tour the farm, but he could not stand looking at someone eating in a pigsty. It was a miracle that he did not vomit on the spot. But now, Professor Su was happier. Feng Yu really had the intention to construct a modernized pig farm, and if the farm was to be built under his guidance, he could publish his thesis on the papers and might be China's #1 expert in pig farming. He could also be promoted to the vice dean of the university. Feng Yu said the things that Professor Su wanted to hear most. Professor Su, after the new year, please revisit us to guide us on the construction of the pigsty, the installation of the automated feeding and cleaning systems. Ha ha ha. Sure. I still need to visit other places now. I will contact you when I sorted out this information. His research had finally taken the first and most important step, which was from theory to reality. This was significant to him. Everyone walked Professor Su to the car, and Feng Yu saw his mother walking to the farm. You are back, and why don't you come home? What are you doing here? Zhang Muhua looked at Feng Yu, complaining. What's good for hanging around in a pig farm? One must be a university student to have a good future. A professor came to understand more about our farm. It seems like our farm will be doing well in future. Feng Yu was in a good mood. Professor Su had agreed to be their consultant and give them technical advice. This was way better than asking the experts from the farming department. All Professor Su wanted was to have his name mentioned. Even Professor Su did not have this request. Feng Yu will also publicize that it was Professor Su who had helped created this modern pig farm. This will be useful publicity for the farm. He had just left in that car? Have the both of you eat? I had cooked your favorite braised pork intestine. Zhang Muhua was at the farm to call Feng Xingtai home for lunch. When the father and son heard braised pork intestine, their face turned green. Feng Xingtai hurriedly said, Your mom had prepared lunch. You go home and eat now. I still have something to do and will not be eating lunch. Just prepare some congee and salted vegetables for me in the evenings. Feng Yu looked at his father sadly. His father was using him as a shield. The final batch of pigs before the new year was sent to Bing City's slaughterhouse. After sending the pork to the machinery company, the rest were sold in the district. Feng Yu also got his results back. This time he did better. He was in the 7th place of his class. Lu Kuan was in the 1st position as usual. His grades were forever the best. Surprisingly, Fat Chick was in the 2nd place and Li Na in the 3rd place. The most frustrating part was that when Dong Jun was in the 6th position. Damn, this idiot's luck was good. He got the help of a 3rd-year top student during the exams, and his weakest subjects became his best subjects. Even their form teacher did not believe their eyes. After they gotten the results slips, when Dong Jun kept bragging and even told his parents that he had studied very hard in school to get these results. Wen Deguang was beaming with joy and even opened a bottle of baijiu, Chinese white wine. His son had become promising. The next morning, Feng Yu was still sleeping soundly in his bed when loud knocking woke him up. Stop sleeping. Didn't we agree to go and dig ice holes today? Get up now. Let's go. When Dong Jun waved an iron rod with his right hand, and his left hand was behind his back. He was covered tightly in thick clothing, and his eyes were full of excitement. Brother Jun, it is only 8 o'clock. It is still dark. Can't we go in the afternoon? Feng Yu said helplessly, when Dong Jun laughed. Seems like I must use my special move. He sticks his left hand under Feng Yu's blanket, and Feng Yu let out a cry loudly and flipped over the blanket. There was a snowball, the size of a fist on his bed. Feng Yu grabbed the snowball and threw it on Wen Dongjun's face. But Wen Dongjun doesn't care and said, Are you awake now? Get up now. I am ready. Feng Yu can only drag himself up and had breakfast. After packing his equipment, they loaded the fishing nets, iron rods, and 2 buckets onto his second Land Rover before setting off. Yesterday, Feng Yu had suggested to ice fishing. He had wanted to ask Li Na along, but Li Na was not interested, and Lu Kuan was not free. So, he was left with Wen Dongjun. They both did not choose to go to the river. It was not easy to walk on the frozen river, and it was very dangerous. They decided to go to a pond, where they had previously gone before. First, they need to use the shovel to clear the snow on the ice. Wen Dongjun stretched his arms and started to break the ice with the iron rod. After hitting the ice a few times, he would clear the crushed ice, and Feng Yu would use the pickaxe to hit the same spot. They both took turns hitting the same spot. After about 10 minutes, they took a break. The ice surface was very clear, and a few more hits, they would break a hole. Wen Dongjun took the pickaxe from Feng Yu and hit the ice several more times. He eventually breaks a hole in the thick ice. He switched to the iron rod and stabbed the hole a few more times, and the diameter of the hole became about 1 meter. He scoops out the small ice with the net, and they could see shadows of fishes. In winter, ponds were frozen, and there was a lack of oxygen in the water. Once there was an ice hole, these fishes will swim towards it. It would be better if they were there at night. Fishes will jump out of the hole if they shine a touch light at the hole. 1, 2, 3, lift. Wen Dongjun and Feng Yu held on to the wooden pole of the net and lifted it up together. Small fishes were jumping about in the net. Feng Yu brought over a bucket for these fishes. Feng Yu was surprised when he saw that other than the normal Chinese sleeper and goldfish, there was 2 carp which were about 0.5 kilograms big. Their luck was not bad. They dropped the net into the hole again and shake it left and right. They then counted 1, 2, 3, and lifted the net together again. The catch this time was not bad either. There were lesser small fishes, but there was a 1 kilogram big catfish. There were only a few small fishes on the 3rd time they lifted the net. This means that there were no big fishes around the ice hole. They need to dig another hole elsewhere. Here, you stay here and catch these small fishes. I will go over to the other side to dig a new ice hole. We will switch when I am tired. In the northeast, especially Longjiang, once you dig an ice hole, you need to keep stirring the water. If not, the water will be frozen again in less than 10 minutes. Although the ice will not be thick, it was a hassle to break it again. Feng Yu slowly scooped the small fishes with the net. There were lesser fishes. Every time he lifted the net, there were only a few tiny fishes. These small fishes were used to feed chickens and ducks. No one would eat these fishes. Although this was past the time when fishes were abundant, it was not as bad as the future years. People only eat fishes that were at least 0.5 kilograms. After a while, Wen Dongjun came over panting to switch with Feng Yu. Feng Yu went over to the new spot to continue digging a hole in the thick ice with the ice pick. He would change to the iron rod when he is tired. Before Feng Yu could break the ice, Wen Dongjun ran over. Let me do it. You are too slow. There are no more fishes over there. You had picked that spot. There were only 3 fishes that were over 0.5 kilograms. I will show you this spot I pick. Later when we lift the net, it will be filled with big fishes. Wen Dongjun stabbed the ice with the iron rod while bragging. Feng Yu was immune to Wen Dongjun's bragging now. He transferred the 3 big fishes to another bucket and carried the bucket of small fishes back to the Land Rover. He poured the small fishes into a sack and walked back with the bucket. Wen Dongjun had broken the ice surface and was scooping out the crushed ice from the water surface. When he saw Feng Yu walking slowly, he asked him to hurry. All the fishes will be gone by the time Feng Yu reach. 1, 2, 3, lift. Ha ha ha. What did I just say? I knew I will pick the best spot. Look, we only lifted the net once, and there are 4 big fishes in it. Each one of them is also bigger than your catfish. You must depend on me when it comes to picking the right spot for ice hole fishing. I have the experience and the luck. Feng Yu did not expect this ice hole to be so good. The second they lifted the net, there were 2 more big fishes. There must be a fish nest below the ice. They lift the net 7 times. The first 5 times had big fishes, but the final 2 times were all small fishes. Just the first 5 times of raising the net, they caught 11 big fishes. 2 fishes were at least 1.5 kilograms big. Wen Dongjun was bragging non-stop beside Feng Yu. Feng Yu could endure when Wen Dongjun brags the first time, the second time, 3rd time, 10th time, and Feng Yu could not take it anymore. He also wants to look for a right spot. If he could net a fish that was bigger than 2 kilograms, when Dongjun should keep quiet. This time, it was Feng Yu's turn to look for the next ice hole spot. When Dongjun carried the fishes back to the car. Feng Yu wiped his sweat on his forehead. He was sweating in this cold weather. This shows how hard he worked. Feng Yu could not stand when Dongjun's showing off his superiority over him for consecutive 2 days. Yesterday was his results, and today was the fishing result. When Dongjun was not ashamed of cheating in the exams, and was even proud of the result. Today's ice fishing, both of them were on the same starting line, and Feng Yu do not believe that he will still lose to Wen Dongjun. If Feng Yu really lose Wen Dongjun, he could imagine the consequences. From then until school reopens, and even this time next year, when Dongjun would be talking about what happened today, Feng Yu would become a side character in all his stories. I am someone who was reborn and will be someone that will leave a name in history. How can I lose to you? When Dongjun returned with the empty bucket, Feng Yu was almost done with the ice hole. Even when Dongjun was shocked by Feng Yu's efficiency. Let me take over. You take a break now. No need. I will be done in 5 minutes. I don't believe that there will be no big fishes at this spot. When Dongjun shrugged his shoulders and helped to clear the crushed ice. 5 minutes later, a new ice hole was completed, and Feng Yu was sweating buckets. 1, 2, 3, lift. Feng Yu shouted. The net was filled with small fishes. The biggest was only about 50 g. You are going to feed your pigs with these. When Dongjun laughed at Feng Yu. After lifting the net a few more times, Feng Yu gave up. The water must be shallow here. That's why there were no big fishes. Must look for a new spot for the ice hole. When Dongjun and Feng Yu decide to dig ice holes separately, he carried the pickaxe to 10 meters away and started digging. Usually, he was better at these kinds of physical activities, but today, Feng Yu was faster than him. Come look at this. I don't believe that there are no big fishes here. But the result was still disappointing. Although not all fishes were small, there was only one carp that was 0.5 kilograms. After when Dongjun's ice hole was completed, they caught a few carp that were over 1 kilogram. This made Wen Dongjun even more proud. Okay, the sack and buckets are all full of the big fishes I caught. Let's go back. Wen Dongjun said. No, one more try? I don't believe that I can't catch any big fishes today. Feng Yu was furious. They had lifted the net together, and how can he say that those fishes were caught by him? There were big fishes, but all of them were caught by me. You start digging. I will load the fishes onto the car. This will be the last hole, and we will leave after this. Feng Yu started swinging the pickaxe hard. Snap! The wooden handle of the pickaxe broke. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Luckily, I still have the iron rod. Feng Yu covered his eyes and squat down. FCK, the broken ice pieces got into his eyes, and his tears were flowing. He got angry and threw the iron rod onto the floor and accidentally hit his leg. Feng Yu held his leg and jumped up, but he stepped on the crushed ice and slipped. He tried to regain his balance by jumping to his side. However, when one dogged by bad luck, anything can happen. The spot Feng Yu landed was the spot where he was digging just now. The ice was already very thin and could not support his weight. Before Feng Yu could react, his whole body was in the ice hole. The piercing cold immediately numbed Feng Yu's body. Even a swimming champ could not do anything in the cold waters. Feng Yu desperately flailed his arms about and managed to grab the shovel beside the hole, and he hangs onto the handle of the shovel to prevent himself from falling deeper into the hold. Dongjun, help! Feng Yu shouted with all his might. When Dongjun was still walking slowly with the bucket of fish when he heard Feng Yu cries. They looked around and noticed that Feng Yu was missing. The scariest thing about ice hole fishing was falling into the ice hole. One might not drown if he fell into an ice hole, but would freeze to death. Even if the person were pulled out of the water, the cold water would freeze and cause frostbite. When Dongjun dropped the bucket and came running back towards Feng Yu, he was careful to not fall into the 2 holes they dug earlier. If he also falls into a hole, then they both would be dead meat. Feng Yu, hang on. You must hang on. I am coming. When Dongjun reaches Feng Yu, he was still holding on to the shovel's handle. Feng Yu's lips were already blue, and his gloves were already frozen. His whole body was shivering nonstop. Grab on. I will pull you up. Don't let go. When Dongjun carefully approaches the ice hole and grabbed the shovel, he slowly pulled Feng Yu out of the water. During the process, he was almost dragged into the hole by Feng Yu. Hurry, Get back to the car. You are all wet. You must remove all your wet clothing. I will give you my outer clothes. When Dongjun helped Feng Yu towards the car, he cannot carry Feng Yu and must let him walk himself for his blood circulation. However, the car was not warm at all. Earlier when Dongjun rushed to save Feng Yu, he did not close the boot, and now the temperature inside the car was the same as outside. Feng Yu tried to start the engine, but the Land Rover just won't start. FCK, why didn't he buy antifreeze? Don't care about this. You remove your wet clothes first. I will look for some branches or twigs to start a small fire to warm up your car. When Dongjun removed his outer clothing and threw at Feng Yu, he went out into the cold to start a small fire. The car was finally started, and Feng Yu immediately on the heater. He was still shivering. When Dongjun went back to the pond to take back their stuff, the last ice hole really have lots of big fishes. Look, I managed to scoop up a few big carps. When Dongjun lifted the carps to show Feng Yu stared at him. After what had happened, he still got the mood to catch fish. Fine. At least this made Feng Yu slightly happier. You drive. You know how to drive the tractor, right? It's about the same. My hands are still numb. Feng Yu tried to clench his fist, but he got no strength. Of course, I am the one driving. You sit tight. Here we go. The Land Rover jerked and moved forward, causing Feng Yu's head knocking against the backrest, making him dizzy. He hated new drivers the most. They do not know how to move or stop smoothly. When Dongjun also dare not to drive too fast. He drove slowly and took almost an hour to reach their district. Feng Yu asked him to drive straight to the hospital. He needs medical attention urgently. Lying on the hospital bed, Feng Yu felt that today was not his day. He only wanted to go ice fishing, but he couldn't catch any big fishes and even fell into the ice hole. When he wants to warm himself, his Land Rover could not start. When he was finally back in the district, when Dongjun crashed the Land Rover into the hospital gate, making Feng Yu pay compensation. Unfortunate events happen one after another. This made Feng Yu think that maybe heaven saw everything was going smoothly for him and was jealous. His parents heard the news and came rushing to the hospital. When they saw Feng Yu lying on the hospital bed, they rushed over and gave him a beating. Who asked you to go ice fishing? Serve you right. After the beating, his mom tearfully went home to cook some hot soup for Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai remained in the hospital to take care of Feng Yu. As for Wen Dongjun, he was also beaten up by his father at home. Luckily for him, they were living in an apartment now. If they were still living in the village, his father will hang him up and whip him. Crackling. The first sound of firecrackers sounded and soon spread to other households. There were 100 crackers pack, 200 crackers pack, and Feng family had the 500 crackers pack. Feng Yu felt a bit pity that he could not get the 10,000 crackers pack. That will be so much fun, and most importantly, it can chase away his bad luck. After the ice hole incident, he was hospitalized for 2 days, and Feng Xingtai doesn't allow him to drive after that. This disrupts his plans to bring Li Na out. This new year, the conditions of the Feng family was much better than the previous year. The 8 dishes on the dining table were increased to 16 dishes. Most of the dishes were meat, and there were only 2 vegetable dishes. The most prominent difference was that this year, they have 1 new member of the family. Li Shiqiang had come over to the Feng's family to celebrate the new year. He and Feng Danying will be getting married on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. This was the last year Feng Danying would be spending New Year Eve at home. In future, she will have to spend the New Year Eve with the Li family home. The Feng family had bought a new apartment in the district. This building was built last year and was the district's second apartment building. 3 stories, 3 bedrooms, and a living room. The floor area was huge, and even the chief officer of the farm department did not get to live in such big apartment. This made Feng Xingtai very proud. The furniture and electric appliances in the house was the best. The old ones. All the old furniture and appliances were sent to the pig farm. Feng Yu had said that they were not short of money, and there was no point selling this old stuff for that little money. They might as well let their workers at the farm use them. As such, the father and son's living quarters at the pig farm received colored TV, refrigerator, and even a washing machine. The father and sons only had a black and white TV at home. They were very grateful to Feng Xingtai and promised that they will work hard and make sure all the pigs are healthy. They will not let Feng Xingtai down. The results had shown that they really put in the effort in taking care of the pigs. Tianpeng Pig Farm's pigs grew faster compared to other farms. Now the farm starts to rear sows. The male piglets were all castrated to prevent inbreeding. They will be buying a batch of male pigs from other places to breed. The food processing factory's development was going well too. The sales of the soybean oil and sugar were good, but the animal feed was not selling and stored in their warehouse. However, after the expansion of the pig farm, they will be consuming about 1/3 of the animal feed production. Fengyu had already contacted some dealers. The coming year should not have the same situation again. Fengyu forecasted that the output of the animal feed will not meet the demands in the following year. After the wind and rain logistics was transferred to Li Shiqiang, Taihua Trading's assets still have more than 10 million renminbi. Even if they only do trading with the Soviet Union, the assets will also increase to at least 20 million by summer, and within a year, Fengyu can increase this 20 million renminbi by a few times. Furthermore, Fengyu had spoken with Kirilenko, and he might be able to get his hands on some cheap Soviet Union's advanced machinery later this year. Once these machines were sold, Fengyu will earn another sum of profits. The development of the machinery factory was not bad either. After the launch of the new products, they showcased it at a trade fair in the south, and it shocked the whole nation. No one had expected this Bing City machinery factory to produce such high-quality farming machines. The number of new orders that came in made Li Mingde very happy. Because of this, Li Mingde became famous in Bing City, and he also had a change of mind. Now, he does not want to return to the agriculture department. He wanted to stay in the machinery company. Here, he was the one with the highest authority, and everyone had to listen to him. The benefits here was also better than agriculture department. Take now, for example. The tractor's engine produced by the machinery company was the best in the country. Li Mingde decided to focus their production on tractors. The demand for tractors was huge, and the profits were the highest. Of course, when the machinery factory earns more profits, that would mean that the Feng family would also get a share of it. Before the new year, they just received 1 million dividends. As usual, Fengyu transferred this money to Taihua Trading. Feng Xingtai had no idea how to spend such a big sum of money, so he let Fengyu do what he wants. Even if he loses the money, they still have the food processing factory and the pig farm. They can still live comfortably and remain as the wealthiest family in the district. This year was different from the last. Last year, only Feng Danying and Fengyu got one new set of clothes and shoes. This year, everyone in the Fengyu got a few sets of new clothes. They are rich now, and of course, they should wear new clothes. But Fengyu does not agree with his father's taste. His father does not like suits and prefers mouse suit. Fine, but why did he have to get 3 sets of the same color? Fengyu chose his clothes himself. His coat was tailored, and he was the one who decided the style. Come, try this fish. I caught it from the pond. Fengyu pointed to a braised fish dish on the table. Humph, you caught it. You are so capable. You used yourself as bait, and the whole district knows about it. You really make me proud. Feng Xingtai said sarcastically. Fengyu smiled. It was an accident. Dad, try it. This fish is very delicious. If you all are not eating it, I will finish it myself. Have some ribs. These are our pigs. The taste is good. Zhang Muhua passed a piece of pork ribs to Fengyu and stared at Feng Xingtai. It's New Year, and can't he say something happy? Thanks, Mom. Mom, have some fish. Fengyu also did not expect that news of his accident will become known throughout the whole district. It was because of that idiotic Wen Dongjun. He went around telling everyone he met about how he saved Fengyu's life. His story was Fengyu almost disappeared into the hole, and he managed to pull him out. He even took off all his clothes and passed to Fengyu. He also warmed up the car bare-bodied and drove over 200 kilometers per hour to send Fengyu to the hospital. He made it in time by crashing through the hospital gate and finally saved Fengyu's life. Anyway, it was all positive things about Wen Dongjun. News spread fast, and soon the whole district knew about this. Thus, Fengyu became the bad example used by parents to educate their kids. Fengyu was crying inside. He was supposed to be a good example to all the kids in the district and have a good image. Why did it end up like this? Xiao Li, how is your logistics company going? Feng Xingtai asked. It's fine. I followed Xiao Yu's suggestions, and now we have more than 10 companies joining our franchise. Business was good before the new year. Mostly were deliveries for New Year goods. When they talk about this, Li Shiqiang's was beaming with joy. He did not expect his business to be so good. He should be making a few million RMB this year, and soon he will be able to cover the cost of the fleet of trucks. That's good to hear. Don't tire yourself out. You must also take care of your family. Feng Xingtai said. I know. I will promote a few capable people from my staffs in 2 months' time and let them oversee the daily operations. I will just take care of the company's finances. Li Shiqiang said, smiling. He had learned this from Feng Yu. As long as he controls the finances and everything must be signed by him, there will not be any big problems in the company. He can also relax. How's the preparation for your new house? Everything is ready. I had sent out the wedding invites. Please rest assured. Li Shiqiang will never let Dannying down. I will treat her well forever. Li Shiqiang gave his assurance. He looked at Feng Dannying lovingly. Feng Xingtai looked at Li Shiqiang for a long time and nodded. He then raised his glass. Come, let's toast and hope that our lives will get better every year. Cheers. It was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The International Hotel was beautifully decorated, and there were many cars parked at the entrance. From the number plates, these were all the leaders' cars. Many people were curious. Which senior leader had come to Bing City, and so many people were here to welcome him. Being a senior leader is so good. Wherever he goes, there will be so many people welcoming him. Firecrackers sounded. The onlookers became more resentful. What type of leader is this? There are still firecrackers to welcome him? A luxury car appeared in a distance, driving slowly towards the hotel. The car had a flying goddess on the bonnet and looks better than the FAW cars, China's domestic car brand, aka Red Flag car, used by the country's leaders. This car was decorated with flowers. Where did they find flowers in this cold winter? Look, there a happiness word on the car. Could it be someone is getting married? Someone shouted. The others did not believe. Weddings can just be hosted at any hotel. Who would host their wedding here? This is the International Hotel, the best hotel in Bing City. This hotel is used to entertain the top leaders and foreign guests. Can someone even book this venue for the wedding? Li Shiqiang had put in a lot of efforts to book this international hotel. Even if you had money, you also can't book it. There were a lot of foreign guests staying there. In the end, Feng Yu asked Zhang Ruiqiang for help. With the help of the vice mayor, they managed to book the international hotel, but the price was very high. It's real. It looks like a wedding. What car is that? Have you all seen it before? It is beautiful. It's nicer than the mayor's car. I know. That is a Rolls-Royce. The Queen of England uses this type of car. Ho! All the onlookers gasped in shock. Queen of England used this type of cars? Whose wedding was this? They even used this type of car as a wedding car? This car cost at least 1 million renminbi. They couldn't even finish spending this much money in their lifetime. Oh, look. It's more than one car. There's a convoy behind. All are golden deer cars. In that era, it was not common to see wedding car. It was even rarer to see more than one car used for a wedding. Friends and relatives had to make their way to the venue by themselves, or maybe they will rent a bus to ferry them. It was very rare to see a convoy of cars like Li Shiqiang. Golden Deer, the Soviet Union call it the Volga. Convoy was the best cars Feng Yu could find. The logo of the vehicle was a jumping stag, and it was similar to the flying goddess. These cars were borrowed from the machinery company, aviation factory, and the motor factory. Feng Yu personally borrowed these cars from the leaders for his sister's wedding. The leaders agreed. But the 3 factories only had 10 Volga. Feng Yu does not want the remaining Lada or Jeeps. Feng Yu also drove his brother-in-law's Bentley at the end of the convoy, making it a total of 12 vehicles. It symbolized the 12 months of the year. Feng Yu had kept this Rolls-Royce from the batch of used cars. It was not for himself, but he kept it for his sister's wedding. This Rolls-Royce was very grand and luxurious, and the flying goddess at the front also make it look auspicious. Li Shiqiang and Feng Dannying alighted from the car. Li Shiqiang was wearing a purple Tang Dynasty-style clothing, and Feng Dannying was wearing a traditional red wedding dress. Feng Yu could not accept this type of dressing. What's the wedding planner thinking? If they do not want Western-style suits and gowns, fine. But a mouse suit would be better than the purple Tang clothing. Purple and red colors do not look nice together. Li Shiqiang waved to the crowd and walked Feng Dannying to the entrance. They stood there to welcome the guests. Today, not only his parents, colleagues, and leaders were there, but there were also many senior officials present too. Feng Yu had borrowed cars from the 3 state-owned factories and invited the leaders. Feng Xingtai was one of the shareholders of the machinery company and the deputy general manager there. How can Li Mingde not be present for his daughter's wedding? Not only Li Mingde came, but the rest of the department heads also came as well. The motor factory's director was one of Feng Yu's working partners, and of course, he must be present. Wu Jigang's uncle and the rest of the workshop directors came with him as well. They want to build a good relationship with Feng Yu to get more projects in future. The aviation factory's director Ho Haitao also came personally. Li Shiyu had come to the wedding, and if he did not come personally, Feng Yu might make things difficult for him in their three-way cooperation project. The aviation factory's director had gone to this wedding personally. The rest of the department heads heard this news and rushed here. They did not know whose wedding this was, but since their director had come to this wedding, then it must be someone important. Li Shiqiang also invited the police chief in charge of the warehousing area and other deputy police chiefs. At the start, the people alighted from the cars were the leaders from Li Shiqiang's parents' units. The highest rank was Deputy Chief Shui, who was representing the leaders of their unit. But after a while, he saw all the head of departments of the motor company arriving. And when Li Mingda came, he was shocked. Why was the general manager of machinery company here? Later, he noticed that not only Li Mingda had come for this wedding, even all the leaders of the machinery company were there too. This Li family can invite these high-ranking officers? If they really have such connections, then why was old Li still a supervisor? With his relationship with Li Mingda, he should be at least a deputy chief. The surprises did not stop for him. After a while, the motor factory's director Li Shiyu came with all the factory's leaders. Why did some many senior officers of the motor factory come to this wedding? What background does this old Li have? Later, he saw the factory director of aviation factory walking in with a group of people. Every one of them congrats Li Shiqiang warmly and gave him red packets. Deputy Chief Shui started sweating. This Li family was not simple. Was the amount in the red packet he gave too little? He begins to think back if he had any dispute with old Li in the past. The Li family even have friends from the police force? He was no longer surprised to see police station chiefs or area police chiefs here. But that's the city's deputy police chief. Deputy Chief Shui immediately runs in and borrowed the phone from the front desk to make phone calls. He must inform his higher-ups that there were many high-ranking leaders present at this wedding. Li father's unit's leader heard the news and knew that he must also be present at this wedding. Although these people were from other departments, they were all higher rank than him. Many leaders from the industrial department, taxes department, and foreign trade office also arrived. Deputy Chief Shui suspects that the bride was the daughter of some high-ranking officer. Li Shiqiang's ex-colleagues from the post office had come, and he walked over to welcome them. Why was the city's chief of the post office here too? Feng Yu smiled when he saw the surprised look on everyone's face. He did this on purpose. He wants to let the Li family know that the Feng family have a lot of connections and know lots of high-ranking leaders. They will think twice if they're going to bully his sister. Feng Yu still trusts his brother-in-law, but things might not be the same as his previous life. The brother-in-law in his past life was just a typical worker, but in this life, he was the boss of a big logistics company. What happens if he changed? Xiaoli, Xiaofeng, I wish the both of you to have a long and happy marriage. A middle-aged man shook Li Shiqiang's hand and passed a red packet to Feng Danying. Everyone looked at that man. Even Li Mingda and the rest also walked out towards him. Deputy Chief Shui was getting breathless. Isn't that the newly appointed Bing City's deputy mayor Zhang? He heard that the mayor liked him very much. He even came to this wedding personally. The onlookers were surprised. This wedding was too grand. It was held in the International Hotel, and they heard that the banquet was the best. The food was one of the best in China, and the drinks were all Maotai. They can't even imagine how much it will cost. This family was rich. The guests who attended were also not the ordinary folks. Most of the guests inside were all high-ranking officers. There were more than 10 city-level officials. These two families must have some background. Maybe they were the relatives of some officials in the city government or even the provincial government. The best man and the bridesmaids were Wu Jigang and his nurse girlfriend. Feng Yu is still schooling and does not qualify as one. The MC was a TV station's host. The MC was paid handsomely to host this wedding. The officiator of the ceremony was changed from Deputy Chief Shui to the city's chief of post office. Li Shiqiang's resignation was not yet approved by the post office. In that era, the officiator of the wedding was usually the leader of the groom's unit. But it was rare for the highest-ranking officer of the department to be the officiator. Feng Yu had wanted to ask Zhang Ruiqiang to be the officiator, but Zhang Ruiqiang refused. He said that it was not right for him to be the officiator and it might cause unnecessary rumors. He had already given Feng Yu face by attending this wedding banquet. As such, Feng Yu did not insist. The city's chief of post office as the officiator was good enough. That day, Li Shiqiang's father was drunk. He did not expect so many top officers from the city government attending this wedding banquet. Even the chief of his unit attended and patted his shoulders and told him that it was time for him to take on more responsibilities. Everyone knew the meaning of that sentence. He was about to be promoted. Li Shiqiang's father was overjoyed and bottoms up a glass of Maodai. Li Shiqiang's father still needs to drink with Li Mingde, Li Shiyu, Ho Haitao, etc. These were all leaders which he never got the chance to speak to before, especially Zhang Ruiqiang. Li Shiqiang's father's hands were shaking when he was drinking with him. This was the deputy mayor of Bing City. He had never sat at the same table with a deputy mayor before in his life. The post office manager told Li Shiqiang to remain in the post office, but on indefinite unpaid leave. He can come back to the post office anytime he wants. Even the chief of post office attended his wedding banquet. How could he let Li Shiqiang resign? Furthermore, he and Li Shiqiang's father were former comrades in the military. This was the time to be closer to them, and he might even be promoted because of their relationship. If Li Shiqiang were not from his post office, the post office manager would never get to sit at the first table. Everyone sitting at that table was all city-level heads. Feng Xingtai was calmer. Today was his daughter getting married, and it was the groom's side that was hosting the banquet. It should be Li Shiqiang's father to entertain the guests. According to their customs, 3 days later, Feng Xingtai will host another banquet in their district. That will be the time when Feng Xingtai got to entertain the guests. Feng Xingtai only drank with the people at the first table, and he listened to his wife to eat more. The food there was delicious. Not only there were poultries, but there was also seafood. There were even some dishes that Feng Xingtai had never seen before. All the leaders were also enjoying the food. Feng Yu was seated at the table for Tai Hua trading staffs. He does not want to be seated at the first table. If he were sitting there at his age, he would attract the attention of everyone. Toast with the leaders? Of course not. He was still a student and should not be drinking. Li Mingde and the rest chatted and drank happily at their table. Zhang Ruiqiang was apparently the one leading there. Although Zhang Ruiqiang was the deputy mayor, regarding of rank, he was still slightly lower than Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao. But after the motor factory and aviation factory were converted from a military installation to a civilian factory, the area government had more authority. Furthermore, Zhang Ruiqiang was heading the reformation of state-owned enterprises. From a particular aspect, Zhang Ruiqiang had the authority over them. Also, all of them knew that Zhang Ruiqiang was specially appointed by the mayor to be the deputy mayor. Zhang Ruiqiang also had no heirs and chatted with Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao about their factories. When he heard that they were in three-way cooperation with Feng Yu, he became very interested. Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao looked at each other and briefly told Zhang Ruiqiang about this project. They did not go into the details as the research was still going on. But this made Li Mingde uncomfortable. Feng Yu was working with the motor factory and the aviation factory to develop a new humidifier? Why Feng Yu did not look for the machinery company? Li Mingde also has a humidifier in his office and was useful. He had asked his engineers and was told that the technology behind this humidifier was straightforward. It was just a heating rod and heat-resistant plastic. Their machinery factory can also produce these. But such a simple product can bring in so high profits. Feng Yu's father had a stake in the motor factory, and shouldn't he work with the machinery factory for this business? Why work with those two factories? Li Mingde had not taken into consideration that the orders for the agricultural machines were lined up to May. The machinery company does not have the capacity to manufacture this humidifier. Nevertheless, he still felt that this money should be earned by the machinery company. Zhang Ruiqiang changes the topic to Feng Yu. He asked the two factory directors if they had ordered Soviet Union's advanced machinery or technologies from Feng Yu. Both nodded, but Feng Yu told them to wait a while more. It was still quite tricky to get it now, but he guaranteed that he will get it for them within a year. Feng Xingtai heard this. What? His son was still getting machines for them? Where is his second production line for his soybean oil? Helping others instead of his own father. He needs to give Feng Yu a good beating when he gets home. Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. This Xiao Feng was really capable, but likes to use loopholes. He had scolded him about the used cars business, and he stopped doing that. But now he got this fleet of gas trucks, and without paying a single cent of tax. Everyone knew what was going on when Feng Yu sued that Russian. It was evident that Feng Yu wanted to escape tax, but what he did was perfectly legal. No one could do anything about it unless they were able to prove that IOU was fake. But never mind. Zhang Ruiqiang also does not want to make things difficult for Feng Yu. He even knew that if he confronts Feng Yu, he would just deny everything and claims that it was the other party that owe him money and using these trucks as repayment to him. Zhang Ruiqiang only hopes that Feng Yu would do something for Bing City and not just make money for himself. What's the use of earning so much money? Can he finish spending? Mr. Feng, I heard that you had set up a factory in your district. The Taihua Premium Cooking Oil was a product from your factory. You have become an entrepreneur from a farmer. Zhang Ruiqiang smiling said. When he heard the deputy mayor praising him, Feng Xingtai was full of smiles. Ha! It's not worth mentioning. Although he said that, his expression said otherwise. He was still waiting for more praises. Li Shiqiang's father returned to the first table drunk. Before he could even eat anything, his wife helped him to a corner to rest. The banquet was over, and most of the guests left. The guests that liked to packet the leftovers from wedding banquet noticed that there were no leftovers. All the food was finished. Many guests were so full that they couldn't walk properly. They said that this might be the only time they get to eat at the International Hotel, and they must eat more. Many years later, people still talk about this wedding banquet. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.